Hello everyone, welcome to BPOC. We are starting off with a bit of an UNO Civil War. UNO Reverse versus UNO Draw 5. As you might be able to see, Ben has pushed to the middle, covering that X with his momentum, putting pressure, getting that tag on Adam.
4-3. One bad
It looks like Ness wants to pick up that left up his side through the ladder. He's playing a little bit of this picking game, looking for Obi to be able to sneak through. Additionally, you see, doing his best to cover that side, we have Eric covering with the Spirit, doing his best to make sure that certainly does not get let through. Taking a bit of a slower game, certainly warming up this morning. It should be interesting seeing how strategies adapt and change as we continue on throughout the day. Usually, a lot of these fields, you start to get his pressure to the flag. Look at that. Ben making the run.
Good job.
I was just talking about how it looked to be a slower round until Ben got that flag push, getting an awesome dash to the end zone, scoring it for draw 5. We're going to go ahead and reset and see the second round of our first match. It'll be interesting to see how the other team adjusts, to try to make sure that the other team cannot get that both the first touch and the flag run. For our new folks here, the points are a little bit different from some of the competitive games you might have seen. You see, it is 4 points for the end zone run with the flag, 2 points for the first touch, and 1 point for each elimination, for a total of 10 points for a perfect game. It's important to note that you can eliminate all 5 players, but the moment the last player on the team is eliminated, the game is over. So if you don't push the flag by then through the end zone, there's no opportunity to push the flag. It becomes this really careful game of calculated risk, calculated reward, about whether it's okay to leave someone alive. Obviously you leave them alive and they take a body or two with him, then suddenly the points don't become worth it. But if you can get the flag run, it sets you up really nicely for your future rounds in the round robin.
Are you reffing over here? Oh, you're the coach. Sorry, I'm like...
If you look to your screen now, you can see the side that I will be referring to as the snake side most of today. As you see, we have a lot of lower cover. A lot of this cover working really well for pushing up aggressively. However, you certainly do not have the sort of cover you do on the ladder side, the other side that you can see here. And here we go. Second round of our first match, and we have Adam running for the flag, getting tagged out right before he gets there with his spirits, making a bold move. You see Rob gets the first touch for draw 5 once again. Carefully staying in that middle, carefully sitting in that X, sitting there with his flywheeler, doing his best to try to keep the pressure off of him just so he can try to get that run. Obviously, the fact that the first touch has already been captured is a big deal. Even if draw 5 draws or simply wins the game by a limbs, that flag touch is worth the equivalent of 2 tags, which is really important in the long run. As you see over here, we have 2 in the snake. We have Sanchez on one side using a Cobalt Designs blaster, doing his best to sneak up, crawling, once again showing the power of the snake if you are able to use it. One danger here is that Sanchez is open far from the right if you look to the right side from a number of cross peaks. However, doing his best to mitigate that. If he can stay smart. See, we have some action over here. Ben making the run. Rob going for the run. Rob going through the end zone. Doesn't quite get it, I don't think. No whistle blown.
Good job.
Oh, Josh calls it a flag push. They do get it before Rob is tagged out. Good stuff. It's been really interesting to see. Rob is traditionally more of a springer player, sort of sitting in the back and make those late game adjustments, filling in the needs where needed. But today, he's taking a more proactive role, running straight forward with the Spirit and doing well for his team. So it's good to see that adaptation from draw 5 compared to previous games, previous weeks we've seen before. Once again, that was a clean game from Uno Draw 5. Coming into this, it's been really interesting to see how we sort of changed and adapted. If you were here for the stream for 2 weeks ago for the TNT clinic, some of the scrimmages, this field is certainly a lot bigger. And most notably, it's certainly more of a rectangle instead of a square, which I think really changes the way that you have to push up. When you have a more square shape, you can tend to play a little bit more with your horizontal movement. This will be an interesting. Oops. Well, we can switch cameras. Okay. Well, I mean, just camera one. Having slight difficulties with one of our cameras, but it'll be okay. Right now, Magic Smoke seems to be the team to beat. Obviously, I'm slightly biased having played with them in the past, but it'll be really interesting to see how people adapt to their strategies. I know Midnight is somewhat of a team of some travelers, some people who have visited New Jersey today, specifically to take the Fling Foam. So it should be interesting to see how that interacts against the traditional strategies of Magic Smoke. It's funny because actually before this match, Magic Smoke was offering to coach for Midnight until they got put together first time. As we see our far side, you see Magic Smoke has their coach Hank ready and at the go, ready for the calls. It'll be interesting to see the way that the coach box changes, because normally the coach box in the past has been on the side of the snake, which is one side where awareness is such a big deal that the coach can help with. It being on the side of the ladder, which is what we're currently looking at, I think will change the dynamic a lot. This snake side that you're seeing right before you, you see it's much lower, much less visibility for a lot of the moments around, specifically around those big square gray covers. Those covers can obscure more vision than you realize. You can have someone on the opposite side of the snake and have no idea. So an uncareful push is a really good way to lose your life and get tagged out before you're able to make use of your lives and use of your darts. For those unaware with the format as well, you see each team will have 600 darts for the 2 matches, split between them as they see fit. A lot of teams tend to give a little bit more darts to these flywheelers, a little less to the springers, although a more balanced approach is just very dependent on the team's loadouts. If you stick around for the stream later today, we'll be going through some of these teams' loadouts, looking at the blasters they're using, looking at the gear, looking at sort of the mix of minimalist and tactical to do their best to win for today. Looking once again, we have Team Midnight on the red side. Team Magic Smoke on the blue. Magic Smoke cheering, Midnight doing the same, ready to start this match. Before you have the red side with Midnight ready to push it, ready to push the pace of this game, hopefully trying to break through those barriers, get to that flag touch. You hear Splash 1, that's a term that a lot of teams out here are using as a way to talk about... Here, snake side. You see Jesse, the team captain for Magic Smoke, almost instantly tagged out the snake, doing his best to slide in there, but not quite getting there. Interesting to see that both of these fast-paced teams have not quite gotten to the flag, but I spoke too soon as Chara gets to the middle X, grabbing that flag, Orca in hand, ready to try to push it up. You see, she's a lot of support from the ladder side, specifically from her team of Magic Smoke, Justice on the far side. She's doing their best to push up. Chara is running up the right side. And that is a flag push, it looks like. Waiting on Josh to make the final call. Never mind. Maybe Char was tagged out. Oh. That was a flag push for Magic Smoke. Chara getting through the end zone, carefully walking through those lines of flywheel fire, doing the best to carefully mitigate the sides. As you see, they pushed really hard on the left flank so that Chara was able to lead on the right. If you leave that left flank exposed, especially against these high-powered, high rate of fire flywheelers, you can sort of get ran over before you put up enough defensive pressure. However, you focus too much on defensive pressure on one side and you leave the other side open, and that exact same sort of flag push happens with Chara being able to run up the right side, run up, not even having to use the snake to get through to the end zone. Now we're going to go ahead and switch sides. Now Magic Smoke being red, Midnight being blue, although Magic Smoke's certainly a mix. We're in their very, very popular purple color scheme for the day. It's also interesting to note we have one member of Orca, Junior 07, playing with Magic Smoke today. So it'll be interesting to see how the two teams, different philosophies on strategies and on gear, sort of interact with each other. Whether that'll be an improvement or otherwise will sort of yet to be seen, but we're certainly in for some good games for today. You see they go ahead and reposition their magazines, reconsolidate their darts, ready for another round. It'll be interesting to see what Midnight does to sort of compensate for that. Midnight being sort of a smattering of a few different teams that have traveled here. All very competent players, however, they might be slightly green in the ability to play with each other. That's certainly something they can overcome, though. I think as they continue to get adjusted to this field, get adjusted to the layout of the day, we're going to see a lot more improvements coming out of all of these teams overall. Magic Smoke once again running from the red side, pushing up straight to the cover. You see, this time people have opted not to step into the snake. The snake relatively empty, surprisingly. You see, once again, taking it very heavy on the right side, heavy on the ladder, which was an effective strategy from the last time. Chara, once again, getting to the middle of the flag, getting the flag touch for a 2 points. That's 2 eliminations before a dart has even been fired by this particular player. Super efficient with the high-speed precision gameplay. Trying to move in between lines of fire, in between sight lines, doing their best to mitigate the opportunities to which they can be shot.
You got 2 jacks.
See, looking for that run. You see Junior now sitting in the snake, ready to put that pressure down, put those far lines down. Jesse taking to the side of him. You see, with players like these, with these high precision blasters, it can be hard once you start to get established one set of the flank. The moment one set of the flank is set, you see Chara is once again going for the run, getting a tag. Ooh, trades, dropping the flag. The flag is down, making the flag push hard for either of the teams. That is an elimination before they were able to capture the flag. Despite the flag not being ran, a clean elimination. I think they lost one player in the form of justice, although I could be wrong about that. That's a call to our very handsome man in the black and white, Josh. They're going to go ahead and recollect their magazines, and we'll go ahead and move on to the next team. Seeing some familiar names in the chat. Thank you once again to all who've joined us. Hope you guys are in for some good games because we are excited to be bringing it to you live here at TNT Events SDA in New Jersey. We have a...
Dark Royalty on red versus Misfits on blue. Dark Royalty on red and Misfits on blue.
I guess... We have Dark Royalty and the Mystics coming up. Or Misfits, sorry. As you see, we're running a tight ship today. Josh doing a great job of making sure that people are ready to be on the field playing so we can be flinging as much foam as possible today. Should be very fast-paced, should be lots of games, which is super exciting. Dark Royalty, a bit of a new team, but certainly not newcomers to the sport. Have definitely pulled together a very cohesive group, one that plays together, one that is friends together more than anything, a very important thing for this sort of thing. You can have 5 good players or you can have 1 good team, and I think that is what makes it or breaks it in a lot of these competitions. It is not enough in this sort of game to be a single good player, regardless of how fast your peaks are, or how fast you are on your feet, how fast your reloads are. If you are not good at playing with your teammates, working as a unit, then sometimes things can fall apart. No person's back is strong enough to carry an entire team. We are getting ready once again. Dark Royalty will be on our red side. Misfits will be on the blue.
I'm coaches for you guys.
Misfits, a slightly bigger name, slightly newer of a name to the sport, but it'll be interesting to see how they sort of dip their feet into the game. Once again, I think that as we sort of begin our day, begin to work out some starting kinks, it'll be really interesting to see how people adapt to the layout of the field. This layout, like most events, is a brand new layout to our players. It was only released today, so they've had no time to practice, no time to make game plans before getting to the actual venue today. As you see, we have plenty of refs walking around the field, ensuring that people are taking their hits, although it's a casual game and everyone here is here to have fun, so we're definitely running on the honor system. We are ready to start. Looking like Dart Royalty going with a high number of flywheelers. It'll be interesting to see how that sort of helps exert more offensive pressure. Misfits running more of a springer composition, certainly better for those longer range picks. However, some of those close peak battles, if you're not very proficient in pulling the trigger when you need to be pulling the trigger, sometimes you can end up a little bit slow. Additionally, Misfits running some Dart Zone products, the Omnia Pros. All things considered, it's been amazing to see what Dart Zone has been doing. Putting together these blasters, putting together these packages that you can buy off the shelf and be ready for a competitive experience. As we look before, Misfits is making a run up the ladder side, continuing to push for pressure. Alternatively, we have Mia, one of the members of Dart Royalty, carefully covering the snake with her Griffin. You see this ladder side seems to have a lot of presence from Dart Royalty. It'll be quite hard for Misfits to push up, at least without making some picks first. Quite interesting, the flag has yet to be touched, taking a slightly slower approach to the game. We do have someone with an AEB, the Sweetheart Storm, moving to the flag now, you see? And they get first touch. First touch, once again, worth more points than elimination. And without losing a body for that, it puts them ahead in this game. Important to know for a lot of our newer viewers, the individual points within the matches themselves do not matter. This is not a double or single elimination matter. Instead, this game is all about who scores the most points by the end of the day. This round robin is going to continue going and going and going. The point, obviously, to be score as much as possible. You see, we have Dart Royalty trading with a member of Misfits. Mia making the run up the side of the snake. Getting the flag push for Dart Royalty. Very lucky that Misfits was able to get the first touch, sort of mitigating some of the damage there of the flag push that Dart Royalty was able to accomplish. People are... I heard a whistle, but it looks like people are still playing. Yep, I think the game is over. I think people are just a little bit behind, misunderstanding what the whistle might mean. The whistle, if you hear it, is the start and stop of each round, regardless of elimination's time or flag push. I know some of this seems simple, but when you get on the field, once you get a round covered, darts flying at you from every direction, the whir of flywheels in your ears, it can become quite chaotic. Certainly a lot to keep track of. See, they're going to go ahead and switch sides. Now Dart Royalty taking to the blue side, switching Misfits to the red. It'll be interesting to see if Dart Royalty tries to adapt their strategy to make sure that they don't get the first touch. Getting the first touch for the opposite team is essentially cutting your flag dash points in half, effectively in terms of individual match points. Obviously, that matters more in a double or single elimination match. Round robin, it's a little bit less relevant, but certainly something to note. Obviously, as we walk around, we also make a point to encourage as much safety as possible. You won't see a single person today on the field without iPro. You're on, Dad.
I have...
They are resetting, lining up on the appropriate lines, getting ready for another round. A little bit of confusion about some logistical bracket issues, but we are ready to start another round. Getting a bit of a breather, reconsolidating some darts. Once again, it's really important to use your darts carefully. 600 darts seems like a lot, and certainly has been compared to previous formats that we have seen. However, there's always going to be more darts to shoot. There's always going to be bad guys to shoot at. So it'll be interesting to see how people sort of space it out and control themselves in order to both get the tags without running completely out of ammo. Dart Royalty once again doing a hard push, flywheelers up the ladder side. You see Dart Royalty pushing once again with lots of spirits on their team, spirits and griffins all around. I think that's really going to play nicely into the slower rate of fire Omnias and slower rate of fire Springers when there's just so much offensive firepower coming down. You see one tag is taken on Misfits, 2 tags on Misfits, 3 tags on Misfits. Looks like there's one left. A prime opportunity for a flag push. Steven getting the first touch before Elim, even if he doesn't get it. Oh, run, 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 run. Steven getting all the way to the end zone, getting the flag dash. Oh, Never mind, there's an elimination according to our head ref, Josh, getting the final elimination just before the flag push. Still, Steven was able to get the first touch, which is super important in the grand scheme of things. Definitely able to raise up some of those points that should help them better in the round robin later. Those additional points seem small now, but we can see by the end of the day, sometimes it will come down to just a few points, and these few points can certainly make the difference. As you see, we're going to go ahead and switch over to our next match. Next up, we have A-Team and Mystic Vapor. A-Team has been through a bit of a transformation. A team that has been coming through for many years. Not. Once again, we have A-Team on red, Mystic Vapor on blue. As I was saying, A-Team has been through a bit of a transformation over the last few years. They have been a group that has consistently come to events, come ready to play, ready with primarily FDLs in the past. However, it looks like they're going with a slightly more diverse loadout. I'm seeing at least 2 Springers, one of which is a Harrier, one of which seems to be some sort of Caliburn, Talonclaw-esque thing. Certainly dialing it back slightly with the Flywheelers. It would be really interesting to see how that sort of plays into their offensive pressure and how they're able to push against Mystic Vapor. I know Mystic Vapor is going with a similar approach to A-Team's approach in the past, running a lot of Spirits, a lot of brushless blasters. I believe they have 4 Spirits on their team, the likes of which a blaster actually invented by someone or created by someone on Magic Smoke, Justice Wonder Boy. The Spirit's really taken off in popularity. Specifically, it's very open source, which is something that some brushless offerings in the past have not been able to accomplish or haven't been willing to accomplish. It'll be interesting to see how this high rate of fire and the different firing modes that the Spirit is able to utilize play into the other team. I think the long-range picks are going to be really important from A-Team. Mystic Vapor is a relatively fast-paced team, ready to push up, ready to push to that flag, push through the end zone. And these long picks from A-Team are certainly going to be important to keep them at bay, keep them from getting too close for comfort. For those unaware, our FPS caps for today are 200 for Flywheelers, 250 for Springers, which certainly gives a longer range advantage for Springers, especially on a more rectangular field. 2 weeks ago at our TNT events, it was a much more square field since we played the small field at SDA. And the range in the FPS mattered a little bit less because you could make those cross-range shots, the end-zone to end-zone shots, with a little bit less stress and a little bit less distance. This field certainly does not do that. As you see, most players have also adopted the Coda Bags, which is able to get them 23 rounds before having to reload, being imperative. A-Team taking a shot off the break, losing a Springer player. Once again, a player that I would argue is important for those fast picks. Cobalt from Cobalt Industries Designs also being out, as well as another Mystic Vapor player, looking like it's 4-3. You see, A-Team is continuing to try to push up. The Springer player is actually moving forward, trying to make those aggressive pushes. We see Archer carefully closing with the Spirit, getting a tag, cross shot, doing her best to move it. Ooh, that was a quick game, getting the flag, first touch, and an elimination. You see Mystic Vapor doing a little bit of celebrating, but the round is certainly not over yet. A-Team has the ability to pull this back, try to stop the proverbial bleeding. Obviously, it is only the first round of the day, so as these players get warmed up and we get a little bit more finely tuned movements, finely tuned motions as teams, I think it'll be really interesting to see how the gameplay changes and advances. You see, once again, you have this team, we have Mystic Vapor really putting on that pressure with all the Flywheelers. It is hard to get away from the spray of Spirits, and you don't certainly get any points at the end of the round for having extra darts left over, so you might as well fire them. You see, a lot of these teams are actually using brand new darts, fresh from the box, to ensure as much accuracy and precision they can be coming out of their blasters as possible. Switching sides, we now have A-Team on the blue, Mystic Vapor on the red, ready for the whistle from head ref for Josh. See, Mystic Vapor having coaches on the side, ready to instruct, ready to give pointers where it is applicable. A-Team also taking to the ladder side. Now, once again, you see Archer's taking to the Snake. A little bit less defended. You see she is ready to push with her Spirit, ready to make those cross-range pushes. The thing about the Snake is that due to the fact that it's lower, you usually get less defensive positioning, but in exchange for that, you just get such powerful cross-map shots. You see one member of A-Team is dropped, particularly the Harrier player once again, making that a little bit tough. Couple designs running all the way up the right, running around from behind. Another match of elimination, it looks like. Once again, Mystic Vapor got the first touch. Andrew, you all might know him as Dart Sweep, getting the first touch in both of those rounds, doing his best to push towards that middle X, using the other X's to bound up to ensure he does not take fire from the enemy team. It's really interesting to sort of watch how both speed off break as well as caution off the break matters. We've seen some players get shot right off the break, get shot right off the line. A lot of these players have plenty of target practice, excellent marksmen with their blasters, which makes it hard to get to cover. Obviously, there's a temptation to go straight for the middle cover, but if you do that, some of these marksmen are certainly going to take your head off, decapitating you with whatever foam of their choice they're slinging.
Alrighty, everyone.
Listening to head ref Josh, she's going to tell us who's next on deck. Ready for our next rounds.
RPI Code Red on red and Nebula on blue.
Both of these...
RPI Code Red on red, Nebula on blue.
Both of these teams, certainly teams that are visiting.
Friendly Fire and Tornado Bro.
As someone... Nebula about halfway travelers and halfway people who make their home here in New Jersey. Be interesting to see how the two groups play together. We have some all the way out from California. There's certainly some very talented competitive players out there, so they are no stranger to the game, although they might be slightly strange to the formats. It'll be interesting to see how those sort of alien natures of the format sort of mesh with the players like Jed and Zelkos Jason, who are certainly more experienced with the rule sets. Alternatively,
I can't move from the box.
we're getting once again ready on the field now. Code Red on Team Red. Very fitting to start our third or fourth match of the day. Both teams look like they're composed of a relatively balanced slinger versus flywheeler loadouts. You see, Nebula is certainly no stranger to this game. Once again, some very highly tuned blasters, some very nice gizmos and gadgets. However, that is not everything. The player makes the blaster. The blaster certainly does not make the player. Both teams coming out absolutely breaking it off the start. A very hard, high-paced game. You see, we already have two tucked into the Snake. Jed getting a tag, getting it with momentum, ready to move, ready to crawl. On our ladder side, you see we have Thon doing his best, taking those long-range Springer picks. Jed, once again, with his momentum. These tiny offerings from out of darts offer so much movement, especially when you're small, someone like Rogue Contra. No, he's built for the Snake, staying at a mighty height of about 5'6", 5'5". Oh, takes a shot from an enemy that he did not see is there. Once again, that is the danger of the Snake. You have so much offensive pressure if you can capture it, if you can get in there first, but you are so blind behind these huge gray squares. The moment that you realize that an enemy is somewhere that you did not realize, you are usually out, putting your hands up, ready to go to the player's box. You see, they are ready to make a move towards the middle, taking shots over the X, going for a flag run, and we have Code Red getting a flag push in our first round of this particular match. You see, certainly some celebratory cheers coming from one side. Nebula certainly needs to do a little bit of regrouping, figure out how they're going to stop that offensive pressure. Really interesting to see, because it looked like Nebula coming out of the gate was ready to go fast, ready to pull their trigger on their flywheels and let darts fly. You know, fly wheels, call it for a reason. Restaying the flag, ready for another match, another round of this match. We're going to have a little guest say hello. This is Dart Sweep.
pumping.
Here, hop in.
Hello, my fellow pumpling enthusiasts. It's Andrew, aka Dirt Sweep. And we are here at BPOC 2024. And as you can see, the field is hashtag strong.
Once again, we have Midnight on the red team, Code Red on the blue, doing a little bit of a reversal from their namesake. Ready for another round. It'll be interesting to see once again how Nebula tries to counter this push. Jed once again sliding into the snake almost instantly. And we saw that last round. He was able to push almost all the way through the snake. However, got stopped with the goalkeeper at the end of one of these gray squares.
Got Tahova in the back as well.
Tahova, a very, very precise
Zelko's
springer player.
towards the middle.
Tahova is someone you certainly do not want to peek your head out against.
Zelko's with the flag grab. 2 points.
Once again, even if you don't get the flag push, just the first touch is really imperative in making sure you're positive in the left
They're not worried
flat.
about a limb. And they got the limb, I think, before flag touch.
Let's hear from head ref Josh if it's an limb or if it is a flag push. It is a flag push, I believe, in the hands of Zelkos. Once again, sort of flipping the roles there, not worrying about the eliminations, worrying about putting just enough offensive pressure to draw their attention from their flag runner, which seemed to be successful. Both teams getting a flag push from the side of red. Whether that's indicative of the red side being slightly stronger for flag pushing, I personally doubt it, but sort of we're going to wait to see as we continue on watching some of these games. Thanks again to Dark Sweep for stepping in. Certainly got to take a breather after his amazing pair of flag dashes, getting the first touch of the previous match with Mystic Vapor. As we sit around waiting for the next match to start, I hope you guys are once again having fun. If you have questions in the chat, we're going to be doing our best to keep our eye on the chat as well. Do our best to interact with you as you all can interact with us. I am just now hearing from our head res Josh that red was actually scored 10 points for that match due to a false start on the opposite side. That can be really tough. A lot of these players itching with anticipation, ready to run to the field, ready to start for this very anticipated event. However, get too eager, you start handing points to the other team. Friendly fire on red. Friend B fire, my mistake. You see, we look like we have mainly a Springer composition, looking like the two flywheels they're using are a Quick and a Spirit. The rest going with the Springer. Should be interesting to see how those interact with the longer range peaks. The other side on blue, we have Tornado Bros. Seeing some familiar faces to the actual competitive game, although these are both certainly new teams as in team compositions. Regardless if these players have played before on the competitive field, it matters a lot of having played with each other.
Get there. Get to your spot.
There are certainly plenty of familiar faces. We have Jade from Foamdemic. We have, on the other side, Adriel, a very familiar face to me in the Maryland scene, ready with his Quick. Some faces that you all might have seen if you had been watching the last few years. Mur, what's currently the most popular blaster platform right now? Fun fact, over all of the blasters that have been released, the Lynx has won the most tournaments. Whether that is because the most popular teams or the most, I suppose, prolific teams like Magic Smoke, like Nebula, just prefer the Lynx due to its compact size, or just because that's how good it is, it's sort of hard to say. But that has certainly been putting in numbers. We've also been seeing a lot of new brushless blasters, whether it's the SBF, whether it's FTLs have been popular for a long time, so less so FTLs, the Spirits, Momentums. These brushless blasters have sort of exploded, certainly giving a boon to the flywheel players. I myself am a flywheel player, so I can certainly sympathize with that. Once again, both these teams seem to have a slightly heavier Springer composition. See, Friend B Fire has gotten the first touch, scoring those points for themselves. We see Adriel is tucked in the snake, ready for that Quick. With such a small platform, it can be hard to get him out of that cover. He barely has to peek, he barely has to expose himself. That is one of the boons and one of the bonuses of using such a small platform. You're able to maneuver and you're able to peek around cover better, peek around faster. Oh, taking a bit of a trade Friendly Fire popping out to take a member of Tornado Boys, only to take a hit themselves. Picking up the flag once again from Friendly Fire, we have someone with the spirit, ready to run up the right side, being able to keep that flywheeler. Flywheelers also certainly have an advantage in regards to pushing the flag. Most springers need 2 hands to fire their blaster, provided that they are not AEBs. In order to prime your blaster, you obviously need both hands on their grips. And that is something flywheelers just do not have to worry about, being able to exert offensive pressure while running the flag. And it looks like Friendly Fire gets the flag push, hearing another whistle from one of our refs, Kevin. That's MG Kevin, once again, an awesome ref and an awesome event organizer here. Definitely a staple of SDA and the UNO group. They're going to reset once again, flipping sides. Now Friendly Fire taking to the blue, and Tornado Boys taking to the red. I could be mistaken, but Tornado Boys is a bit of a pickup team, although with some of the shots and some of the movements they were able to make, it doesn't look like it. These people certainly no stranger to the competitive field, even if they haven't necessarily played together. I now have Adam with me. Adam, go ahead and tell us a little bit about yourself. Tell us the team you're playing with, some of the blasters you're using as we sort of get ready for this next match.
So I'm playing with UNO Reverse, but I'm a Marylander, so I'm down from Maryland up for the weekend. They let me hop on their team. So I'm running a Spirit mainly, and then I have a Cynthia as a backup. Probably won't use that Cynthia today because it's a bolt action. Not the best for comp.
As we've seen, the Spirit has become such a popular option. I was talking earlier about how it was open source. Once again, actually created by somebody from Maryland. Happy to give out files, happy to give out source code. So they are certainly ready to go at it. We have Tornado Boys once again on the red. It'd be interesting to see how they sort of compensate for this more aggressive strategies, trying to push towards that middle. I think it is really important that people get the flag push, get the first touch. You see Jade sliding right into the snake, sitting with a Springer. We've seen in the past some players have been really effective in close range with the Springer, which might seem counterintuitive. You would think that the slower rate of fire and the fact that you need to prime it might make it harder to be using in close quarters. But the problem is that compared to a flywheeler, Springers don't have to rev. You pull the dart and you pull the trigger and a dart comes flying out. And if you hit in the first shot, you certainly don't need a second. Rate of fire becoming irrelevant. You see, we have lots of action happening on the snake side. Both players pushing up towards each other. Jade and Adriel, I don't even think they realize that the other person is there. They are so close to each other. And yet, once again, we talk about how hard it is to see through the gray. You see, the ladder side is clear, ready for some sort of push, some sort of move. You see, the flank is sort of messy. Adriel pushing to the right. Adriel gets that hit on Jade. Adriel going around sweeping 2 players, doing his best not to get the totally limb, so they're able to get the flag push. You see Friendly Fire trying to go for the flag run and getting shot before that.
Why was Andrew yelling?
Look. Yeah, that looks like an elimination round to me. However, it's important to note that these players need to make sure they drop the flag. That did not happen that time. The moment a dart touches their body, the flag is once again back in play, out of the player's hands. What do you think about that match, Adam?
It was interesting because they had a reverse there, right? They swapped sides at one point, and you had people chasing their own players, and you had people not really knowing who was who.
Yeah, I mean, at one point we saw Charlie, one of the Springer players for Friendly Fire with the Harrier or the Seagull, actually push up all the way to the side and almost shoot their teammate due to the fact that they pushed so far. Adriel, in particular, the person using the Quick with the headphones, was able to push all the way around, getting 2 eliminations from behind their opponent. I think that's sort of a testament to, once again, how small and how agile the platform like the Quick is, you know. When your blaster is so small, smaller than a Maverick, it becomes really easy to maneuver around cover compared to something a little bit longer.
So one of the hardest things about this game, and you'll see this in the teams that are doing really well, is they have good field awareness, so they'll know exactly where the different players are. And so if you know where the other players are, you can make that run. You saw a little bit of a hesitation in this last match where the player with the flag didn't know that he should have just been booking for it. If he would have just ran immediately instead of trying to take some cover, he might have been able to make it all the way there.
Yeah, and once again, flag push is really important to be getting, because even though the actual points between the 2 teams within the actual individual matches don't matter, every point counts at the end of the day for the round robin.
Yeah, especially for that round robin. You just want to get as many points as possible. It doesn't really matter too much if you give up points. You want to get points.
Yeah, giving up a few points is certainly better if it means that you score more in the end, which I think makes this game mode a lot faster and more interactive than a double or single elimination bracket.
It does make it interesting, though, when you switch to the elimination bracket, because you have to change your play style. If you're just going for points and taking risky moves, that's not always the best for elimination bracket, because you can get eliminated by not getting enough points.
Yeah,
by not getting the win on the match.
And we've seen a lot of people at MFT sort of had to rebalance their strategies as we get to Final 8s and Final 4s. Your life matters a whole lot more. Here, when we're doing the round robin, you can afford to take those trades. That is certainly not necessarily the case otherwise. As you see, Adam in the blue shirt, our previous host, now doing his best to inflate the cover a little bit, ensuring that everything is up and ready for defensive maneuvers. Don't do that. Yeah, we're going to get ready for this next match, but once again, it's been really interesting. Once again, if you all have any questions or comments or any sort of interactions you'd like to give to us, we have eyes on the chat. Yeah, thanks for fixing that cover, Adam. We appreciate it. You got to keep our cover up to date, up to our standards here at SCA.
Yeah, unfortunately, we got a little bit of a leak in that snake, and so it's about every 2 matches we're going to have to refill it.
Once again, I think it's been really interesting. We saw 2 weeks ago at the TNT event, most of the snake was composed of the slightly taller cover, which made it really, really safe. I think that the snake, sort of by nature of it, by nature of the beast, if you can get in it and if you can keep your head down and keep those fire across the field for those cross shots, it's such a powerful position to be in. But it's so risky due to the fact that you have such little visibility as to who's on the opposite side of those huge gray squares. Alternatively, we look at the ladder side. The ladder side obviously has these massive squares. You see, not a whole lot of opportunity for crawling like we saw Jed do on the snake side. A lot of the ladder side being used for slightly slower pushes, bounding and bounding and bounding, doing their best to support the players in the middle.
Because I mean, those big bricks are really blinding. So if you get behind it, it's really easy to not know exactly where everyone is.
Definitely. If you see, depending on the angle as well, it looks like you're really safe from a lot of the field. But particularly, once again, talking about the offensive pressure of the snake, they're able to make some really efficient cross picks. Once again, we have our head ref Josh here, making sure things are running quickly, running smoothly. It looks like we have Misfits over here on the red. Coaches on the side. Coaches are also so imperative. Coaches here act as another set of eyes, another set of ears for what is happening. Adam was earlier talking about that field awareness, and coaches are so important for that. Your eyes and your ears cannot be everywhere, even amongst players. You know, you're too busy looking down sight, down your scope or whatever, and so it can be hard to see what's going to the left, what's going on to the right.
Well, one thing I've noticed is that if you're a flywheeler, you can't even hear your coach. So there's actually an advantage to being a springer because you're actually able to hear what the other players are saying a little bit more.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we both use Spirits, and the Spirit has an exposed flywheel cage, and they are loud. When you get those motors whirring, it can be hard to hear what is going on around you. As you see, a lot of the coaches who have been doing this for a little bit longer will use like a hand count in order to determine how many players are left.
Kevin, are you good, ref? I need two.
Thank you for the kind messages to the announcers. We certainly appreciate it. We're just here to have fun. You couldn't get me to stop flapping my gums if you tried. It's sort of a nature of me. Yeah, once again, we will be seeing how Misfits sort of adjust their strategy. Kyle, I know, is we see. We can't really see him, can we? We have some Saber products here on the red, which are certainly known for being very, very high precision, high performance for very long. It'll be interesting to see how that precision, yet those long barrels sort of interact with our cover. Typically, we've seen blasters like the Lynx that are a little bit more tightly compact perform really well. However, certain precision is certainly something you look for, so it'll be interesting to see how these two things interact. You see, we lose one member of Misfits right off the break. Uno pushing very, very hard. You see, in the snake, we have a Spirit absolutely going to town full auto. Once again, a lot of Uno style tends to be high-powered flywheelers coming out with as much firepower out of the gate in order to overwhelm their opponents. I think that the slower rate of fire, specifically the Springer players on Misfits, are going to have a lot of trouble dealing with that. We have Rob going for a run again. See, Rob once again.
He takes out Kyle.
Take out Kyle. Rob pushing. Rob, that is his second flag push of the day between two matches. Certainly fast on his feet. It's really interesting to see. He actually recently got his Spirit. Once again, Spirit performing really well over the last few months. Rob, traditionally a Springer player, has definitely been stepping up his game, ready to be more aggressive, do something a little bit out of his comfort zone from what he's done in the past, and he's doing it well. It's been great to see the way people have adapted, the way people have become almost this Swiss Army knife players, able to fill any role. So if you were,
I'm pretty sure Rob got me in our first match from point blank over that center.
Yeah, that center is certainly a point of contention.
And it was one of those things. I lost my field awareness, and so I got bunkered.
Yeah, once again, these taller covers especially can just be so hard to see through, so hard to see over. If you were Misfits, Adam, if you were the Misfits captain, how do you think that you approach this? How do you think you advise your players in order to try to combat some of this higher firepower coming from UNO?
Oh, that's a tough one. I mean, they're going to get in there and they're going to just lay down some fire. But if you can get your outrange them, right? Because the springers are always going to outrange the flywheelers, so you're hoping for that. But if they get in close, you're going to have some real trouble keeping up with them.
I think that's definitely a good assessment. Once again, I think one of the biggest things that Misfits can do is just try to make it about a third way up the field and just hold it, doing their best to not let UNO push and do the thing that UNO wants to do, even if they get a flag cap. Getting the eliminations is so much more important in the grand scheme of things for the round robin. We are back at it. Once again, hearing the whistle. Time to go, go, go. Misfits, once again, doing their best to find their cover, find their spots where they can make sure to make those picks without exposing themselves too much. You see, this time they did not lose anyone off the break, not trying to rush it quite as much, slowing the game down, which I think is certainly in their favor due to the fast nature of the UNO's gameplay. You see, once again, Lost Boys, number 845, going ham with the Spirit. You see, he is he's a double magazine for the Spirit, ready to fire, screaming his absolute lungs out, doing his best. Now we have two in the snake for UNO. The ladder side relatively open, doing their best to push up with Ness. Ness getting the elim before a flag push is delivered, although I do believe that UNO got the first touch. I'm not entirely sure on that.
UNO did get the first touch in that one.
Thank you very much, Adam. You know, a lot going on, a lot of things for the eyes to see on this field. Yeah, I think, once again, so much offensive firepower is certainly really hard to combat, especially in the earlier rounds as you start to get awareness of this field, start to understand a little bit more about these angles. The field's changed from every single event back to back, so it can become really hard. It can become really, really hard to sort of know your sight lines, especially coming into this without the opportunity to adjust and adapt. You want to say something? Yeah, we have some people in the chat. We have some people in the chat certainly interacting, which we're very, very happy to see. Yeah, someone commented on the Venom Pro that was here. The Venom Pro is a lot less FPS than you were able to use, but it's so small that we saw that the person with the Venom Pro was able to push so fast. Magic Smoke on Red, once again, sort of the team to beat. Taking both MFTs, taking last year's BPOC. A-Team in the past has actually done relatively well against Magic Smoke, better than a lot of teams can say that they have done. And I think a lot of that is due to the fact that they have some high-quality blasters and certainly some high-quality players. It's really interesting because I know A-Team plays a good bit more indoors, having spoken to their captain, sort of the nature of the beast of living in somewhere so cold. So they are used to this indoor environment. When a lot of these Magic Smoke players, the main indoor events that they go to are these big tournaments. Most of the games that we play are outside, out in the sun, out with winds. Certainly having more environmental factors than we have here at SCA. No winds here. Darts are going to fly that we're going to fly, and we're not going to be embedded by whatever Mother Nature decides that it wants us to do. Once again, a big thank you to all of our refs. We have a lot of volunteer refs, people who are on teams that are obviously not currently playing, so we're doing our best to make sure that people are taking their hits, although obviously we run an honor system here, and I don't think anyone is concerned about cheating. This is for no stakes, it is for fun, and it is certainly to get better.
And it is definitely the #1 casual tournament in Nerf.
I would agree, yeah. I mean, I would say the only other tournament that is, at this degree, is MFT, and that is certainly not casual, right? That's a sweat fest, which is certainly its own fun, but a little bit different from BPOC.
Yeah, and amazingly, we have, what, 12, 13 teams?
We're at 13 teams for today, which is actually a 30% increase from how many teams we had last year, which is pretty substantial. Yeah, I believe last year there was 9 teams, and now there's 13.
And I think it just speaks to the work that Jason and Jed are doing with TNT. Like, they're getting people into comp. They're getting people to want to play. And this is such a good way to sort of put your feet in. I mean, you see teams like Misfits that are kind of dipping their feet in, a little bit new, same with Tornado Boys. And they're able to come, they're able to score points, and they're able to enter in a more approachable manner without just getting pub stomped like it might happen at MFT. Magic Smoke pushing up right to the front. Chara once again getting the first touch, as they always seem to do. It's interesting, they didn't go for the snake this time.
Yeah, that's really rare for the Magic Smoke, I think. Magic Smoke knowing a lot of their strategies. You know, obviously I'm not going to divulge too much, but we've seen historically they love the snake. Getting those cross map shots, because as long as you can keep your head down, once again, we've talked so much today about the offensive pressure it's able to deliver. You see, Magic Smoke has lost their captain in the form of Jesse, but there's still plenty of firepower coming from Momentums, coming from Griffins, coming from Spirits. Coming from an Orca, once again, another blaster designed by Magic Smoke members.
And there goes Junior heading up into the snake. He hit the center right off the bat.
Yeah, you see, he's crawling, making great use of how low that snake is.
And there goes Chara. She's
running up the side. Junior doing his best to support them. And Chara gets that flag push. That is the third flag push today for Chara. Chara definitely being the runner of Magic Smoke, which seems to be a very effective strategy. It's really interesting to see, though. A lot of players and a lot of teams have sort of gotten shot right off break going for the X. Magic Smoke, they still do the bounding, but they just do it so much faster that it becomes hard to stop that offensive pressure. Yes, Ian, once again, we have 13 teams today, which is an awesome number. Certainly the most BPOC has ever had. This is the second year of BPOC, it having been started last year. And I think the fact that only in 1 year, it has grown in such a substantial amount and sort of has become a lot more legit has been really awesome to see.
We do have a lot of teams out here on the East Coast, so that does help quite a bit. I think we have three or four teams down from the Maryland, Virginia area, and then there's three teams made of UNO people here too. UNO obviously being the club here that plays in a mix of New Jersey and New York. Do we know how many pickup teams we had today?
I think we had at least 3. I don't know that for a fact, but we can fact check that in a little bit.
Jed, how many pickup teams do we have today?
We have 3 pickup teams here today at TNT event. BPOC.
Thanks, Jed.
Yeah, once again, as Adam was saying, this is an awesome sort of mix of casual and competitive. A great way for players to dip their foot in competitive without feeling too intimidated. We are here for fun. There were no stakes. The check says 1 trillion kisses, so certainly no money on the line for today.
Who owes those kisses?
I don't know. Maybe it's the event organizers. If they're coming from Jed or Jason, I might have to start playing. I don't know. 18 once again running forward. Lots of firepower. Blue actually carrying a magazine in his mouth, which is something I haven't seen. 18 loses a player right off the break, taken out by Wonder Boy Justice, who's taken up strong position on the ladder. You see, he is number 77. That Lynx is laser accurate. Yesterday at APOC, he was doing the exact same thing, shooting people from further than they realized. Sarah now crawling in the snake, losing her GoPro. Certainly so excited, so ready. Once again, we've seen so much of Magic Smoke is taking these strong offensive positions. And we see Sarah, number 43, getting a tag on Adrian, who's also number 43. Battle
the captain gets the
43.
first touch.
See, it looks like there's only one left. Sarah doing her best to hide herself from Blue.
She's waiting to see if she can...
That looks like an elimination to me before there was a flag push, but Sarah just could not let a very talented player with a high rate of fire like Blue have a chance of wiping out any more teammates in the long run.
Well, the amazing thing there is Sarah's a field awareness. She knew that she might get a flag push, so instead of shooting Blue right away because he was the last player, she actually just sat there where he couldn't see her and was ready to take him out.
Yeah, I mean, it was especially important to the fact that Blue had no idea that she was there, right? If Blue had any sort of idea that he was there, he could have tucked her, we could have shot her, forcing her to make that shot. But she was able to keep her head down and keep that awareness around her in order to make sure she didn't get that elimination too early before it was a risk. Earlier today, we were talking about that risk-reward, trying to balance the desire to keep your players and keep them from getting eliminations versus scoring points to the round robin, which has been really interesting to see as it continues to play out.
Yeah, it was interesting. In my second match, my second round, I tried to go for the center flag again and get that first touch, but the UNO Draw 5 had learned from my first round, so they were able to tag me out before I get there.
Yeah, I remember it looked like you had got shot pretty early in the break, which is really prone to happen with players so precise. Obviously, there's a lot of sight lines, so as you start to get sort of ready and adjusted to the field, it can become so hard to get used to it. Once again, thank you, Adam, for refilling our cover with air, making sure that the cover is inflated. Encourage people to keep their heads up.
Hi everyone, this is Elkos. Just dropping in real quick to say, hope you guys are enjoying BPOC in the stream. And yeah, thank you for being here.
Yeah, thank you, Zelkos, an awesome tournament organizer, awesome event organizer. We would not be able to have these great events, these awesome opportunities to play competitive without people willing to set it up.
All right, well, I'm going to let Evan do his thing, and we'll continue doing what we're doing.
Thanks again. Maybe we'll hear from you again later. We have Dart Royalty getting ready on red. Not entirely sure who's on the blue team right now, on the blue side. Listening carefully for Josh, making sure we have enough refs to make sure things are running smooth.
Hello.
Hello, I have Ben Lamb here with me.
What's up, guys?
Welcome, Ben.
I'm on draw 5 today.
Tell us a little bit about what you're running, a little bit about how you've been doing.
I've been doing pretty well. I played the first match with Momentum, and then I coached the second one.
Yeah, Momentum has been definitely a super popular answer up here, especially in the UNO, the New York, the New Jersey groups. I've seen a lot more Momentums than like in Maryland, for example. For some reason, an A-team player doing his best to get off the field, ideally.
There they go.
We have Code Red now on the blue side against their namesake versus Dart Royalty on the blue. I'm sorry, on the red. Mia now sliding into the snake. Once again, a very popular member, a very talented member of Dart Royalty.
We're now on a 4-5 with was it? I don't know this.
4-5 with Dart Royalty.
Dart Royalties, yeah, we have 5 people.
Yeah, it's currently 5 for Dart Royalty, 4 for Code Red. You see, we have a Code Red player and a Dart Royalty player certainly doing their best to take each other out, trying to exert as much offensive pressure. The moment you capture these snake, you capture so many opportunities for these long cross shots that can be so hard to defend against, especially on the ladder side. As we see, the ladder side a little bit more empty, although we have one member of Dart Royalty trying to do her best to push up with the spirit. As we switch perspectives, you can tell the other team has no idea she is there behind the red cover. She is so hard to see, so obscured by these large squares that it becomes really hard. Mia once again taking advantage of those shots cross-field with the snake, not quite pushing fully into the snake, sort of in an opening bounding square for cover.
Dart Royalty got a Lynx pushing up center too. No flag touch as of yet.
No flag touch as of yet, and it'll be interesting to see if they try to go for it before the eliminations. Once again, we've sort of been talking about trying to stop the bleeding, stop the opponent from scoring points by getting the elimination.
Flag touch for Dart Royalty.
Flag touch for Dart Royalty, and a score for Dart Royalty.
We're at 5-3 with Dart Royalty in the leading.
Dart Royalty doing a very good job of taking it slow, sort of choosing their picks, choosing when they want to move, not pushing too fast.
They're playing slow, but what's our timer at though? How much time we got left?
We have a little under 30 seconds. It's really interesting. We've yet to see a game go to time, but depending on how this might be the first of the day.
Oh, he's out.
That certainly does not mean that this game is without action. Making those picks, making those long-range shots, doing their best.
We're at 3-4 with 3-3. Oh no, 3-2. 3-2 with
3-2.
With RPI in the lead now.
Yeah, RPI is certainly coming back in the lead. Dart Royalty is actually still up point-wise due to the flag touch.
3, 2.
I believe it'll be the first game going to time.
That's time.
That is time. Hearing the whistle from our head ref Josh.
So good on Dart Royalty for getting the 2-point flag touch, but both teams playing a little too defensively and no one getting that flag push all the way across to the end zones.
Yeah, someone talking about the Alchemist. The Alchemist has certainly seen some play on this field. I know a lot of Alchemists are very dialed in, ready to hit all the way up to that 250 mark.
What have we seen a majority so far this field, you think? I've been seeing a lot of SBL2s.
I've been seeing a lot of SBL2s, I've been seeing a lot of Spirits, and I've been seeing a lot of Lynxes. And honestly, none of those blasters surprised me.
It sounds about right, to be honest. Yeah.
I mean, fun fact, I was talking about this earlier, the Lynx has won more large-scale Nerf tournaments than any other blaster. And I think that's just a testament to how compact it is. When you have blasters like, blasters of old, like the Caliburn, your barrel just is so long, it can be really hard to maneuver around some of these more short covers, these really tight sort of CQB environments, and the Lynx just does it so well with that bullpup design.
I think you're more likely to hit the cover with your Caliburn than you are with the dart on the opponent.
Yeah, right. I mean, don't get me wrong, I love the Caliburn. I have exactly a 300 FPS Caliburn, and it just does not see competitive play. There's no way I'm getting that thing around this cover the way I am with the Lynx. Even the Spirit. The Spirits have become more compact. Some of them actually having these collapsible stocks.
The K
nowadays.
version.
Yeah,
the Spirit K. It's compact carbine form. You've taken off the battery stock, and instead you've got a much more carbine stock with the battery kind of just like taped in there.
Yeah, you certainly can't hold as big of a battery, but if you're willing to switch halfway through the day, it is certainly smaller, certainly more maneuverable.
All right, here we go, the run back.
Yeah, switching sides. Now Dart Royalty on blue, Code Red on their namesake of red. It'd be interesting to see how they sort of adapt. Last round, Code Red actually doing a good job at sort of evening it up towards the end before it went to time. It'll be interesting to see if we actually reach a win condition or if we reach time once again. Looks like once again they're sort of taking it slow.
We got 3 in the center line with 2 back row Springer plays. Dart Royalty's Mia's out. So
yeah, Mia's out quite early, and it looks like now the
Mike's
snake
moving up. Mike got the flag touch.
The snake is almost completely undefended from Code Red. Code Red getting the flag touch. Right now, the game seems to be slightly in their favor. If the game were to end right now, Code Red would be up, although just slightly.
No one's on Snake. If RPI is smart, they can actually take the entire, this left side here.
Snake is so strong, because if you look across,
It's see, to me so far it looks completely empty.
Yeah, if you look across,
oh, RPI's down.
You see both of our players to the that you can see on your screen that have pink blasters are both open for some pretty powerful cross match shots if you close into that snake, if you are able to maintain that cover. However, it can be such a risk because if right now the snake player can have no idea what's going on the opposite side, what's on the gray cover. If you're behind the gray cover, you can just lose so much awareness.
I think we're running a 4-3 with RPI down to 3 and Dark Royalty down to 4.
Yeah, RPI once again down 1 point, but up 1 point for the individual round due to the fact that they did get the first touch.
Dark Royalty's playing super defensive.
Yeah, it's really interesting because we saw from the previous rounds, Dark Royalty was definitely running and gunning. We're doing their best to push that
45 seconds
pressure.
too.
Yeah, once again, this match looks like it might go to time. Both these teams taking their time, making sure they aren't losing bodies for unnecessary reasons, doing their best to keep their heads on a swivel. Obviously, we've seen Code Red come back last round of this match.
They got him pinned
from
down.
a deficit. However, that's certainly hard to do.
That backward links by those 2 tents, hitting down RPI here in the snake.
Yeah, we have plenty of Lynxes on the field, slinging those darts. As I said, the Lynx is one of the most popular blasters for tournament play, and we are seeing why today.
And last 15 seconds, here we go.
15 seconds. If a push is not made, it looks like we're going to time once again. The only round where both, or any of the rounds have gone to the alternate win condition of getting to the time. I think that bodes really well for the defensive players.
They're pushing.
Going for a push. Oh,
that's it. Game.
Going for a push, maybe a little bit risky, losing some points in the opposite direction of Dark Royalty. However, if you make that run, you're certainly up points. So, once again, talking about that calculated risk.
I'll say for this game, though, Dark Royalty is playing super just lockdown defense with RPI just not pushing just hard enough.
Yeah, I think RPI was making a lot of those good picks, making a lot of those good motions, but they just were out of cover just barely enough that they weren't able to obscure themselves from the enemy.
Hey.
That is Tahobo. We're a guest from California that we are glad to see here on Team Nebula.
My wall is hurting from the flight trip.
Well, hopefully the bad guys are hurting more as we deliver some darts down range as we get ready for our next match. We're going to wait for Josh, our head ref, to announce who's on next. Ready for our next match. As we sit and wait, I see some chat is mentioning the Cynthia a little bit. Slav and Skewer mentioned a little bit. Some of these Silly Butts designs have been really interesting because they are able to deliver those performance, but a lot of them, I know Skewer isn't Silly Butts. I know that's Taffy from Caramel Designs. But a lot of these offerings with slightly less traditional rifle ergonomics certainly have been able to hit those numbers, hit that 250 mark. But the traditional ergonomics of a rifle, I know plenty of these players shoot real steel, shoot airsoft, shoot paintball, and I think a lot of that sort of translates here. You see, a lot of these players, including flywheel players, have their VFGs, have their AFGs at the front of their blasters, ready to stabilize in a way that they are used to when dealing with things with a little bit more firepower and a little bit more recoil. Obviously, this is very different. We're going to go back to talking about Nerf.
We have Team Midnight and Team, what is this, Magic Smoke?
This is Mystic Vapor on blue, Midnight on red.
This is a Maryland versus Ohio match.
Yeah, we have a lot of visitors from Ohio. We have some visitors from California. So we've definitely had a lot of people come out ready to play, ready to show their support for their awesome TNT events. Yeah, we have some cheers for Team Midnight. It'll be interesting to see how they sort of adapt their strategies as Team Mystic Vapor has been doing pretty well today. Once again, Team Mystic Vapor is super heavy into commitment to flywheelers.
If you're watching and you have a home team you want to cheer for, let us know. We'll shout them out.
Yeah, let's see. Opinions on the new Grim Reaper jersey. I don't think I've seen the new Grim Reaper jersey, but I assume it is sick. I assume it is probably skull covered, which is something I care a lot about, although certainly not for everyone. Once again, Mystic Vapor giving the ready to Josh, their referee. On the opposite side, we have Midnight, hopefully ready for battle. That was the megaphone. That was not the starting whistle for clarification. The game has not began yet. It's interesting to see. It looks like we have a 3 flywheeler, 2 springer on Team Midnight.
Yep, you have Ray from RPI playing Midnight for today.
Additionally, there's also a T19 on the field, which is pretty rare. Something originally based off the Griffin, turned into sort of its own brushless, awesome blaster. Probably the only T19 I've seen in person. We also have a Meowser. We have a few pump action springers.
Oh, and off the break. Went down off the break.
A second T19 from Thomas dropping.
Ready.
You see Anthony on the far side.
5-4, Misty Smoke going out. We got with a 5.
Up. Nathani dropped relatively early. You see, pushing super heavy pressure on the ladder side between Kirby and Anthony. A Lynx, or actually a Minx, and a NPC actually is being used by its creator. Anthony being the inventor of the NPC using the fly core system.
Anthony is, Andrew is, he's on the Dorito.
Oh, we see Archer going for a huge
Super flank. Oh, it's game, 11.
That is a quick elimination. Archer cleaning it up.
A little too eager, you can't get that flag push, but you clear in house.
Yeah, definitely a little bit eager. However, Mystic Vapor's done a really good job at 9 points. We saw a previous match with Magic Smoke doing their best to be very careful about the field awareness. That's not getting to the final elimination too early. However, Archer doing her best to drop those players to make sure that they don't lose points, make sure that the other team does not score unnecessarily when there are certainly points still left on the table that could still be potentially scored, even if unlikely. And we're going to go ahead and get back into it. The team switching sides, reconsolidating some magazines. Once again, we were talking about earlier about how important it is that these teams very carefully use their darts. And Mystic Vapor, I'm surprised to see they haven't started to run into a few issues with that, seeing that they're using 4 flywheelers, pretty much all dialed to either binary or full auto. For those unaware, binary means it fires when you pull the trigger and fires when you release. Bit of a 2-round burst.
All right, so we did Team Midnight's loadout before. What are we running on Mystic Vapor? Because I see
we have
a Lynx, or is that a Minx?
We have a Minx, 3 Spirits, and Anthony's NPC, which he created himself.
There you go, yeah.
The NPC being the only non-brushless blaster on the side of Mystic Vapor. It's been really interesting to see, once again, brushless has just become so accessible over the last few months and the last few years compared to what it used to be. Brushless now covering the field instead of being a rare sight like a unicorn.
Here we go.
You know, once again, hearing the whistle.
Fast and hard. Sam's hit.
It looks like Midnight is being a little bit careful, actually getting a tag on Mystic Vapor off break instead of losing one of their own. Doing their best to slow down the game a little bit, try to put some reverse pressure, reverse defensive pressure.
Andrew's moving. He's on the Dorito. Oh,
Andrew's tag, dropping the flag.
They do 4-5 with, 4-3 with Midnight in the lead.
Midnight in the lead, although Mystic Vapor did get first touch, will make it a little bit hard to come back. Obviously, it's important to just get those elims, get the points for later in the round robin. Getting another elimination on Mystic Vapor's captain, Ben. Once again, dropping their Spirits players.
Does Midnight know where the flag is?
All 3 Spirits of note have been eliminated. Midnight has the flag, although they are on the side with.
Oh, he's hit.
Oh, flag runner's hit once again. The flag has been passing or being passed around.
We got one.
Being handed back and forth. Kirby doing her best to stop the bleeding with the Minx, make sure no flag is delivered.
Full limb.
That is an elimination for
David
Team
coming
Midnight.
in hot against Kirby.
Yeah, that was definitely fast. I mean, we were talking about previously how Springers are almost arguably better for CQB because you pull the dart and you pull the trigger and a dart comes out. There is no rev up time. Provided you hit your first shot. The moment you decide you want to fire a second one, flywheelers are probably your better bet, having a lot higher of a rate of fire.
I'm a little surprised that we even have a Minx on the field, considering how much smaller they are.
Well,
we have a 250, right? 250 cap?
A 250 cap for our Springers today.
But so how hard is the Minx hitting then?
That Minx is hitting about 210, 220.
That's pretty good. That's really good, actually.
I mean, and we were talking about how the Lynx has sort of been very competitive players have definitely been drawn to the Lynx due to its compact form. The Minx obviously just does that better, even if you're not able to quite hit that cap. Inside here, especially on a field like this, that 250, although it's nice and although it definitely helps for the longer peaks and the longer picks, not always necessary.
Your field movement is super important on these kind of fields.
I mean, if you can just bound up 1 or 2 more covers, you can make up that distance, and you end up being in a better situation due to the fact that less of you is exposed.
If you can cut those corners, it saves you a lot of time, and it gives you a lot more options to shoot.
Thank you, Ben. He's going to get ready to go for his match. We're going to cheer him on, certainly. Talk about the inverted scales. I don't believe Midnight had an inverted scales that round, although it could be wrong, although I have seen a few of them run around. I know Dart Sweep likes to run around with the inverted scales for more casual games, but I think that AEBs right now, at least personally, have just been in a place of inconsistency and unreliability. I know for all the teams that I've been with, all the teams that I've interacted with, if they get their comp ready blasters ready, they pull the trigger 10 times and 10 darts do not come out, they do not see the field. We have people walking around We see Sarah, a member of Magic Smoke, just walking out of frame, volunteering to be a ref. Once again, a lot of volunteers here, ready to help things move smoothly. General perception, the Dart Zone dictator for comp. I mean, I think he sort of has a lot of the same opinions of the regular Dart Zone blasters. However, the reload is just too finicky, you know, loading into the back. So I don't think it's seen a whole lot of play. I know for the first MFT they gave them as prizes, but I think most of the blasters we see have a little bit more of a traditional ergonomic shape just for those high-speed reloads. I see. Ian's saying that they do have a member, Team Midnight, that uses the inverted scales, but not quite able to attend today, unfortunately. I believe that might have been a member who came down with an illness, so unable to attend, unfortunately. You see, we have Jed carefully sitting in the snake. Barely poking out, barely enough for our camera to see him, much less the opponents. I went this one. Oh, sorry. Yeah, you see Midnight doing their best to push up the opposite side, pushing up the left flank so that they can cover Jason for the flag run. Jason keeping his head down despite the fact that he's getting sprayed with fire. Oh, Jason taking it, being eliminated, being dropped. That is an elim for Team Nebula. Team Nebula getting the elim, I believe it going 4-0, 3-0, something of that sort. Nebula definitely getting a clean touch as well as a flag touch. Certainly no flag run. That would be more points, but certainly interesting. If you look in the middle of your screen, you actually see Boomstick, one of the Maryland locals, carry around a 50-round drum, which is really interesting to see. Certainly mitigates an issue with reloads. If you're able to spray 50 shots without having to touch your magazine, you're able to put on so much offensive pressure, no break in the fire, go, 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 especially with a high speed, a high rate of fire blaster like the Spirit. Do AEBs have recoil? I would say most AEBs that I have fired have about the same recoil as like a low-powered airsoft gun. Certainly more recoil than something like a flywheeler, but I certainly would not quantify it as real recoil for anyone who's interacting with real steel at all. Okay, switching sides now. Nebula on red. We have Uno on blue. Once again, a lot of flywheelers coming from Uno Reverse, or Draw 5. Once again, Jed and Adam fighting over the snake here. Yeah, thank you. Jed doing his best to get that quick reload. His momentum was so small, as well as his body being so small, makes it really easy to switch hands to maneuver that blaster around, get those tags. Nebula getting an early lead here, also getting the first touch. Once again, just doing so well and keeping up that offensive pressure. Go, 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 go. Seems like he does need 2 or 3 players just to run as fast as they can, doing their best to paint the bad guys with foam, leaving the remainder of the team to do their best to get the flag, to establish those careful picks, to establish those defenses to make sure they don't get ran up on either of the flanks. Jehovah and Jed pushing really far into the enemy's back line. You see Jed is ready to run it, although he does not have the flag. He's ready to merely run it for the sake of shooting behind. Staying a little bit more casually, ready to take those shots. You know he has those shots one-handed with the momentum. He is not worried about getting those elims, especially the second round. He does not have to save any of his brand new darts.
So say, next time, go behind and save yourself.
Jehovah running an SBL2, a blaster that we've also seen pop up a little bit more recently. Jehovah asking for the mic, handing it over to them.
Hello, I'm a Jehovah's Witness. Have you guys heard of our Lord and Savior, Gavin Fuzzy?
A Gavin Fuzzy shield. There's certainly no shortage of those out there in California. Yeah, the SBL has become an awesome platform, certainly a little bit more robust than the original SBL, as well as smaller, which I think caters to this very high-speed, offensive, competitive play really, really well. Once again, as competitive continues to progress, the blaster just keeps getting smaller and smaller, faster and faster. Wait. Yeah. Well, yeah, once again, that was a victory for Nebula, getting a pair of quick eliminations with some first touches as well.
This is Zelkos on the mic. How are you guys doing today?
Good. What do you think of that match, Zelkos? I know you just played in it, obviously. Give us sort of a rundown of some of the strategical plays that we saw sort of running across the field.
Yeah, so what happened was I got the flag the first run, and then I thought the snake side was clear, and when I was running towards it, I saw Thad blocking at the tents there, and then I kind of was like, whoop, I can't go anymore, and I stopped, and then my team basically took the rest of them out. And then for the next one, I kind of did the same thing where I ran into the.
I can do it right now.
I ran into the to get the flag, and then when I was kind of at the flag, or I think it was at the X.
Thank you, Jehovah. Hey.
Hey.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
I don't know if that picked it up, but we're PG-13, so hopefully we haven't used our budget for one F-bomb.
Yeah, no one F-bomb. I get to use that later today at some point.
I'll pay the fine.
That was Jehovah, by the way, a Nebula team member.
Yeah,
so we're going to get going on the next match, I assume, soon.
Yeah. Yeah, try and get some refs ready for this next match. We saw the player previously playing with the Venom has now switched to the Nexus Pro X. Yeah, I do agree. The easy EM drum is a little bit oddball, but it seems effective, especially with a blaster like the Spirit. Yeah, snake play is definitely some of the most interactive, as well as the play of the ladder. The middle sometimes becomes a little bit of a cluster. Struggling to get certain tags. Ooh, we see Phil gets tagged out really early. Ooh. You see our team from the blue is taking a little bit of a bleeding, doing their best to stop it before it gets too bad. Just so much offensive power coming from the other side. Yeah, we see Adobo pushing up, doing their best. Can we get him in the frame at once? Adobo definitely pushing up a truck with that super long saber. Once again, having to tuck really far out of cover due to the fact that those long barrels just are such a hindrance in these tight sort of CQB environments. Once again, just a testament to how powerful blasters like the Lynx and the Momentum are. Things that are so small that they're not really impeding really past your natural frame of your body. That was a relatively quick cleanup. Coming from Friendly Fire, Friend B Fire, as I was corrected earlier, versus Adobo. But it'll be interesting to see how they sort of change their strategies. I know we have some visitors from Utah.
With a long blaster like I do, I used to be a goalie. You have to play back from your cover because you get more angles. Oh, sorry, be right back.
Yeah, no, as Buju was saying, as I sort of try to finish his thought, trying to play back certainly slows the gameplay, and a lot of this gameplay is about being able to move and push when you need to, about being able to ready to go. And if you can't go on command, then maybe your blaster becomes more of a hindrance.
Well, and with competition, he was talking about you got to stand further back from your cover so that you can get to where you want it, and that does expose you a little bit more.
Here, he's back. He can finish his thought.
No, it definitely does. But when you're playing with a Springer, something with a long barrel, you're probably playing with a powerful Springer. So if you're hanging back, you actually can get more cover staying further back, but give yourself more of a field of fire because you're more aware of what's going on in front of you because you have a better view.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting to see how these players sort of watch that careful balance, the difference between these high-precision Springers with the desire to be very mobile and move around. Obviously, a longer barrel and a bigger plunger tube is going to send your dart faster and ideally straighter with the right setups. However, that can sometimes become a hindrance, once again, as we've sort of been talking about. We see Derek with the Springer. Derek's son, owner of Frontline Foam, try to run up, but doesn't quite get there. We see this time Friendly Fire taking it a little bit slower, doing their best to make those peaks. Once again, they have a pretty high Springer composition. We see Adriel pushing up in the Snake, actually pushing towards his own dad, Uncle Phil. Both doing their best to deliver shots at the other. They are certainly no stranger to shooting at each other. They actually prefer not to play on the same team. Maybe that's a little bit of karma for when Adriel doesn't clean his room or whatever, Ooh, we have Adriel running up the side. Adriel and his dad. Adriel taking shots from Phil. Uncle Phil doing his best to keep running and gunning with his Griffin. Running around. We see it looks like Friendly Fire is trying to push up. Charlie pushing up to the latter side of the field, the far side of the field from our commentating booth. Ooh, we have Charlie trying to run the flag, trying to get there before any elim for either team to score. Not quite getting there, dropping the flag. Nathani going for it, being dropped. I did hear a ref whistle. Not entirely sure which whistle that's from. Waiting on results. People are still running. They're still screaming, but a whistle has been blown. Waiting for our head ref, Josh, to sort of give us a final verdict on exactly what is happening due to some confusion.
It was in a limb.
Oh yeah, never.
I think that was an elimination. A little bit hard to hear over some of this pandemonium, but we're going to get the results to you in 1 second. In the meantime, if you all have any questions, anything you want to shout out, please feel free in the chat. We love interacting with you guys, and we're glad you're here.
Guys, good game.
But yeah, Momentum is pretty exclusively from out of darts. Not super open source. One thing you know without open source platforms, if it is coming from out of darts, if it is coming from their hands, you are in good hands, certainly. So certainly pros and cons of different release schedules and types. I do know that most brushless blasters do take far longer to solder and to wire up than your regular, brushed setups. You can pump out a few brushed Griffins in a few days. You try to do that with brushless blasters, you're probably going to have a harder time. Okay, you can scroll.
I do. For what?
We have a player over the sidelines that you can't see giggling with an easy drum inside of a Momentum. Giggling like a madman, boomstick. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, the fastest reload is a reload that you do not have to do with a big easy drum like that. Interesting to see the easy drum actually might be bigger than the momentum it was sitting in. Misfits on red, RPI on blue. You got it. Jehovah now stepping in front to show us what this easy E drum monstrosity looks like. Once again, the drum bigger than the blaster, I think. Probably weighing more as well. About the same. 50-50 between the magazine and the blaster. Certainly an interesting spread. Not one that we're used to. But when you don't have to do nearly as many reloads at such a high rate of fire, it's probably efficient. We'll sort of have to wait and see how it continues through the day, see how it continues to perform in the hands of Boomstick. Once again, we have Misfits on red, RPI on blue. RPI having to wait 1 round before reaching their namesake red spot. Once again, Misfits is definitely taken to more of a Springer role, trying to make those picks, although earlier we did have one player using a Venom Pro being very aggressive. Yeah, so talking the difference between brushed and brushless blasters, first and foremost, the biggest difference for me is that a lot of brush blasters, you can burn out motors, and they are just simply not smart enough to stop the spinning. You usually don't run into that with a brushless blaster. Brushless blasters use things like ESCs to control how fast they spin, how fast your blaster shoots. Blasters like the Spirit, like the SPF, like the FDL, like the Momentum, you can bring them to your 110 FPS HVZ game, click a few buttons, and then go to your 200 FPS competitive game, which is a really powerful feature. Sort of a blaster that comes with a Swiss Army knife that can do it all. And obviously, I think the most powerful blasters are the ones that you are most practiced with. But we see Kevin doing a leap over the cover. Not in the rules, not allowed, but our referees have a little bit of a, let's call it diplomatic immunity. Hearing the whistle as we are off to another match. RPI, once again on the blue, Misfits on the red, pushing. Misfits losing the Diana player super early before they get that first touch. That first touch, I think, being their goal. RPI definitely getting that first touch. Once again, doing their best to pepper on the opposite side, keep the heads down in order to open up a flank so they can run that flag. It's really important to be scoring these points, even if you give up a few eliminations in the scope of this round robin. The more points you get, the better off you are at the end of the day, regardless if you lose a body or two on the way. You see, they're doing their best to open up their left flank. It looks like their flag runners want to try to run up to the left, trying to push up past where the bad guys are, past their opponent, getting to the end zone, ideally before their shots. A flag push would be really big here because we saw RPI in the last game with Dart Royalty did a good job at keeping it even with eliminations, but just simply couldn't maintain control of the flag, making it harder for them to score more points for the round robin. I have Jed with me, another tournament organizer, Rogue Contra from Nebula. How's it going, Jed?
Yeah, what's good, everyone? How you doing, Evan? How you doing today?
I'm doing well. I'm just excited to be on the mic, excited to be flapping my gums a little bit, excited for some awesome competitive gameplay.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Evan, we appreciate you with you yapping your gums here on the stream and everything, and adding some life to this hobby of ours.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, I know it's a little bit early in the day, but Tell me a little bit about, like, I know you had some
Yeah.
hands on designing the field layout. Tell me a little bit about how this field layout differs from past events and sort of what we can expect to see as we continue on through the day.
From past events, well, I don't want to take any credit in terms of this because Gotham has been our map master. Full respect to him. He's currently running around
King
the field.
cartographer, if you will.
Yes, sir. A man of many talents. He designed this field, in essence, to create more fighting around the lanes and everything like that, and us to force the midpoint for the flag. Sorry, Gotham. I'll do my best.
I think the fighting I think these particular lanes have been really, really interesting. And we see the snake has been a little bit less used today. I don't know if it's because it's lower than it was a few weeks ago at the scrimmage, or because these gray spots are just such big blank spots. But really, the only players brave enough to go in the snake either die off break, or they just get so much offensive pressure that they run away with the game.
Oh, absolutely.
It's a very volatile position.
Pivotal position.
Definitely.
Absolutely. And
Yeah,
also,
switching sides. RPI now on their namesake red side. As we hear the whistle, starting off with another game.
and they're off. All right. RPI
See, off to the
with a
races.
conservative start.
No one getting flag touch. That's not true. Misfits now getting the flag, running it backwards.
Look at that. What a.
Honestly, not a bad strategy, because the issue there is if that Misfits player goes down, gets tagged.
We got
out,
one down.
the flag becomes closer up. They do get tagged near the ladder side, dropping the flag, but that flag is so out of reach for RPI, it'll be really hard to run it now.
That's a
now,
lot of
I think at this
chaos.
point, they just got to do their best to play defensive, make sure they don't lose bodies while making these eliminations, making these peaks. Once again, RPI going with slightly heavier of a flywheeler composition. Oh, losing a player for RPI once again, losing a Springer player, losing some of those peak abilities. You see Kyle is running up the right side, running with his saber, running up the side of the snake.
Ooh, we got an aggressive press.
Ooh,
Dodges
dropping down
all
just
those
before he gets a
darts.
haircut. Using that long bolt action weapon. Bolt action blaster. Oh, taking a tag. You know, once again. Yeah, once again. Oop, sounds like a whistle. Maybe not. Maybe it was a whistle for out. Can sort of be hard to tell. We have a lot of refs and we have a lot of whistles going around, so it's important that each player keeps playing until they know the game is over. We've had moments where players think that the game is over, they stop, they let their guard down, and they get tagged out because they have poor situational awareness, and that's something that players here definitely don't want to happen.
Is everyone
Going for a flag
eliminated?
push. Going for a flag push.
Anyone alive?
Although
on the
I was
other
under the
team?
impression it was an elimination.
You got to come back, otherwise we can't.
I don't know if any Misfits players were alive, but if they were, it was a flag push. If they weren't, an elimination. Either way,
everyone.
Oh, win the win.
yeah, either way, RPI doing a very good job of winning both of these rounds, pushing fast, keeping that offensive pressure, especially with those high rate of fire flywheelers.
Young blood energy. All right. Got elimination, everyone. Can we get a year in chat, everybody?
Django says sup, Chad.
Oh, what's good, Django? How you been, bro?
Yeah, can I get a year in the chat for our awesome host, Jed? One of our awesome admins here.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah. As we continue the stream, you might see graphics pop up. We're doing our best to get them up so you are clear on which teams are going against who. Obviously, us announcers are doing our best to make sure that you're clear who's red, who's blue, and who's everything in between. But once again, as Gotham typed earlier, we're sort of building the plane as we fly it. So we're going to do our best today. Here for some fun competitive gameplay either way, right?
Absolutely. Evan, what's your favorite? Do you have any favorite plays so far?
I don't know. I mean, I've seen a lot of action over here on the snake. Two, please. Yeah, once again, these huge gray squares have become such a blinding space that becomes really hard to see through.
Absolutely, and also like the dynamic cover we have with the inflatables, it changes a lot from just flats what we're used to here at TNT.
Yeah, it's definitely super interesting, especially with TNT. We saw a lot of squatting behind the snake. Now we've seen full-on crawls, which is very speedball-esque, which has been really, really interesting to see, really fun to see.
Absolutely. Well, I'm going to start getting ready, Evan. It was a pleasure.
Thank you, Jed. Thank you once again. We now have a bit of a Maryland Civil War between Mystic Vapor and Magic Smoke. They practice together all the time. Both teams have sort of had players from each side sort of switching around like a rotating door, doing their best to make competitions that are both friendly and very competitive. So it'll be interesting to see how they interact, each knowing each other's strategies, each knowing each other's players so intimately. This is essentially a 10-person team split in half, so it'll be interesting to see how they go back and forth. They know each other's weaknesses, they know each other's strengths. Disagree that the time clock is not functional. The time clock is here to ensure that things do not stagnate. If you do not have a firm enough game plan and you just intend on sitting here ready to just hold up defenses and not let people push, the time clock makes sure you can't do that. So I think it keeps the field way more interactive. Yeah, you see they're... Ooh, we have Chara, the normal flag runner, getting tagged out quite early instead. Now Archer getting it with her spear in hand, trying to push up in the right flank towards the snake. The snake now incredibly open. No pressure coming from there. This side. You see on the other side, Justice doing a very good job of trying to cover the right side with his spear. Spraying and spraying and spraying, or I'm sorry, his links. Doing his best to make those cross-map shots, keeping Archer's head down to ensure that she cannot run it, sliding into the middle, back into where she originally grabbed the flag. Mystic Vapor getting the first touch here, I think, is really important because, once again, Magic Smoke and Mystic Vapor know each other so well.
Oh.
Ooh, Magic Smoke reclaiming some ground, pushing up further, doing their best to get the limbs before they get flag pushed. We see Ben and Junior trading with their flywheelers. That was an elimination from Magic Smoke, although certainly a tough one.
Yeah.
I do believe first touch was given to Mystic Vapor, although Char was certainly close, dying just before getting there.
It is unfortunate that Junior shot Ben, because if Junior hadn't shot Ben, Sarah would have been able to get that flag push.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, Sarah is one who is quick on her feet. You know, if you take your eyes off her for even half a second, she will disappear into the crowd. Disappear into the end zone, more like.
I don't know what's happening. Okay, yeah. No, you guys played that perfect.
We did lose one camera, once again, experiencing a few technical difficulties, but the field is full of action, so there's certainly going to be no shortage of good shots and good angles to be seeing the gameplay from.
Yeah. Okay, let's do that again.
Well, Ben should have killed me. That was good.
Yeah, they're now switching sides. Mystic Vapor going to red, Magic Smoke going to blue. As someone who's played plenty against the rest of the Maryland people, Adam, what are some things that you'd be sort of thinking, sort of remembering, keeping in mind as you would go into match against either of these teams?
That's a good question. I mean, Jesse is one that I always have to watch out for, and Sarah, just because they're so fast. They can just get to cover so quickly. Archer's really fast too. Cobalt's interesting. Cobalt will sometimes book for it, but sometimes Cobalt will hang back and then just pop up somewhere.
Yeah, Cobalt.
So it is interesting.
Cobalt with a small frame and plenty of energy is very good at bounding. If you take your eyes off Cobalt for 5 seconds, they're going to be a different cover than when you last saw them.
And then you got Justice. Justice is just such a good shot.
It is hard. And yesterday at APOC, we had a bit of a marksman competition with a machine that Frontline Foam had brought. And Justice, at the end of the day, walked home with first place.
We did that at MFT as well, and Justice again. He took first place on that
right?
that target competition.
He's plenty of real steel. He dials his scopes in, his sights in for his blasters quite excellently, and he makes it known on the competitive field. If you give him an elbow, if you give him a knee, he will take advantage of it, and he will make sure that you are walking to your player box. Seeing some very aggressive slides, especially by Anthony with his NPC, sliding into cover, tucking so tight, once again with that tight flywheel platform. Justice on the opposite side, doing his best to return some of that fire. We see Sarah. We see Sarah getting ready to push towards that snake, although certainly cannot with Anthony sitting there ready to hose her down should she make a move that isn't wise. Ooh, sliding into that great cover. We see the snake is ready to be fought over. Lots of defense from the snake. Just out of view, we also have Ben, Mystic Vapor Captain, ready to also move into the snake, one cover back. You see, Anthony's doing a great job of both moving and firing, using one hand for fire. Ooh! Sarah runs up the side of the snake, dropping 2 players by herself before getting out. Taking the 2-for-1, clearing up the entire right flank for Magic Smoke. It looks like they are not quite able to use it. None of the players quite in position to make full use of the flank. You hear them calling one more, which is usually means it is time for a flag push.
Yeah, there was a little confusion there. Jesse didn't realize that there was another player over there. Again, Char missed that player as well, so
You see, there's some confusion yelling about where the flag is. That's part of the power of the flag touch. Is if you can get it, you can choose where the flag goes, and you can sort of choose the pace of the game. We saw in a previous match, a Misfits player actually grabbed it and ran backwards. Oop, camera 3's working again.
Oh, and there, Captain
Thank you once again to our
Magic Smoke takes that win with that 1v1 at the very end.
Yeah, once
being
again,
able to take out Dean.
If you are in a 1v1 against Jesse, you are probably in for a bad time. Who is now Magic Smoke? For the first time today, Draw 5 is no longer in the lead. Interesting to see. I think a lot of Mystic Vapor strategies, now the person being in first place. have been really, really good, even if they give a few bodies, just scoring points. We've seen they've made plenty of end zone rushes, flag pushes. They've made plenty of very calculated trades. If you take the 2-for-1, if you do that for every match, you're going to be up by a lot of points by the end of the day, even if you're handing out a few more points than some of these other more defensive teams. Once again, it is not about who is left at the end of each match. It is about who scores the most points by the end of the day. That is very different from a bracket style. Bracket style, you have to play a whole lot different, a whole lot more conservatively, because your life matters more. You're not playing for points. You're playing to make sure that you win the match. I am now with Kirby, a member of Mystic Vapor.
Yeah,
Kirby, tell us a little bit about your experience so far today.
I've been having a good time today. Pretty tired after APOC still, but we're still going. We're still going. I've played 2 rounds. I played 1 round. I coached the other 2. We have 7 people on our team, but yeah, been having a good time. Been doing pretty well.
I believe you're running your Minx today. Is that right?
Yeah, mostly Minx until it stops working.
Yeah, fair enough. We had some people earlier sort of asking, how hard is that Minx hitting? I mean, we've seen Lynx become such a popular platform because it can sort of hit the ceiling of what is allowed here. But, you know, we sort of saw how you being a little bit extra mobile, a little bit extra and more willing to bound forward has been really efficient, sort of mitigating the slightly less FPS.
Right. Yeah, so my Minx is hitting right about 200. That's about how much I can comfortably prime at the moment. I might optimize in the future with like different darts or a different barrel, but I've got pretty weak arms, so it's more of an advantage to me to be able to do a follow-up shot quickly rather than just getting a couple extra FPS.
Yeah, and I think we've seen that a lot on Mystic Vapor's gameplay. You know, they want to put a lot of darts downrange and a lot of firepower and a lot of offensive pressure out before the other teams can get set up and start doing their game plan.
Definitely.
And I think that higher rate of fire with the Minx is definitely a good trade-off, even for a little bit less FPS.
Yeah, and I'm playing with 4 flywheelers too, so we've got plenty of rate of fire, but I do my best to keep up.
Definitely. Yeah, three spirits will certainly do that.
Yeah, no, they will. But we've been doing fine on ammo, so I'm happy with that.
Yeah, I was surprised to see the fact that a lot of these flywheel players have not seemed to be dipping into extra ammo or running out of ammo.
Honestly, I feel like just Flag Dash has a lot of ammo available, and you know, you always have people who are going out early and have a lot of ammo left. It seems like it's working pretty well.
Yeah, I think 600 is definitely a good number. Talking with some people who sort of make the rules, help run these events, talking about some of the lower ammo caps. Sometimes it feels like if you don't have enough ammo, people can sort of be exposed for free because you don't feel like you can invest the ammo. And at that point, it becomes less of a shooting game and more of a track and field game.
Yeah, it feels better to play all out in every round when you can and not worry as much about your ammo. And I think it's also a good sign that the flywheelers aren't running out of ammo because they're not just constantly spraying down lanes. Flywheelers don't really have a huge advantage by just like constantly spraying in a certain direction, which is what people are worried about with higher ammo caps a lot of the time.
Yeah, make no mistake, if you wanted to go mag attack here, if you wanted to just dump all of your ammo full auto quickly, you could definitely run out of ammo, but players have been super conservative, been really picking when they want to deliver that high power.
And they've done it great. They've been doing great out there. Like lots of flywheelers, lots of momentum spirits, doing great work.
Yeah, I've been surprised to see no SBFs here. I know BPOC was full SBFs last year, although they hit a little bit softer. And I think that just makes people a little less likely to go towards them. They're also a little bit bigger. So
we still see 1 or 2 FDLs around, but yeah, I think definitely people have moved towards the momentum and the spirit just for that 200 FPS is so good in an event like this.
Yeah, especially the momentum is such a small blaster, and the Spirit K, the carbine, is also just so small.
Oh yeah. We have the designer of the Spirit K is on. Well, the designer of the Spirit's also on Magic Smoke, but
yeah, once again, that is Justice Wonder Boy, a man who's actually been running around with the Lynx instead of his original creation.
Yeah.
I would like to apologize for the camera malfunction earlier.
It is all good. Yeah, we got things running. Ooh. We see draw 5 loses 1 right off the break, which makes that really tough. Losing 2 right off the break.
Oh wow. Yeah.
We see Nebula is delivering some really powerful shots. Really efficient shots, not wasting too much ammo. You see Sanchez in the back.
Nebula's always super consistent out there. You know, I talked to Neil from
you see Ben,
earlier.
another member of UNO, just dropping. You know, UNO Draw 5 was actually in the lead earlier today. Right now it's actually Mystic Vapor.
Oh, wow. That's crazy.
Which is good to hear.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
Even though I think Mystic Vapor has actually given up more eliminations than teams like Magic Smoke, they've just been so consistent. You all have been so consistent at scoring points, at getting the eliminations, at making sure you keep that pressure on and on and on so that people cannot take a breather and cannot set up their own game plan.
I think we've been trying to go for the flag touch every game, and I think we've gotten the flag touch pretty much every game, and that really makes a big difference in your points here because flag touch is double in elimination. Like, it just gives you a nice extra points. I mean, Magic Smoke, I don't know what the scores were in the last one against Magic Smoke. We ended up like losing both rounds on elimination.
I think if I'm correct, you're 3 points down total.
But like not too bad for losing both rounds in elimination.
Yeah, that's a flag touch, right?
Yeah, flag touch keeps you up there, which is really, really great. But I also feel, like, I don't know how I've been looking for the other teams. It seems like we've just been able to get the flag touch pretty consistently, but we've been trying to cover the other team from getting it too.
Yeah, definitely. And you all did a really good job. You know, Chara, we've seen successfully completed 3 flag pushes today.
Yeah.
And they went for the flag push against you all, and that did not go well for them.
Yeah. I'm glad we stopped that one because, you know.
Once again, hearing the whistle from our head ref, Josh, they're off to the races once again. We see Jed is in love with the snake. You know, if Jed did not have a committed partner, I think he would ask the snake to go home with him. With how much he's been sitting inside of it, ready to reload, ready to put fire down range, especially with the momentum. We see he is very proficient in shooting left-handed, which is really good for when you have to switch sides, you know?
Yeah, momentum's such a good blaster for that snake. It's so low profile, you just peek it out of the snake super quick. It's really nice to get the Windows peak battles there.
I mean, yeah, most of these players, their arm is thicker than the momentum, so.
Jed's moving up.
Jed is moving for a heavy push.
And,
that's a flag push from Jason.
Oh, classic Nebula flag push. We love to see it. They're so good at getting those.
Yeah, if you ask Zelkos Jason, he will tell you he is not fast, but boy, does he have a burst of speed every now and then. He gets his hands on his flags, and he runs like he's being chased.
Yeah, he's going for it. You know, he's going all in with it.
Yeah, it might be huffing and puffing afterward, but it's certainly worth it to score those additional points.
You know, you have to go all out here at BPOC. You know, it's for fun, but also sometimes it's fun to go all out. You know?
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the fact that there's really nothing on the line. You know, once again, the check says 1 trillion kisses. I suppose given out by Jason himself. I'm not entirely sure.
That is a good deal. That is a tempting prize, but you know.
Yeah, if they're coming from Jed, then I think I'm gonna put the bike down and hop and start playing.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah, I should probably.
Yeah, we have some people talking about the Minx. Tell us a little bit about your experience. I know you built a Lynx and a Minx. Tell us a little bit about the difference, a little bit about what the pros and cons of each are.
Right. Yeah, I've been loving the Minx so far. I ran the Lynx yesterday at APOC because it's hitting about 10 FPS harder for me, and it's just a much lighter prime. So if you're doing it all day at like an all-day event with 10-minute rounds, it's nice to have a slightly lighter prime. And the Lynx, of course, the extra length doesn't matter much at a field like Cousins, where it's a lot of woods. But here, I think the Minx is just doing it for me. I've never been a big Springer person. I've always haven't really been good at aiming, haven't really been able to like think about it that much. I'm comfortable with flywheelers, but the Minx is kind of converting me.
Yeah, you've kind of been cooking, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, we now have a dart sweep. Obviously, you know, part of the fun is picking up your darts and getting ready to do it again. A lot of these players, I know myself personally, I show up with a bag full of darts and I usually leave with more than I came with. You know.
Oh yeah, free darts. You know, keep what you sweep.
Yeah, a lot of these players are also shooting brand new darts straight out of the box.
Oh yeah, I'm doing that.
Yeah, especially our Springer players. You know, the tighter barrel you get, the more consistent you need those darts. You start playing with squishy club darts, you're gonna start running into a bad time.
Yeah, I feel, you know, it took me a while to get around to the new darts for the Springers, but it just it makes such a difference. It makes
really does
in what you can do and how easily you can achieve the FPS.
Mystic Vapor and Nebula are currently tied. Once again, I think both of these teams have been doing a very good job at taking those calculated risks. I think Mystic Vapor has certainly been giving up probably a few more bodies if I had to guess, if we had to look at some stats. But both teams have been really good about losing 1 or 2 people, not sweating it, and then pushing it into the end zone.
Yeah. We've been really aiming to do that. So I'm glad that it's been working so far. But
yeah, this might be one of the first tournaments in a while that we've seen that Magic Smoke does not take number 1. I believe they are towards the podium, top 3 or 4, but you know that's sort of to be expected. You know,
we still have another half of the round robin to get to.
Yeah, we're only halfway done. You know, things could start drastically changing.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll be picking it up. But you know. We've been switching. Magic Smoke and Mystic Vapor. We've been switching our players around a lot. This is we've had a different team at last MFT, this MFT, and BPOC, and last BPOC. So we've just all been kind of mixed up together, and it's good to see both of us doing well. You know.
I mean, yeah, it was really interesting to see going into the Mystic Vapor versus Magic Smoke match. I was talking a good bit about, and obviously I have a personal relationship with both teams.
Bias.
Yeah. About how each side knew the other side so well, so intimately, due to how much they practice together, how much they play together. You know, it's essentially a 10-person team split in half, which makes it really hard to go against them because you know what they're going to do and they know what you're going to do. Yeah. You know, so you definitely got to vary it up from your typical styles.
Yeah, you know what they're going to do and they know what you're going to do, but the hardest part is just beating them, even when you know what they're going to do. You know, there's only so much you can do. You got to really execute on your plan.
Yeah. And I think it's also important to see that teams like Nebula, like Mystic Vapor, like Magic Smoke, they're so good at leaving the plan behind.
Yeah, definitely. You know, yeah, like on Magic Smoke or Mr. Vapor, we don't do a whole lot of planning before the match. Like we'll kind of like set up a vibe and what we want to do depending on the field, but
The best plan is when your opponents don't know what you're doing.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't know what you're doing, bad guys certainly can't, right?
Thank you, Jehovah.
Yes. Thank you, Jehovah. Very cool. Yeah, I mean, a big part of that is I know a lot of these teams, especially the ones that we see playing at a slightly higher level, just do their best to choose lanes and then rely on their situational awareness to close up the gaps where the lanes and the plans don't necessarily go complete, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen some teams in the past draw out these full, complicated route plans of going exactly here at this point, here at this point. And when those things fall apart, sometimes it can be hard to rebuild.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And I think something that's really important for that is having trust in your teammates and knowing them and knowing what they're going to do. Because, you know, you don't need to have like a complicated plan when you kind of know what your team is going to do, and you can really adapt a lot better because you know generally what they're going to be going for, and you have a good impression of what's going on.
If you see the right flank opens up and you're supposed to be on the left flank, you can rely on your team members to cover that left flank for you, so you're able to make pushes, you know, things like that.
Yeah, and if you're getting held down on one side, you know that the other side is probably not getting as focused, and they'll just be pushing up. You just have to stay alive there, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the past, at some competitive events, I know there have been slightly more, slightly less players. I think 5 is just such a good number for being able to both cover the field while still having blind spots, you know?
Yeah.
I think any more players, you start having issues where there isn't space to move. Players where, situations where there is a lot of turtling, there isn't a whole lot of action, which is certainly the opposite of what we want. We want things keeping fast, high speed, while still being interactive, right?
Yeah.
We've seen...
Yeah. And then on the other hand, I think having not having a lower number of players, like a 3v3, means there's a lot more ability to recover from from losses. Because if you lose like 1 or 2, you still have 3 people up in a 5-player game. So there's a lot more like comeback potential there, which makes it a very like fun and dynamic sport to play.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, because if you lose 1 player in your 3, that's 30% versus 20%.
Oh yeah, totally.
So.
Math. Yes.
Math is hard.
Math is hard. Yeah.
Math is hard, coming from Jehovah.
I haven't done any math all day.
I don't build blasters. I refuse to do math. So.
That's one way to do it, you know. And now you have this cushy commentating job. You know?
Yeah, I do have this cushy commentating job. Hopefully, maybe if I do well enough, you guys will hear me again at Mayhem. Sound off in the comments if you want to hear me announcing it at Maryland Mayhem this year.
I would love to hear you announcing at Maryland Mayhem, Evan. That would be great. That would be great.
Please go ahead and stroke my ego until the next match starts.
Oh yeah,
that's exactly what I'm requesting.
You know, I mean, you know, we've been missing you over in Maryland, Evan. Yeah. There's really no one else like you at the events.
Yeah, I'm definitely a yapper. That's certainly certainly a given.
Yeah, I think you found a great place over here. Not that you weren't good on the field. You were always great on the field.
Yeah, I surely do. I definitely did my best. You know, having played at least in the first MFT that we were able to take home.
Yeah.
I feel like it definitely helps perspective. Even though I've been out of it for a little bit, had to move away for some academic reasons, but I'm glad to be back at it for a great day here at SDA for BPOC.
Oh yeah. We're having a great time here. APOC was a great time yesterday. A little bit hot, a little bit tiring, but we still have a lot of energy going on here, going into this tournament round robin. We're doing great, and 1 trillion kisses on the line. So
1 trillion kisses on the line.
You know, everyone's got an eye on that prize.
Dude's a yapper. Slay. Thank you, Clint.
They know what you are. They know what you are.
I went to Yapville, and they gave me the key to the city. So
yeah, a PhD in yapping, actually.
PhD in flapping my gums.
Yeah.
Thank you for all the nice messages. You know.
I'm passing it off to Archer here, another team member at Mystic Vapor. She's always brings the hype. Here she is.
Hello, Archer. The only person who might be louder and more hyped than me on game day. How are you?
Hype train. Doing good.
Yeah, we're doing good. Halfway through our day, dart sweeping. Right now we have Mystic Vapor and Nebula tied for first place. So it'll be interesting to see how it goes.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, we're in Spicy Town now.
Yeah, it's
yeah. Wow.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I mean, I think all 3 of those teams have won pretty much every match they've played. However, it's been really interesting to see that both Mystic Vapor and Nebula have in common that they are willing to give away 1 or 2 bodies for these more explosive plays, for these explosive pushes.
Oh yeah, I got to try out my Spirit today that I've acquired yesterday, and
how you liking it?
Wrecking House.
You're right.
It's. I dig the name Tornado Bros. I wish I could be on Tornado Bros, but I am not a bro. It's okay.
That's okay. We can all be bros here in the Nerf game, ready to be, you know, easy and accepting. We have A team moving over to Team Red, to Red side.
Ooh. I get to relax a little bit.
Sounds like we'll have the bonus of Archer on Mike for a little bit. You know, always a pleasant surprise when we're able to hear from her. Well, A-Team moving to the red side now. Once again, A-Team is a team that we've seen competing a lot in the past. Definitely a consistent team showing up to events.
So for BPOC, for those watching at home, has been very interesting this year. I'm sure some of you will notice we have returning teams, some old ones, some new ones, with a couple new strategies in between.
Definitely.
Yeah, I know for Magic Smoke and Mystic Vapor, or as I like to say, Magic Vapor and Mystic Smoke.
Yeah, what's the difference,
we
right?
like to shuffle around our roster so that, you know, we get more experience with like various teammates on the team, and I gotta say I've been having a really wonderful time. And going back to blasters, I'm trying out a brand new blaster. I've been absolutely wrecking house, and strategy is really important, but you gotta ensure that your gear is working as well. So
yeah, right. I mean, we were talking about earlier how obviously nitro blasters help, but I think once you reach a certain level where your blaster isn't a hindrance, the player makes the blaster. The blaster certainly does not make the player.
It has to be a balance between the two. It can't be one versus the other.
Yeah, right. Additionally, I mean, we've seen A-Team right now is running far more springers than we've seen in the past. Usually they show up with just a swarm of FCLs. What do you sort of think about that composition for a field like this, in a game like this?
I think they're going to have to go for the sprint regardless.
I would agree they have to go for the sprint. I also think it's important to make those really careful picks.
All right,
for the
here
range.
we go.
We have one person from Tornado Rose taking a tag right off the break.
They tried to go for the center, but unfortunately they stopped short, which not only eliminated their center player, it also gave the A-Team an upper advantage for Blue
They also
to
got the
go
first
for
touch.
the flag.
Yeah, Blue getting the first touch is really big, because even if they go down a few limbs, they still have some buffer room to be able to play with it.
Just the flag touch, you could be fully eliminated in both rounds and still get the chance to win. It's
really
pretty wild.
It's really interesting. Both members of Tornado Rose that are on the snake side.
All right, we got a double. We're tag teaming over here. We got Hicks running around wide, running wide on there, right? Oh, and we exchanged
going all the way
flag.
around, and Hicks is through the end zone, it looks like.
And it seems to be that the game is still
It looked like a run to me,
going.
although I thought he had the flag in hand, although he might have been getting off field. Sort of hard to see. What?
It was a pretty dynamic play from Hicks, but it looks like as he was booking it, he got eliminated right before
Adrian
the
also
touch.
going for it, maybe getting shot right as he does. It seems like Tornado Bros doing a good job of working as goalkeepers, doing their best to keep the offensive pressure from making it all the way through the end zone.
We're about to find out now if Adrian did get the flag run.
Yeah, waiting on a call from our awesome ref, Josh. It was a flag push. I don't know if that was an elimination.
Flag push.
I believe that was an elim on Blue, but not on Adrian. Adrian able to sweep it up and run through the end zone. Looking like Adrian has a Diana in hand, maybe a Venom Pro, something of that sort.
That's interesting.
Yeah, once again, we've seen a lot of smaller blasters. Yeah, that's definitely Diana. These really tiny, compact things that you're able to just maneuver so well with. I mean, that's sort of your style typically. You know, you find a blaster spear's a little bit bigger than you're used to. But, you know, in the past, you know, we sort of expect from you a small blaster, just a small frame, go fast,
Absolutely.
fling foam.
Cardio, at the end of the day, is extremely important when it comes to competitive. The longer blasters, you can only get those long shots so far, but then at a certain point, you gotta be able to book it because you never know when it's going to happen. And that's exactly what happened. Hicks made the push, got eliminated. However, Adrian was able to see the flag and run it in, and that's what made them get those points.
I think that's also a testament to how important the double flank support is, right? If you leave one flank to one person and they lose it, you can lose a lot of your defenses and a lot of defensive pressure really early in the match, which can make it really hard to recover.
What did you think of them doubling up in the center? Because that's how they exchanged the flag.
I really like them doubling up in the center. I think the center on this field is pretty strong if you can get to it. I will say we've seen a lot of players die get tagged right off the break, just out of the gates, going for the first touch. But when you get to it, it works well. Once again, we're now switching sides. Tornado Bros on the red.
All right, let's see how
and we see
Tornado
A-Team's
Bros
coming out
changes
swinging.
it up.
Three of A-Team's members sort of sitting in the back lines with springers, ready to fire.
We were pretty close on that cross. Almost
We have someone
an
trying to call a
elimination.
hit, although on this field we do not call hits. We wait for our refs to do that. Blue and Hicks are both once again back in that middle X, ready for that pressure. They know that if one of them goes down, the other is ready to be there, ready to pick up the flag and ready to continue that run.
And it looks like Hicks
Hicks
just
is down,
been
not even
taken
giving the
out.
opportunity to run it. So not Misfits. Tornado Bros definitely doing their best to stop that before it happens. It looks like Blue is trying to run for it.
Well, Blue looks like he made the push on that square, only making a couple of feet, but he has since been eliminated, giving Tornado Bros an advantage. I'm not sure why Adrian ran for that, but It seems that this round is terrific at trucking cover. A lot of close calls here. They totally went right past the flag. Looks like we're trying to run it. There's a little bit of confusion on the
field. Looks like Mitch in the Templar uniform is trying to run it.
And
it looks like he gets it.
Looks like we got a flag.
Well, gets it after a number of elims from both sides.
His hand went up before he even slid.
Yeah, we saw Blue there with his FDL. We were talking earlier about how flywheelers have at least a very slight advantage in running the flag because they're able to run and gun a little bit better than those who have to prime their blaster.
Definitely. I give folks that run longer blasters, the heavy springers, a lot of props because if you can, again, goes back to cardio, if you can go and take that large of a blaster, run it for the flag when the opportunity is there and book it, that's not an easy thing to do. So much props to those guys. Not something that I could do very easily.
Yeah, definitely not. It certainly requires a lot of stability in order to sort of maintain your shots while being able to maneuver with that flag. Seeing some in the chat about the Venom and the Diana in the form of sidearms. I know at MFT sidearms were not allowed. I believe the rule set for today is that you chrono the blasters you want to bring, and if you want to bring more than one to the field, you're more than welcome to.
You can you have them checked, you have them tested, they're thoroughly processed through, but yes, it must be for this game type, one blaster at a time.
Oh, yes. Okay. Thank you for correcting me, Archer. Yeah. I know they've been talking about allowing sidearms, but that's definitely good to know.
I believe that was from the days of Ion Rush, because I got into comp in 2019 where Ion Rush, you could, when you were dealing with 30 darts per 4 rounds sometimes.
That's not very many darts.
No, it was a little crazy. But yeah, unfortunately for this game type, that is not allowed.
Yeah, so you see every player that has the Venom Pro and the Diana in hand, that is their primary.
Well, there seems to be some deliberation on the field.
Yeah.
About to find out what the final verdict is.
I know some players were calling for refs because they were under the impression hits weren't being taken, although I don't know the necessary validity of that. Tell me, as you look at this field, I mean, we've seen a lot of flywheelers on the field today, at least especially on the higher ranking teams. In your dream composition, how many springers and how many flywheelers do you think you have on this field? 4 and 1, 3 and 2, what's it look like?
I think the better question is, how many players would I like to have on the field? It doesn't matter for me necessarily what the blaster is. 3v3s are my absolute favorite. It's just, it makes for dynamic gameplay. You have to coordinate. You have to coordinate regardless of whether it's all springers, all flywheels, regardless. It just makes the stakes that much higher. So, I mean, for me, it doesn't matter too much on flywheel versus springer, but anything that's a 3v3, I'm down for 100%. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree. It's really interesting to see because I feel like this. I would personally feel that this field might be slightly big for 3v3, although I think it could still accommodate it well. It's really interesting because 3v3s, or the lower player count you get in general, the harder it is to recover. Once you start, proverbially bleeding, you lose one player when you have 3 players. That's 30% versus 20% if you have 5, which is a big difference.
Huge. Yep.
Additionally, if you only have 1 springer on a 3v3 versus 2 springers, you can lose some of that precision early on. However, I think if you're coordinated and if you can push the pressure well enough, a smaller group can sometimes orchestrate plans that's slightly better and slightly tighter. Less people to try to get a message across to.
See, maybe it's just me, and I like to go fast. I don't care, big field, small field, whatever. If it's a 3v3, you're going to sweat regardless. I want people to sweat.
I agree.
Sweat for the win, guys.
We're here to sweat for competition, and we're here to perspirate as well. Sweat in a double meaning here.
APOC was a wonderful time yesterday, but my goodness, was it a sweat fest.
Yeah.
So getting a bit of a break here with a little bit of air conditioning is kind of nice.
Yeah, I don't know about you. I feel like yesterday was the hottest APOC I can remember in the last few years. Well, back to the game. We have UNO on red. We're back at it with Dart Royalty on blue. Dart Royalty taking a pretty heavy flywheel approach, losing one really early from Dart Royalty, stepping right into the player box, losing a spirit, which means a lot of their flyer has sort of disappeared.
Mia is pushing real aggressive on that snake.
Yeah,
it's nice to see her evolve as a hobby, so I'm curious to see what she does in this moment.
Yeah, we see Mia's been doing a really good job of very carefully cutting these gray corners, cutting the openings as to not get herself out, but as to exert that offensive pressure so they cannot relent upon the right side of the field, upon the snake side.
Center is out for Uno, which might present an opportunity to push.
Yeah, it looks like on this side, Uno is definitely trying to shore up their weaknesses, but make sure their flanks are well covered. However, the flag has yet to be touched.
Nobody seems to want to push for the center. What's interesting about this field is that if you can find your gaps to find the cover to get small and go, this is the perfect field for it. Gotham did a terrific job in making those gaps. I want to see some dynamic play here. I'm not too sure why. Oh, okay, we got a little bit of movement.
Yeah, we have a little bit of movement. It's actually interesting to note that Dart Royalty is the only team to have any matches go to time. Aside from the team that they were playing against, I believe it was Code Red.
Mia is out. She waited too long.
Adam making a crazy run. He's supposed to drop some people before he gets out.
And yet nobody wants to go for that flag.
Yeah,
the teams are playing for elimination.
You're the last one. Shelton, you're the last one.
See, we are still. This is still round robin.
This is still a round. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, we
are
have the
two matches that passed our halfway points. We're on match 18 of 32.
That was a little too close. I just took my eyeballs away for a hot second.
I believe it was an elim from Uno.
But did they get the flag touch? Did Dart Royalty get it?
I do not know about the flag touch. It looks like the flag has been bumped at least. I don't know if the cover was bumped or if it was grabbed. A little bit hard to see, but we're going to wait for our ruling from head ref Josh.
Josh has been invaluable when it comes to TNT. He's been doing this from the beginning. He's pretty much been setting the standards for refs as Nerf continues to grow. So he's been working really hard out here, and I love to see him doing his thing. He's been doing a great job.
And I think it's really noble for a lot of our organizers, a lot of our refs who, they would want to be on the field playing blasters in hand, but they understand how important it is to have these logistical systems in place so that the games run smooth, which is really, really awesome for them to be doing this.
A lot of work, a lot of hard work going into this. That's for sure.
You're getting compliments from somebody named Clint in the chat about your speed.
Oh, hey, Clint. Thank you. My main guy from Orca Company, Awuga.
I'm actually wearing an Oregon Company jersey, funny enough, today. You lent it to me by Junior because I only brought one jersey with me.
Yeah. Clint, I will tell you, Junior gave me a real hard time on my push. That is for sure.
Push, 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 push. Yeah, there we go. Mia, once again, shooting for the snake.
She's hanging a little back, though. Oh, but I see what she's doing.
She bounds up, and she is in that cover that she has loved so much today. In the past, we've seen her. She usually brings a Lynx, and her Griffin has been serving her really well. At the same time, we have Adam, who was on the mic earlier, just sending some absolute shots downrange, doing his best to cover to make sure they do not get that pressure within the snake.
Either team is certainly not making it easy when it comes to that flag. Oh, interesting.
You see, almost getting to the middle.
Something about Shelton with those slides. I got to take pointers from that dude. I love a good slide.
Especially on this turf. I know they recently replaced the turf here at SDA, and it is smooth like butter to be sliding along with our pads.
Signed, sealed, delivered. The man's got the flag. All right.
Yeah, we have number 15 grabbing the flag for her first touch, motioning like he wants to go for the push, although the other team obviously cannot see that behind cover. It'll be interesting to see which side of the flank he wants to go at, because it looks like Uno has both flanks relatively well covered.
Shelton's in a bit of a tricky situation here. Taras has him locked and loaded. He's waiting for him to go. Oh, my apologies. I'm not working my eyeballs. Who is that who just got on the cross?
I believe it is Cherry, number 15.
Cherry.
The two are very close friends and look somewhat similar, so in this high-paced game can be easy to make confusion.
Oh, we're gonna. Oh, wow. You're running it back.
This is the second time that Adam has done a complete U-turn, running around the entire field, just taking names.
Now Shelton go for that flag. Wow. Okay. All right.
Adam drops two players, taking the 2v1. In a game like this, when you want to score points, most players are happy to take the trade.
Shelton and Liz locking and loading it. They should be going wide. Let's see what they do.
Ooh,
Let's see what they
pushing
do.
for the side. Ooh. Taking a bit of a trade.
Ooh. We're dancing now.
Trades all across the field.
Wow.
Looking like one Uno's player left. I'm not even sure if
we got one left on the back.
Yeah, one Uno player is left. I don't see a Dart Royalty player. I think that might be an Elim. I thought they were tagged. Never mind. That's why we have plenty of sets of eyes, plenty of rest to make sure that everything is above board and as it should be.
Or at the very least, people are calling their hits.
Yeah. I will say no stakes on the line certainly makes it's a whole lot easier for people to be honest. You know, a little less frustration here.
Adrenaline game is real, guys. We've all done it at least once. I didn't get hit. Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Yeah, once again, Jago said shout out to the refs. Yeah, this would not be possible without both our appointed refs and our volunteer refs. Everyone here is here to have fun, and there have been plenty of people who've really stepped up, set their blasters down, replacing it for a whistle, ready to help things run smooth.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Tell me, if you were in that middle position when we saw Cherry, you know, number 15 there, we saw both flanks were sort of covered. You have the flag in hand. You have a high-speed flywheeler in hand. Where are you going? What are you doing?
I think it's interesting where the position is on the cross. Communication is extremely important. I wouldn't want to stay in that position very long because, yeah, you can bunny hop, but if you do that enough times, they're going to flank you. I had that happen today. I stayed a hair too long. The trick with that is getting the flag and then figuring out where the weakest area is on the opposing team and see if we can try and at least bump for that cover. Get them guessing as to where the flag is, get them confused at the very least, and then you can make your advances from there.
Yeah, I think if you start setting up a proverbial lawn chair in the middle of the X, you're just asking to get pinchered. So it's definitely important to keep your feet moving, keep the pressure on once you establish that early touch.
We love our acronyms here, guys. Friend B Fire.
Friend B Fire is what I was told, corrected, although I could have misheard them. Sort of chaotic today. We're going to do our best. Friendly Fire is what I believe is written down, although a little bit confusion. Either way, we certainly have some awesome players ready to start again. As you see to our red side, we have Midnight, a team from Ohio. You know, they play a lot at Canes and indoor arena, which helps with that CQB skills.
I don't believe they called Mystic Vapor. I gotta.
They did not call Mystic Vapor, so you have a little bit more time to chill. Archer, get your breath after those high-speed runs. Yeah, we've seen Midnight's been pretty aggressive today. 3 flywheelers, 2 springers, but both springers have definitely been pushing up, trying to push the quota across, bounding through covers.
I think Tom, who is team captain of Team Midnight, has done a fantastic job in recruiting these guys, you know, getting the practices where they can and making the magic happen, because I know many of those guys came from Frumble and then they came over to Team Midnight to start their own thing. And I got to say, from MFT scouting out those games, they did a fantastic job. They've shuffled this roster as well, which makes for some very dynamic gameplay on this field. So you never know what to expect when it comes to Team Midnight.
Definitely. You get used to 1 or 2 people doing the same things, and then suddenly those people aren't in the field anymore, and you have to change your entire game plan on the fly, which makes things really difficult to adapt.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's also really interesting to see that we see a lot of these Ohio players just so proficient in that CQB space. Once again, they play in Canes, which is an indoor arena, which definitely gives them the experience of pieing corners correctly, watching their corners, even if the longer range things are a little bit more typical compared to what you would expect of a regular player.
Oh,
see, Thomas got hit right off break, unfortunately. Right, a little bit of a tussle for them.
These guys came to play.
A little bit of a tussle for the first touch.
And we have a battle right on the cross. This is about to get exciting for the friends back home.
We have 2 people. Oh, Meowser over the top. It doesn't hit him, apparently.
Ashton didn't get him.
Ashton does not get the tag. Oh, we really got to watch Trucking to Cover. Important note that we were informed by Josh, our head ref, that Trucking to Cover will be a point addition for the opposite team.
That is legal play, and the flag has been taken out. And Ashton's been taken out as well. Let's see what happens between both of these teams. That was pretty insane. Both of them went for the aggression. All right.
Yeah, definitely.
One taken out on the ladder side. All right.
Yeah, we see that black and white. We have our friend in the black and white, really spraying with the T9 team, going for the flag run. Oh, just kidding. The flag is not in hand. Trying to do a full loop around with Adriel on the other side, pushing both flanks.
We're
sort of
still
ignoring the middle.
We're still playing. We're going hot. And there has been a pincer flank.
Yeah, that's tough.
On Midnight's left side. That was crazy.
Yeah, that was definitely a quick elim. I mean, we had the tussle in the flag there, and aside from the first, retired from first touch, which I'm not even entirely sure who it went to. It looked pretty simultaneous on this side.
I believe these guys are a pickup team. Is that correct?
I do know they are a bit of a pickup team. I think 2 or 3 came together, and then another group of 2 came together. So they came with some friends. So it's a few little teams, a few mini teams, sort of put together into one pretty cohesive team. All in all, we've been pretty impressed by the way that they've been performing today.
Absolutely. Yeah, both sides came to play. That was some sprinkling a little ghost pepper on the cross right there for that flag. It came to play. #1 casual comp ever.
Yeah.
Folks came to play.
Once again, I've said it plenty of times, but but the reminder is that the check says 1 trillion kisses. So certainly a high stakes if you're looking for kisses, I guess. But no money on the line, no prizes, no stress.
Got to play for the love, man.
I mean, yeah, we love the game, so
It's
we're gonna play for it, right?
It's a hot commodity out here.
All right, ready to start the second round of this match. Be interesting to see how they adapt to sort of overcome some of that pressure that was being delivered by Team Midnight. Friendly Fire, once again, has a pretty heavy Springer composition. I believe they only have 2 flywheelers, which is pretty rare. Ashton actually switching to his Springer, both getting the first touch and delivering plenty of shots towards Adriel, who's sitting in the snake. You see, hard to see for a camera's pickup because he's so tightly tucked in cover. We have Ashton, hands inside, delivering with the Springer.
That was a headshot, yep. That was a hit.
Yep, he takes a headshot from Adriel with his quick, sitting in the snake, sitting in that very safe break cover.
Ooh,
it can be really tough to bound up due to the fact that you have limited visibility, but if you're able to manage it, it can be very effective. Another person going for the middle from Team Midnight, going to pick up that flag again, only to get hit on their way there.
Adriel is just having this on lock for Team Midnight. They are...
Yeah, Adriel's certainly maybe slightly new to Friendly Fire, but he is no stranger to the game, and he is very used to playing goalkeeper. At both MFTs we've seen, he's been very effective at sitting in the back line with his full auto blaster, ready to hose people who are getting too close for comfort.
It seems we were almost just tagged out as well. We're getting a taste of the Swarmfire right now.
We have a bit of a push on the latter side. Yeah, over there.
It's a little hard to see who has possession of flag.
I believe the flag is still sitting in the middle cross. Yeah, now picked up by Midnight's captain. Going for the run, going for the dash before they deliver it, and I believe he gets it. Yep, that is a flag push. A flag push with only 1 player alive for, I think, a perfect 10 points.
Team Midnight was backed in a corner, and then they sent it. Well done.
Everyone always says that a cornered animal is when they're most dangerous, and Midnight has proven that true for today. An awesome pair of matches for this particular round, or pair of rounds for this particular match.
A phrase that I always say to most anything, but especially in comp, it's not over till it's over. You think you're going to win the game, and then when you get your guard down, that's how you lose. And this is the perfect example of that. It looked real close, and then it was sent, and then Team Midnight just went in for that win.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like they were bleeding a little, but they certainly cleaned it up, bandaged it up, and they ended up getting a perfect 10 points. So, that shows to show you how important the late stages of the game are, even if a team gets an early lead. Yes, that is an MPX on the field. I don't know about the Nightingale. I don't think I've seen a Nightingale on the field, at least for these particular teams, but I could be mistaken.
Seeing a comment here about this being such a good round. Honestly, this might have been one of the best. I've only gotten to scout a couple of rounds, but that was pretty stellar. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, I think we've yet to see sort of a kerfuffle in the middle of the center for the flag like that yet. Usually one team gets there and the other team doesn't, but that first round of this match, both teams got there and they had to battle over it, and it was really fun to see. Yeah, seeing a lot of support for Team Midnight. Glad all of our native Ohioans are out here showing their support.
Doing them proud. Yep.
Definitely.
I was out here doing the guys back home proud. Absolutely.
Absolutely. Also, we have a message that says Archer with the pearls. I'm not entirely sure what that means, but Archer with the pearls.
Loose inflatables.
Yeah. Yeah, we've seen Adam, he was on the mic earlier, has been doing a good job of making sure that they stay inflated, as have the rest of our refs and officials. Archer not in the hold once again, ready to sit and keep yapping.
Listen, I'm ready to go, boss. This whole day, you got to get ready to play.
Yeah, exactly right. The last thing you want to do is somehow miss a call and then not be on the field.
I'm being summoned, but I cannot hear a word Ben is saying. I have been pulled for admin duties as I am feeding the nerds later. 14, beautiful. We usually do a big post-dinner afterwards because at the end of the day, this is all a game. We're here to have a good time. We're here to up our skills as players, as friends, etc., so on. That's honestly one of my favorite parts of any Nerf game, just coming together, having a great time, shooting some laughs, no pun intended. And I just, that's what I love about the community. Everybody's supporting one another and being the best we can be.
Yeah, definitely. I've been gone for about a year after having been a really consistent member of the group, of the community. So it's been awesome to get back into it. You don't always have the time to socialize during game day, so the time afterwards is really good for some rest and some good friendship. But back into the match, we see instantly pushing for the middle.
Okay.
Uno's got it. Uno's got the flag.
And it appears that Rob, once again, has swooped in for the flag.
Now we see Rob in the red and blues in the middle X. Ness actually getting out first, moving his way to the player box. Rob has been really good at running it today. You know, I was talking about earlier, in the past he's been a stringer player, but he's really adapted with his spirit, ready to make these runs.
I believe he has a background in track and field and sprinting and just this being his thing. Also,
general speed, yeah.
Just a hair too late on that bunny hop.
Yeah, can't outrun darts, unfortunately. But we'll sort of see how Uno tries to short up.
But
Ben able to grab
Nice
onto the flag,
recovers.
ready to move once again, filling in where Rob wants a hole.
Nice recovery on that flag because they could have gained possession very fast.
Yeah, we
RPI
see-
practices.
We see Sanchez carefully covering the other side from the ladders. Walking that ladder side, using his Cobalt Designs blaster, doing his best to mitigate whatever damage he can in order for Ben to be able to run it across the last line.
And Sanchez is out.
Sanchez is out.
I'm used to seeing Sanchez with a unicorn.
It's 2-on-2. Ben has the flag, ready to run it. Tucking
Elvin
behind the
is
ladder.
absolutely wrecking
Ooh,
house.
getting tagged out, having to drop the flag.
Case in point.
Oh! Lost Boys 845, cleaning it up with the double elimination by himself. Shoring it up in order to make sure that they are net positive in terms of points. Obviously, that being additionally helped with the first touch.
If all else, Elvin is, from one hype person to another, an absolute contender when it comes to being loud and getting people hype and keeping people in the game. What do you guys think who are watching back home? Shoot us a comment on
You've been
how
called
you
the
feel
queen
for
of Yap.
Elvin and just bringing the energy out here because that was absolutely insane.
You've been called the queen of Yap. What do you say to these allegations?
Well, I am the queen of the hype because he's not going anywhere near my train. All right, so. But as far as bringing the noise, he's pretty good. I have him on board, absolutely. All right, we're sending it back.
All right, back at it. Reversing side. Once again, Uno on red. Trying to push towards that middle. Ben now playing a super high pressure spot. Rob first touch again.
First
I think
touch.
almost every match that Rob has played, he's gotten the first touch. Which is just a testament to that speed you were talking about, that track and field all-star sort of build that he has going on.
We like to joke within the Uno server, within the Uno community, that he works the chair stance. This man has been in this hobby for God knows how long, and he still works the perfect 90-degree squat. And it works. How? I'm not entirely sure, but it works.
Ducks in the cover the way he decides to, and somehow he keeps the darts away from him.
Good. Okay, so.
Moving through the Dorito. Ready to try to move around. Looks like they're trying to open that right flank a little bit for the push.
We got Ben swooping in on the snake, seeing if he can get leverage across field.
You see, once again, we talked about how the snake is just so powerful for these cross-map shots. And Ben is doing his best to utilize exactly that, using a stockless momentum, a tiny platform about the size of a Maverick, practically.
All right, Ben, and now Ben has the high ground, high position. Uh-oh.
I heard a whistle. I think that was the flag push. It might have been Elam.
And that would
Flag.
be a flag.
Another flag push. Once again, Rob and Ben have been such a coordinated unit. The two follow each other. Rob gets ready to make the initial push, and if he falls, Ben is right behind and pick up the slack.
Listen, Rob may have pulled an oops before in that first round, but he absolutely smashed it in the second. And you just, I don't know about you, but I love seeing gameplay like that. It makes it so exciting.
Yeah,
they come back with a vengeance.
And also, that's definitely a testament to how you can trust your team, right? When you play with each other as much as some of these people play with each other, you really know their own strengths, and you know that they have your back. You don't have to worry about trying to carry the team. You don't have to worry about trying to be independent when you can work as a unit. Tornado boys.
It's the Twisters team out here. We can't get our names right.
Yeah, definitely right.
Not enough whoosh.
Yeah. Yeah, no wind out here, luckily. You know, very different environment from a lot of competitive players. Magic's big. The air conditioning.
The air conditioning.
Yeah,
These pickup teams missed out, man. Prime real estate. Tell me, what have you been thinking of these games so far? I have no idea if you've been on here, but what are your thoughts?
A little bit.
Fun.
Fun.
Hey, fun's a good way to put it.
The
You
Tally
know,
Boy himself.
getting ready for the blue team. Getting ready for Adobo. A bit of a pickup team. I know we had some people come together for Adobo. Some people come independently, but a number of talented players. Players like Nathani who've been doing this for a long time, even if not necessarily with their teammates.
Blue is out right off the break, just not fast enough to get to center, and Doc as well.
Yeah.
They got to get aggressive on that
Ooh,
flag.
Nathani making a beautiful slide in, grabbing the first touch. And Nathani has the flag in hand. Phil pushing up very boldly up the snake.
Ooh,
not even bothering to squat.
Yeah, once Nate had it locked, it was set. Post casual.
Oh, it looks like Adrian does have a backup Diana. Carrying 2 blasters, including Diana on his hip.
Another killer slide out here. It's just something with our hobby, and just a nice, clean slide.
Definitely.
Amazing.
Yeah, we've seen Phil's been pretty efficient at doing sort of his slow run and gun. He's been doing this for a while. He's always complaining about his knees, half as a joke, half genuinely. And this sort of like medium pace pressure has been really effective for some of these flag pushes, or just general pushes.
Definitely. Absolutely.
Tell me, if you were on Team Adobo, especially a pickup team like this, what are you telling your teammates? What are you trying to do to make sure that you're able to replicate those sort of effects again against a team that's relatively well prepared like A-Team?
Well, for A-Team, I was able to play with them last year as one of their substitutes, but I would say, because I'm fairly experienced with A-Team, I would be looking at how much firepower is going downrange. Making sure you have that objective on lock. Are you going to push for aggressive, or are you going to back up a little and bunny hop towards that flag? But yeah, I would probably go and telling my teammates where the firepower is coming from, finding the weakest position, and going for that push.
Yeah, I definitely think you have to bound very carefully against a team like A-Team, right? They're ready to put so much foam downrange that it can be hard to find your picks, it can be hard to find your movements. But if you can, sometimes you can slip through their defenses and you can find the cracks.
Doc exposed himself just
losing
a hair
3 players
too
almost
far.
instantly.
Doc exposed himself just a hair too far out on the right.
We got Blue and Hicks right in the middle, right, ready to run either direction if needed. We saw they did a great job being really efficient, working together to run that flag push earlier. However, currently they're at a pretty substantial numbers disadvantage. Running at 3-2, 3-1.
They seem to, correct me if I'm wrong, they seem to be peeking off of one side. The two of them were peeking together.
They've been doing a lot of that today, which I don't know if it's necessary. Blue's calling the hit on himself. Yep. He's calling the hit out from Nathani, so it looks like an elim. As an elim on the A-Team from... It looks like an elim. We're going to wait for head ref Josh before he tells us that Adobo won, but that looks like an elim over here.
Blue is the only one left, so I believe that was an elimination.
Yeah.
Yes.
Kind of hard to hear, but it looks like he was calling it out from Nathani.
Yes.
And Nathani doing a great job once again of keeping on that pressure. We saw he got first touch last time. We saw he capped the people who got first touch from getting any further. Just doing a great job bounding back to back.
They got eliminated, but you got the touch. It's all points at the end of the day, and that's what keeps you up in the leaderboard.
Yeah, definitely.
For
It's
sure.
okay to give away a few bodies, but as long as you are scoring, you're still progressing towards the top of the podium.
Definitely. Alrighty, my fellow friends back home, my wonderful, beautiful nerds. It seems that I'm going to be getting ready with my folks, but hope you guys are having a wonderful time back home.
This should be a good one.
Waiting for them to call it. I'm going to go vibe with my teammates, but it was a pleasure.
Hey, do you know where the light is? All right, safe formation.
All the more reason to go back. All right, have fun, guys. Bye.
Yeah, thank you again, Archer. Archer being a sort of a very, very popular testament to both the competitive scene and just the sort of northern East Coast scene. Always around, always with a happy face, always ready to fling some foam and make your life trouble on the comp field. Yes, yes. One member of the A team is using a Talon Claw. I know it's a bit of an updated remix, having spoken to some members of A team. Definitely doing their best to hit that 250, keep those precise shots, and make those long-range picks, which I think is really the strength of Springers on a field like this, especially because they have 50 FPS they're allowed to work with. We're probably going to see that from Nebula. Nebula using a number of really, really accurate Springers. Jason, actually, Zelkos, actually using the Inertia. One of the few AEBs that we have found is super reliable, although super complex and hard to build, hard to maintain. Yeah. Jed and Mia having an absolute dogfight in the snake. You see Jed, once again, so proficient in his left hand. Despite the fact that he's right-handed. Getting that tag on Mia, doing her best to stop the offensive pressure, but having trouble. Jed getting another tag. Jed absolutely eating it up in the snake. Jed hearing me, flashing him a twos and a little smile. Maybe I should keep my voice down. Jed is doing his absolute best, still maintaining so much offensive pressure. The rest of Nebula is ready to is just ready to sort of slowly move up, doing their best to support the fire that he is bringing to the field. Yeah, Jed gets another tag. Going for a reload. Carefully putting pressure on the back pyramids. You know, trying to do his best to spray Sheldon. Sheldon, a very proficient speedball player in the past, as well as speed soft. So he definitely knows his way around some cover. Him and Jed are certainly getting ready for their own dogfight. A dangerous pair. One thing about this situation is that Jed has his momentum, and Sheldon has a very well-tuned Lynx. Probably shooting a higher FPS than Jed is. As well, a little bit more precision. Whether that matters at this distance is sort of hard to tell. Jehovah going for a run. I heard the faintest bit of a whistle. Keep going. Ref says keep going. The game is not over. The flag was not ran on Jehovah. Somehow. Jed is completely empty out of ammo. Completely empty out of ammo. Matt Ramey gets the flag push from Dart Royalty. Jed gets three tags, but it's not quite enough. There was some spraying and some praying, and obviously as the spray was accurate, there was just not enough prayers to keep his mags full.
Yes!
Look, I'm quick with it.
I can try.
Yeah, we're getting ready for the second match. I now have Nathani joining me. Nathani, I know you've passed around through a few different teams. Tell me a little bit about how this team that you brought today changes interacting with different strategies and different compositions.
Well, I can't say that I brought this team. It's sort of like...
Joined this team, I should say.
Yeah, we made the team along the way. It's one of the pickup teams. And honestly, it's been great to see how, you know, everyone's just had like really good like chemistry. Everyone knows where they got to go and just fulfilling their, you know, their purpose.
Yeah.
It's been really solid.
Yeah, we were talking last round after you'd played about how you were really trying to keep up with the pressure, specifically towards the center against A-Team. You know, A-Team usually comes out of the gate with a lot of firepower, and you all were able to combat that. You're using your SDF to really push that first round.
Yeah, well, I'll be honest, I might have a little bit of a grudge against A-Team because Foam Pro Tour 2022, where I got this jersey, they eliminated our team, 500th Legion, in about 20 seconds, so I kind of had to return the favor.
Yeah, a bit of a vengeance. We hear that thunk, 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 thunk from Zelkos' Inertia. That thing is just a beast.
Yep.
You see, definitely. Only a few in the world exist, and one of them is on our field today. We see Jed once again sitting in the snake.
Oh, and
absolutely delivering firepower. The Inertia is going off the field. Jehovah right behind Jed, ready to support.
Jed on snake.
We see Niels once again upright with his spear, ready to keep delivering that fire, not necessarily tucking as much as he could. Same with Jehovah. Nebula looks like they're trying to be really, really aggressive.
Round with the flank. Does he get it?
Jed
like
and Sheldon take a trade. Matt Ramey somehow still in, number 13. Rev is calling him good, although...
Irish is apparently still in.
Yeah, Matt, number 13, still in, protecting his rear guard, making sure they don't push too far up.
Yeah, that's something I've been seeing a lot of people complain about with momentum, is that like its accuracy is kind of lacking.
Yeah, I think it's also a testament to the fact that a lot of people...
Watch that cover. And another push on the right. Whoa! And going right past the booth here.
Then Jehovah rolling into the end. Was Jehovah hit? We're going to wait on the call. Wait for MG Kevin, one of our refs here, to make the final call as to whether or not Jehovah was hit. Vaughn was probably hit by Matt. Both of them sort of making that agreement. A lot of these...
Seems like that was a flag push.
Yeah, flag push from Tahova, barely rolling out of the way of Matt's darts. Matt obviously preoccupied with Vaughn. Both of them saw an awesome opportunity to make that push, and that they did.
Yeah, that right flank was getting a lot of pressure there.
Yeah, that was really interesting. We saw Midnight take one, and I'm sorry, not Midnight. Nebula take one, and Dart Royalty take one, both of which are towards the top of our leaderboard. So it'll be interesting to see how that ends up affecting the final rankings for the day. Yeah, we're getting a lot of support.
Once again, filling up Snake.
Yeah. Getting a lot of support for Tahova here in the chat. Yeah, Tahova definitely made quite the trick out here and showing them why they're here to take names and fling some foam.
All right, I am in the hole, so I got to go. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much, Nathani. Thank you very, very much. Getting ready for our next match. Tahova, you were getting a lot of praise in the comments, especially for that little roll at the end.
Look. All I'm saying is it's either your knee or the points. I'm going to take the points. I can get a new knee.
You're also being referred to as BPOC's meme lords.
Yes, I am.
Yeah, I don't think you could get Tahova to stop being a meme lord if you tried.
I need to meet a minimum cringe level of 3.
Yeah, fair enough. Tahova is here to have a good time, as are the rest of us. As we get ready to get into this next match. We have Magic Smoke now on red. We have Tornado Boys on blue. Magic Smoke once again, a team that typically takes names. Yeah, Ian, as you say, as I watch the chat, it's really interesting to see the way that plays adapt. People begin to get used to sight lines. They begin to get used to routes on the field that you definitely need to be aware of. Tornado Boys has been one team, a pickup team, that has been I've been pretty impressed with. They've been able to do a lot of first touches and be able to sustain a lot of pressure despite the fact that they have never played together. Unlike some of these pickup teams, they are almost just 5 individuals instead of 2 or 3 pairs. Yep, these games definitely have had a high pace. Once again, Tornado Boys using almost all springers. I don't even know if they have a flywheeler aside from the Venom Pro. Sarah was able to get the first touch on the side of Magic Smoke. Magic Smoke doing their best to maintain their offensive pressure, only losing 1 player so far. Sarah is running up the right lane, doing her best to get the flag run. That is a flag push for Magic Smoke.
Guys, if you're alive, see me. If you're alive, see me. Guys, who was alive? Sarah, you alive?
Yeah, that was definitely a very high-paced one. Once again, it's so hard to stop the offensive pressure of people who go, especially when they bound while still moving. You know, running straight to the furthest cover that you see is one thing, but being able to still evaluate the field, evaluate your routes, so you're able to bound between cover while maintaining that speed is really, really important.
Yeah, I saw you knipping and I was like, I'm going for the Yeah, I know. Good fight. Do you two want to swap?
What is your host name?
Oh, I guess I'm just Wreckage Gillette. I think that's certainly the best. Obviously, you guys have heard people use Evan for me, but you know, I'm sort of a destructive force of nature, known for breaking the occasional thing.
Yeah, well, why don't we get to know Wreckage Gillette a little bit? Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, sure. As we get to ready for this next match, I'll go ahead and do a little bit of a personal dossier. Been playing Nerf for a few years. Definitely more of a flywheel player. Recently acquired a Spirit that I am definitely in love with.
And where'd you start playing at? Why'd you get
I started at Southern Maryland House of Nerf. A little bit more casual of a group, although always casual fun. Yeah. Always casual fun. Have always played with Magic Smoke when playing in tournament and had the opportunity to take it home at the first MFT. I've been a little bit AWOL due to some academic pursuits, but glad to be back.
Trying to be a functional adult.
Trying to be a real adult for once, you know.
I'm a real boy.
I want to be a real boy. Wow. Junior getting in there again at first touch, almost over the
Jesse
whistle.
from Magic Smoke out at the snake.
Jesse's team captain, the team captain Magic Smoke, dropping almost instantly. Junior ready to make that flag run right from right.
Playing aggressive.
Bounding into that cover. You know, we were talking about how Tornado Boys has had a lot of springers and a lot of precision springers that have been able to make these picks. But without any flywheelers, it's just been so, we're getting shot over here in the commentating booth.
Yeah, I got
it's always
shot
important
by
to wear your
Jade.
iPro for that.
That was from Jade. Good shot, Jade.
Yeah, we'll
we got,
definitely.
Sarah down at the snake, and Jeremy looking to make a run, and flag dash. Oh. Might have been an elimination.
That looks like a flag push to me. I heard splash 4 and then the run, although we're going to wait for the refs to call it out. Definitely a very quick game once again. Magic Smoke, a lot of it is picking a few lanes, running and gunning, being so aware of the field that they're able to sustain this sort of offensive pressure without having to need too concrete of a plan, which I think makes them so adaptable and so hard to deal with.
So let's talk about Magic Smoke. Who was on the original roster of
Yeah, I know I'm a little bit biased. I can't help it. Originally, me and the current team captain, Jesse, started it. Now I'm just happy to be here, looking at all the teams. Haven't played in a while, so a little bit more removed from the team. Yeah, this has been one of the tournaments where Magic Smoke has not been sitting at the top of the podium for the entire tournament. Last I checked, it was Mystic Vapor and Nebula tying.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so certainly a close game. You know, when the two play against each other, it was a little bit a little bit of play for first. Although obviously the points against other people.
Got a monitor outage?
Yeah, we have a monitor outage. It looks like the stream isn't out. So I'm just gonna do my best to commentate what you all are seeing since we're a little bit blind here.
So we got a playback on the camera.
Yep, looks like. Yeah, thank you, Out of Darts from Perry, for stopping in and saying hello. Always glad to have anyone here, especially a big name to support the awesome members of our sports. Yeah.
Perry, return my DM.
I have at least one camera up.
Okay. It doesn't look dark on the stream. Oh.
Yeah, it's on a delay. It's gonna show it.
Yeah, stream is still live, but we were having some technical difficulties. Doing our best to sort of recoup the issues that we continue to blab a little.
We'll do what Ashley Simpson did on SNL and do a awkward jig to keep everyone entertained in the meantime.
Yeah, I think we'll just do some a little bit of a verbal ballroom dance and keep you guys entertained until we get these cameras fixed.
We could do like a beatbox section.
Yeah.
We're losing viewers.
Yeah, no surprise there. Oh, one camera back.
Oh, we're back.
And we are back with Misfits on one side, UNO Reverse on the other.
He's got the flag, yeah, baby.
That was a quick flag run.
That is
the second time that this kid is able to.
He's going for it. He's going to get it.
Oh, so close.
That kid is.
He's a quick one.
Trouble, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean that's part of having such a smaller frame, you know.
Smaller frame.
Hard to see, hard to hit.
And looks like he's just running a stock
Omnia, I think.
Omnia.
Yeah. We see there's actually two Omnias on the Misfits
still on the ground,
team.
I see, though.
Yeah, flag is on the ground, closer now to the side of UNO Reverse. We've seen that particular player, the younger player.
No one's gone to pick it up.
Yeah, right? I mean, we know that they shot the kid while he had it, so they know where it is, although it seems like they're more focused on just maintaining defensive.
Yeah, so, I mean, what's the dynamic between being offensive versus defensive? When do you want to be offensive, and when do you want to start playing defensive, or is it vice versa? Do you start playing defensively and then work offensively?
I think personally the best way, and we've seen the most successful teams have sort of been doing a lot of this, where they maintain this wall and then they push as a unit, so they end up feeling like a freight train that you just cannot get in front of. But you know, a freight train is certainly not stopping to a few darts.
Well, what I've been observing today, Evan, is I thought the snake was actually going to be pretty OP, but it turns out that the ladder.
Yeah, the ladder side's been really strong.
Really been the avenue to do these flag pushes.
That was an elimination. Elimination for UNO Reverse, dropping all the members of Misfits, not even able to grab the flag. Misfits luckily did get that first touch, which should shore up some of the difference in points a little bit.
And just a friendly reminder for everyone watching, if you have not done so already, go ahead and give us a thumbs up and like, and don't forget to subscribe to the TNT.
Yeah,
YouTube
definitely. BPOC maybe once a year, but the TNT events certainly are not, and you do not want to miss it. We are always here, always ready for some action, always ready for some fun.
Look at this production value that we got going on here. Just years ago, you know, we had the Dart Zone Foam Pro tournament. at End War, and then Maryland Foam Tournament, and then Ragnarok, another MFT, and now here we are.
Yeah, I know a lot of these players.
You can just see the evolution that this whole live streaming broadcast has.
A lot of these players are getting ready for Ragnarok. I know a lot of people are planning on flying out for the HVHVZ in the competitive play, which is outside, which should change the dynamic a lot. They are switching sides. Now Misfits are on blue, and Reverse is on red.
This should be fun.
So
UNO Reverse. Now, what blasters are we looking at here?
It looks like UNO Reverse is going with a very heavy flywheel composition, which is pretty typical of what we see of most of the UNO teams. I believe their only springer is Eric in the back with the long shot, which is very opposite of Misfits. The only blasters that aren't springers that Misfits have are the pair of Omnias. Obviously, these Omnias are shooting a little bit softer than some of these other flywheelers, but a tag is a tag, and really it's about how you use it at the end of the day.
So how many Momentums versus Spirits have we seen on the field today? And would you say that's kind of become the two comp blasters that we're seeing?
Yeah, I mean, I think right now in regards of brushless flywheelers, which are the most, the most consistent of the flywheelers, we've been seeing a lot of Momentums and a lot of Spirits. Probably, I think if we had to count numbers, more Spirits, although it's not by a whole lot. We've also seen some Dart Zone offerings, some of which have been tuned up like what we see on UNO Reverse right now, and some of which have been completely stock. Luckily, Dart Zone has made it so accessible to get into the hobby, to start playing, even if you're at not the most upper echelon, to sort of dip your feet in.
Absolutely, and if I had to recommend a Dart Zone blaster, I would definitely check out the Nexus Pro. Is my personal favorite for comp play.
You choosing the Nexus Pro or the Nexus Pro X?
Nexus Pro X, yeah. So
yeah,
a upgraded spring and the two spacers will get you to over 250, around right 250 on the dot. So it's a fantastic comp blaster. You add the B car on, included B car on it, and it shoots lasers. For $50 out of the box, it's really tough to beat. It's really exciting.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, it's such a good value, and we've seen people out here taking names and performing and winning games against full-fledged hobby platforms. Your Lynxes, your Spirits, with blasters they can buy off the shelf.
You know what I really like, Evan, is that. Coming to BPOC, there are some established teams, obviously, that have played together. But it's a great opportunity, even if you haven't played before, to get a chance to come and compete in a competitive environment. Where do you get that opportunity?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and this is also so low stakes. We have a lot of opportunities to play if you go to MFT or RAG.
Low stakes. The winners get
yes, 1 trillion kisses. Yeah. Correction, Jehovah, it is 1 trillion kisses. If they're from Jed, then I'm gonna hop off commentary and start playing because I am eager for the prize. Let's just say that.
It's on the check.
It's on the check. It's on the check. It's too late. It's too late, Jed. I hate to say it.
1 trillion kisses. There needs to be a lot of love spread in the world, and that's what TNT is all about: is spreading the love. And 1 trillion kisses. I'm a married spud. So let's talk a little bit about this field layout, because it's definitely a new kind of dynamic field layout than we're used to. Something that you would find traditionally at MFT or even at a Send Zone Foam Pro Tour.
I think first thing I noticed is that the snake is not nearly as strong as it was in the previous league.
Which is really surprising. I do want to give a shout out to Gotham Goot, who I believe is the field designer. Yeah, so,
he is. He's our cartographer.
We got to get you on the
gameplay today.
payroll and get you to design our MFT fields. So
yeah, he's definitely been really awesome in helping run these events. He's also been very important for our camera crew to keep all the action rolling, all the cameras rolling, so you all can see all of the gameplay that's happening on the field.
And it's me, Goot. And if you guys are enjoying what you're watching, they just started live streaming the scrims for the public. It was a trial run. Trial and error, trying to figure out the best angles, and this is the result, and it's amazing. It's fantastic.
Yeah, I think it only goes up from here as people continue to work and make things better.
Between what FPT was a few years ago and this.
Yeah.
They're calling my name.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Dart Sweet.
I'll be back.
Back at it like a bad habit with Jed now.
What's good, everybody?
Yeah,
I'm back here.
We were just talking about the field and how the snake side. I mean, you played it to great use today.
Love it.
So it's great to have you on the mic, but it seems a little bit less strong, or at least players are a little bit more hesitant to enter it than we have in the past. If you all were here for the scrim that we live streamed about 2 weeks ago, the snake side wasn't using inflatables, but instead was using the squares, which were a lot taller, which made it a whole lot easier for you to keep your head down below the cover.
Absolutely. I feel like the snake as a whole piece in terms of our competitive games has been an evolving concept all the time.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really different from what we see in speedball because speedballers have so much ammo and so many rounds they can put down range. 600 rounds is a lot for a team, but you know, there's only a certain limit to how much you can really be shooting.
As you can see, I ran out of mags in that last match.
Yeah, I mean, Jed was able to get 3 tags, but wasn't able to close it out due to the fact that he ran out of ammo, which is sort of a testament to the fact that there is a cap, you know.
Absolutely. Maybe a skill gap. Who knows?
Maybe. We see Thomas going right off the break.
Oh, man. You gotta
having
get that man off break.
Having a little bit of a tough time getting off break today. He's one that you could, if he finds cover, he's dangerous, but didn't quite get there, hasn't quite gotten there a few times today.
Don't let that man stick or else he'll get you.
Definitely. We see pushing up Midnight. There's only one left already, making a relatively quick game for Adobo.
Got Ashton in the middle cross. Takes out one from
the we see Phil from Adobo falling, doing his best to get to the player's box. You know, they're doing their best to run the flag. Nathani getting the flag run.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Yeah, that was a beautiful flag run. That is a perfect 10 points.
Okay, give me a second. I got to get some refs in the field. Give me a second, all right?
All good. Thank you so much, Jed. Yeah, so that was a quick game for Adobo. 10 points, which is extraordinarily impressive for a pickup team. They are doing a double count just to ensure that all players have been tagged out, just to ensure that all of our scores are right. I'm going to call it to Buddha now, asking for our scores so far. Who are we looking at as our top contenders for the podium today?
Top contenders are, right now, the top 4 are Nebula, Magic Smoke, Draw 5, and Friend Be Fire.
In that order?
That order.
So Nebula, Magic Smoke, Draw 5, and then Friend Be Fire have been our top 4. Friend Be Fire putting a very, very impressive showing. Once again, all players that are not new to the game, but new to playing together. It just comes to show how the individual player awareness can be really, really important, even if you're not used to how the rest of your team plays. Adobo, as well, has been having some really strong matches, but some of the matches they've been just having trouble getting established, setting up that defensive line to stop the pushes coming forward from the flanks. I don't think it's a surprise to anybody that Magic Smoke and Nebula are at the top of the echelon. For CFT in California, a mix of Magic Smoke. Some Magic Smoke players ended up playing as Nebula players in the finals. That's the way to spin it, both of the MFTs. They are certainly the ones to beat. However, Draw 5 and Friend Be Fire are here to give them a run for their money. Now, Midnight getting to the middle cover. I'm just hearing from Nerf Buddha now. Smoke went from 7th to 2nd in 1 round, which shows just comes to show how volatile these rounds can be. You know, you score a pair of 10 rounds, 10-point rounds, and you're up 20 points, which is more than some people will be scoring for the entire day. You see, Ashton did get to the flag for the first touch. Midnight now being up a few points, regardless of eliminations, before getting tagged out. See, we're watching Adobo play very carefully, going a little bit slower, which I do not think is in their favor. Last we saw them sort of bum rush, for lack of a better term, trying to push the pace. Uncle Phil doing really good at that. And we have an AAB on the field. Dennis being tagged out. Derek's son as well, also being tagged out, saber in hand, frontline phone rep. It looks like there was only one Adobo left in the form of Uncle Phil. The rest of Midnight trying to push. Ooh. Midnight's captain falls right before they get the sink. DPI number 14 being tagged out by the goalkeeper of Phil. We spoke earlier about a player named Adriel, the likes of which he was on Friendly Fire, who's a very who's a very talented player, also a talented goalkeeper. Funny enough, he is Phil's son. The two seems to run the gene of being able to really stop those pushes, stop those flag runs before it gets to a point where the points get lost and become unmanageable to come back from. Yeah, that was another quick match. Ronan's asking for someone to say hi. Hold on. You guys want to see what jersey I'm wearing? That's me, and I'm repping the Orca jersey today. I have been to Florida once in my life, and it certainly was not to play Nerf. I'm not a member of Orca, but I'm happy to rep their colors. Junior lending me the jersey, so I have something fun to wear for the day instead of a regular t-shirt. Yeah, once again, we have draw 5 on red. Getting ready.
We're playing Saber Boy.
Going against Dart Royalty, which is on blue. Dart Royalty has had some really volatile matches. Some matches, they seem like they just run away with the game like a freight train. In some matches, they seem like they just can't quite seem to get their footing. Alternatively, draw 5 has been extraordinarily consistent. We've seen Ben in the red jersey as well as Rob in the red jersey pair together really nicely, double stacking on the middle covers, doing their best to go for that flag, get the first touch, regardless of eliminations. The moment one falls, the next is right there to pick up the slack, cover that flank or cover that middle, ready to run the flag down the end zone. This has been really imperative in making sure they maintain the scoring points regardless of whether or not the first person in gets tagged. Getting ready for another match. Dart Royalty on blue. Uno on red. And we are off to the races. Once again, Uno coming out with just so much firepower. Ben for once and Rob for once not going for the middle. It seemed like Rob might have dropped his magazine, which makes things awfully difficult to get to the middle. Bounding up, but still not being slowed down whatsoever. Ben sitting at the snake, getting the tag on Mia. Not in a million years wanting to let her get into that awesome offensive position. We see Ben, just like Jet, has been doing a great job of getting in there, getting his tiny momentum tucked into cover. I believe there's more momentums in this northeast coast area. Having a little bit of trouble switching cameras in order to change our angles. Trying to get our spectators out of the way of the view of the lens, but, you know, we get so excited, it can sometimes be easy to forget our surroundings. Yeah, make sure you turn it on. Yeah, once again, we're going to keep maintaining this angle, having a little bit of trouble switching cameras. Looks like another member of Dart Royalty tagged out, walking to the player box. Uno's just been so good, and we see why they're third on the podium at just sustaining this high rate of fire, this high pressure. It's so hard to be able to move when you feel like you have an absolute fury of foam flying towards your cover.
Not sure what's happened with Ben right there.
Yeah, it looked like Ben was shooting and then fell. I'm not entirely sure if he fell after he was tagged out or if he fell to get tagged out. A little bit hard to say. I know so far you have played against Draw 5 today, I believe.
I did. My first match was against Draw 5 today.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a tough first match.
Oh, it looks like he got tagged right before.
Yeah,
he made the
Sanchez
line.
got him. The game is still going. Sanchez barely getting the tag on Cherry 15.
Oh, he's going for a reload. He's going, oh!
I don't know if Matt got it. Did Irish get it? We're going to wait for the judges to call it. Looks like Kevin is calling it a flag push. Sanchez barely not being able to get Ramey. That roll is probably the reason that Ramey was able to score. Absolutely just sinking through the end zone.
Sanchez had to reload at that crucial moment, and it killed him.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a mix of your magazines wanting to be mobile. We saw Boomstick earlier today running the giant Easy E drum. And a situation like that, you know, you wouldn't have to reload even if you're carrying a little bit of extra bulk. So once again, you sort of got to calculate that risk. Want to calculate how much gear you want to be carrying on you. You know, in the past, we've seen a lot of plate carriers through the previous years, but now we're seeing a lot of these really small rigs, whether it's chest rigs or belt rigs, things that only hold the 2 or 3 magazines people need because they do not want extra junk on their body.
Yeah, it's definitely switched since early flag dash. For early flag dash, you were only allowed 60 rounds per round, and then you had to drop those and get a whole new 60 rounds.
Yeah.
But now, because you can carry over ammo, you can actually have a lot more firepower because you can use it throughout the whole match.
Definitely. It's also interesting to see, like we see over there on the right side. Currently, I'm going to switch cameras, but I can see Sheldon, Steven Sheldon, is actually moving his magazines over to his flywheel players. Oh. They can't hear me? Okay, we are back at it. Having a little bit of technical difficulties. Better work out these issues now. We see on the opposite side, Rob has once again gotten to the middle cover. They cannot keep him out of there. They cannot keep the flag out of his hands. He is just a monster running around. Currently, this is our most functional angle, so we're going to keep using this. However, this also seems to be one of the most action-packed angles as we watch as Ben continues to maneuver around this snake. We see he's poking his head out. He's doing his best to make sure that he's not missing any blind spots around that gray cover. These gray squares are just so hard to see past.
Ness just flanked 2 of Dart Royalty, and he's heading for the 3rd.
Ben gets another tag on Irish.
Oh, here comes
doing
Ben.
his best to make sure a run is not accomplished. Shouting getting tagged as well. Ben absolutely running up the right side, eating the right flank alive for dinner. Yeah, that was a quick one. Someone needs to remind Ben that he needs to keep his eye pro on his face.
Oh, I got to go inflate the snake again. That snake's been giving us some real trouble today.
Yeah, definitely. People have been playing the snake and having trouble with gameplay and having trouble keeping it inflated, so sort of a mix of each. It looks like we are back at it. All functions are a go, so we are back at it, delivering you the action once again. That was an awesome match. Both teams having their own moments of victory, with Matt Irish, as some know him, literally rolling into victory that second round. Ben from UNO absolutely just tearing up the right side of the field, tearing up the snake, dropping plenty of players from Dart Royalty. You know, it shows you why why UNO Draw 5 is towards the top of our leaderboards, absolutely scoring many, many points. We finally had our snake doctor, I guess, ornithologist. No, not ornithologist. Ophiothologist.
I have no idea what a snake doctor is.
Ophio is the prefix for snake. So ophiothologist would be a snake doctor.
Okay. I'll have to take your word for that one.
Yeah, I know that because of Magic card.
I am not a Magic player.
That's okay. You probably shouldn't be. Anyway, back to the Rams. Surprisingly, Friendly Fire's in the top 4.
Sorry, say that again?
Friendly Fire has been in the top 4, is in the top 4 currently.
Yeah, I don't even know who's on that team.
They're a pickup team, a very impressive pickup team. They have come out, they have been the underdogs. Usually pickup teams do not get a lot of attention, and I don't know if people just release their expectations, if they just go into it with their guards down, but they have been tearing it up, getting eliminations and playing safe, not throwing away bodies for anything.
That was something that we noticed, that in the early matches we were playing really aggressive and we weren't getting much points, and so we started to hold back a little bit more, and that allowed us to get a few more points.
I think the best teams that we've seen have been playing a tiny burst of aggression at the start, and then you have like that early mid-game, they sort of shore up, they make sure their plan is set, and then they wait to push the aggression until they get to a point where they've established a flank.
Well, yeah, and as soon as you get that one opportunity, as soon as somebody gets down, that's when you got to move.
Right? A lot of that's sort of been this balance, especially as people have been learning the field and getting more comfortable as we continue to play, of just trying to understand when to run and when to sit. We see sliding into cover. At the gray, we have Archer. Opposite of her, we have another Friendly Fire member doing an absolute great job tucking. Dude, keeping Archer away from the snake without getting too close. Cobalt does get the flag. We were talking about earlier about how they're extraordinarily fast with their ability to bound from cover to cover to cover. Very elusive, like a mouse in the middle of a haystack.
Cobalt can move. He can really just move. Look at him go. He's going for the flag.
Yeah, they're super fast. Get tagged out right before it hits the end zone. If Archer just grabbed the flag and took 3 or 4 steps, they could score it. And she does. Slightly out of angle. That is the game. Mystic Vapor getting a flag push. Cobalt missing it by maybe 3 feet. Right at the end zone. That's the awesome thing about having teammates you know you can rely on. They're always behind you, and they're always ready to shore up when you fall and when you don't quite complete a push or a flank. All in all, I will still say Mystic Vapor sort of has a habit, as well as Magic Smoke, and as well as Nebula, as well as Draw 5. These teams have been playing together for a long time. Sometimes just feel like a freight train that you cannot stop. But Friendly Fire, regardless of the fact that they're using almost all springers, has been so good at keeping those precise shots downrange to make the other teams afraid of advancing.
And I do think these... Well, hold on. What teams were just playing? Who was playing Mystic?
Friendly Fire.
Friendly Fire. So I think Friendly Fire, they do get to play quite a bit, I think, down in Maryland. I think most of them are from the Maryland, Virginia area, so I think they are playing together down there. But
yeah.
They're not a set team.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely really interesting to see how sometimes you have good players, and good players are enough to get you through it. 5 good players is 5 good players at the end of the day, versus 1 good team. So even if there's a little less cohesion, the ability to just put your shots where they need to be, put your body where it needs to be behind cover is so imperative.
Well, and I mean, if you could communicate a little bit at the beginning, make sure that you know which lanes each person's going to, it's actually really hard to hear each other on the field.
Definitely. Yeah, unless you're a team that is so used to playing with each other that you instinctually know where the other people are going, there's only so much communication you can be doing. So as long as you go in with a clear plan, you don't hold on to it with a death grip and you understand things might change, you're probably going to perform well, which we're seeing from Friendly Fire. Yep. Remember for Friendly Fire taking the headshot. Cobalt also taking a headshot. Both players dropped right before they get to the flag. The flag has yet to be touched. No one going for the first touch quite yet until Andrew gets it. Dart Sweep grabbing the first touch.
And he's been getting a lot of first touches this game.
Yeah,
this tournament.
Yeah, he's always talking about how his cardio isn't good and how he doesn't drink water, but he is proving himself wrong. Doing a great job sustaining that speed. Once again, we saw that double stack method like what Archer and Cobalt did last time. Cobalt and Andrew both ran for the middle. With that double stack, even though Cobalt fell, Andrew was right behind him, ready to get that first touch. We see on the ladder side, we have 2 really strong players in the form of Kirby and Ben, both making sure that their left flank is not given up, probably looking for a way to sneak through the right flank for Andrew, but the Friendly Fire's making that so hard. We've been talking all day about how Adriel in the Snake has been just such an effective goalkeeper, making those cross-map shots, not pushing too far, not putting himself at risk, just ready to drill whoever gets a little bit too bold. And I think he's really shown that he's doing wonders with that quick.
Now we got Archer moving up on the Snake.
Yeah, Archer moving up on the Snake. The Snake's starting to be a bit of a point of contention. Both Archer and Adriel, pretty fast-paced players, both fast-paced flywheelers in hand. It'll be interesting how this interacts if or when they close the corners.
It's been interesting, though. They haven't really been fighting on the Snake. They've been both doing cross shots instead of fighting each other.
And I think that's
which is uncommon for the Snake.
I agree. I think that's also just a testament to say how strong these cross-map shots are on this map. You know,
they are. We've seen the cross shot is going to really help you out.
We've seen particularly some momentum players absolutely just crawl into the Snake and just start blamming it on the trigger. Oh, Archer gets it. Not a trade, I do not think. Yep, Adriel is out.
I believe that was time.
That was a rare, only our 4th match of the day to go to time.
It's fairly rare, but it does happen.
Yeah, it's rare, but there's a time clock for a reason, you know. Eventually, people are going to run out of ammo, and we're all going to be sitting here curious what to do. So I think the 2-minute timer is definitely a good time. I would not make it any shorter. I would not make it any faster. I think it's enough to incentivize play without rushing you.
So originally in MFT 2023, it was actually 3 minutes long, but those matches ended up going pretty long, and we were finding that they just weren't actually using that whole time. So We actually, partway through that tournament, actually switched it to 2 minutes.
I do remember that.
It's been that way since.
Yeah, it got to a point where there really wasn't a difference between 2 minutes and 3 minutes, because after the 2 minute mark, people were so bogged down, so stuck, that nobody moved either way.
They were. And we were really trying to get rid of that whole turtling aspect, because it's just not as interesting to watch.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Yeah, that was once again a great match from two very competitive teams. Teams who are both towards the top of the leaderboard.
338.
Which side are we on? Red.
We have Nebula in the red team now. Yeah, certainly in for an interesting match. Nebula was able to capture the victory at the recent CFT, a relatively competitive event in California. So it'll be interesting to see if they can replicate their success here today.
It is interesting, though, because actually I think the team that's playing on Nebula today was actually part of Magic Space Wells on CFT, and the one that won the CFT was actually more of the
West Coast,
the West Coast Nebula. And that's one thing I really like about Nebula. Nebula is a conglomerate of players from all over the place. You got the Singaporeans, you got East Coast, West Coast of the United States. They pick up whoever's available and just kind of play.
They choose talented players, throw them in the melting pot, and they get results. Yeah, like if you see Zelkos played for Nebula and Jehovah played for Magic Space Whales, playing against each other in the finals, they have CFT. They be playing next to each other now.
That was so close. Both Jason and the Misfits player were at the center right away, and Jason just barely snagged the flag before the Misfits player.
That is. We've seen a few of those moments where there's just an absolute dogfight in the middle. I heard a slight whistle blow, but it's certainly not it for game. Once again,
and Jason's moving around to the flag, and that they don't have awareness. Oh, and it looks like Jason gets the flag.
Yeah, Zelkos does score it. Not 10 because there wasn't. I think they had more than one player alive, but certainly a bunch of points regardless. Yeah,
I mean, getting that flag push is just so many points in this game.
It really is, and even if you're willing to give up a body or two, in the grand scheme of things, it just makes you soar so much higher to the top of the podium.
It does, especially in these round-robin matches.
Yeah, I think flag push is probably disincentivized a little bit when you start talking single and double elim, because what's important is that at the end of the day, at the end of the individual matches, you have more points. The individual matches don't really matter in round-robin as much.
So Flag Dash was originally designed for a round-robin type tournament, and it wasn't actually not intended for an elimination tournament. It was kind of switched because sometimes it's just kind of fun to have that last elimination to see who wins.
Yeah, it's funny to comment about Jason running the flag with an inertia in hand, which is heavier than most real steel instruments. You know. As for how many matches we have left, we are match 28 out of 32. 27 out of 32. Numbers are hard. Getting ready for part 2 of this. See if Misfits can adapt and overcome some of the pressure that Nebula is bringing straight out of the gates. It looks like a member of the Misfits team actually has a Raptor from 498 Designs, which is pretty rare to see. I know the Foxfire was sort of a original brushed solenoid blaster that used to do numbers, but nowadays the brushless blasters have just become so efficient that it's hard to keep up with brushless. Ooh, Zelko tagged out early, disappearing back to the player box.
He did get the first touch points, though.
Yep, Gotham follows right up. Once again, talking about that double stacking.
And Jed rushes, but doesn't actually eliminate anyone on his rush.
Yeah, Jed does not trade, which is relatively rare for a player like Jed. You see, Gotham has made it to the center X. Gotten the flag. Ready for the double stack. Ready to make that run. Pushing the right flank. Pushing the right flank. Pushing the right flank. Oh, Gotham got it. A little bit of confusion about the rules and about what happens after you are tagged out. Players after are supposed to go straight to the box. Make sure all scores are as they should be. Last thing we want is scores getting miscalculated due to a little bit of confusion.
Well, and both the refs and the coaches rely on that. They're checking the other teams to see how many people are eliminated, trying to keep track of who's on the field, and it gets really confusing when you have someone stand on the wrong side of the field. and we're just getting some thunder and rain.
A little bit of thunder, a little bit of storms, but luckily we're at an inside event today, so it's not going to bother us too much at least. You know, packing up might be a little bit frustrating, but that's part of the experience when you travel with a bunch of nice gear. Looks like Adam is once again going back to the snake, being our ophiotologist.
Are we that side?
Yeah, we're getting ready. Midnight is going to red. Midnight versus Tornado Bros. Midnight, a team that has a lot of experience playing with each other, versus Tornado's team's a bit more of a pickup team, but certainly a pickup team that has taken some names, taken some points off even the most prolific of our teams here today. Yeah, probably can't hear it on the microphones, but we are getting quite a storm brewing up in here in New Jersey, but not as much of a storm as the darts flying through the air. Getting ready, we have Tornado Bros ready to bring the storm as well as the sky is doing so. Pushing a little bit more aggressively. Once again, they are composed of almost entirely springers aside from a Venom Pro, which certainly lacks a little bit of rain. It'll be interesting to see how they try to compensate against those using slightly more precise flywheelers coming from the side of Midnight. You know, these Ohio winds are certainly dangerous, bringing in plenty of firepower, although we do have someone sneaking up in the snake, getting up further than we've seen Tornado Bros push, you know, trying to play with a more defensive strategy. And they go for a tag out for Ashton, a pretty prolific player, so it seems to be working well for them. Yeah, losing one to Tornado Bros. That member of Tornado Bros who made the run did not realize that they were hits. You see, we have Jade from Foamdemic on the ladder side, doing her best to deliver as many shots downfield as possible. Going for the run. Oh, not quite getting it. Needing to drop it as he gets tagged out from Team Midnight. Although I think the game is over for an elimination for Team Midnight, resetting now. Ben, Vaughn, move. In the way of the camera.
Got two for you. Well, my thing was, I don't know why you stopped.
I did. 2 weeks ago, I did the same thing. I thought the play was over, and I was like trying to tell someone else that the game on the other team, right? I'm like just trying to be nice. Hey, the game's still going, right? Because I noticed that he's just kind of standing there. I was like, hey, the game's still going, because I don't want to win that.
Yeah, we are getting close to the end of our round robin, to which we will transition to elimination. Elimination requiring a bit different strategy. You know, you can afford to lose a match or two as long as you score a lot of points in the round robin. That is less of a luxury to have.
Yeah, we're not on the schedule. I think we might be. Bye-bye. So long, farewell, Avidas and
Yeah, that time we saw Midnight score a perfect 10 points. Getting the flag dash is a pretty impressive showing for Team Midnight. Here we go. Back at it like a bad habit. Oh, Tornado Boys losing one player right off the break before they can sort of get their footing. Definitely a bit of a tough break. You know, the snake now being completely open. You see, we have players in the back sides of both sides, especially we have number 14 with the T19 doing their best to shore up the side of the ladder, covering that flank to make sure that they do not get hit from an unexpected side. One of the Tornado Boys, or the Venom player, is able to sneak into the snake, at least into the opening of it. firing at the cover, but not quite finding purchase on any opponents. And Midnight has the first touch. And that was an elim victory for Team Midnight, as well as the first touch. That first touch, once again, being imperative in their scoring for the round robin, regardless of whether or not it affects who actually won the individual match. Yes, for those in the chat, you see 10 points is the absolute maximum, provided there are no penalty points awarded to the other team for mistakes made by the original team. And the best way you can do it is getting the first touch, 4 eliminations, and a flag dash, that being a perfect score. I believe that was also a perfect victory for Midnight in the form that they did not lose any people. They got through without any eliminations. First time out. RPI back to the field. Due to the nature of their bracket, they've been off field for a little bit. Let's see if they've gone cold or if they're still ready to run, ready to dash, ready to flag dash, I suppose it's more like. On the opposite fire, we have UNO Reverse. One of my previous hosts, Adam, certainly being awesome for hopping on mic with me. It'll be really interesting to see how these teams continue to interact, continue to adapt their game plans. RPI so far, one of the few teams that's actually gone to time, has been relatively defensive, working with a few more springers than a lot of these teams, just doing their best to make those long-range picks. And we are off to the races. Once again, Code Red on Team Red for their namesake. Ooh, UNO Reverse loses someone right off the break. You see Adam, previous host, sitting on that ladder, spraying with his spirit, doing his best to make those cross-map shots without taking too much fire himself, as using that large blue square as cover. You see, taking it a little bit slower, both these teams, once again, as sort of as expected, RPI has been doing a really good job of staying really defensive, making sure people don't establish any sort of ground too early. They get that first touch, and they just sort of wait. They play it cool. They don't lose bodies for any unnecessary reasons, and they don't take unnecessary risks. I think, especially in an elimination bracket, should they get there, that'll be really, really efficient. However, obviously, they have to get there, and scoring points is how you get there. So it's definitely a balance. Once again, as we continue to watch, keeping an eye on the chat, if you all have any other questions or concerns, comments, that sort of thing, please don't hesitate to ask. We are here to interact with you, ready to continue on with these gameplay. Now joining me, I have Boomstick. Niche internet micro celebrity.
Indeed. It's been exciting being out here on the field. Just even watching the games has been absolutely exciting.
Yes, you're back with Nebula today. I know you've bounced around from a few teams. You were with Smoke one time, Paradox another. So you definitely had the opportunity to wear a lot of jerseys.
Yes.
Tell me, how has your experience changed playing with them versus playing with teams in the past?
Playing with Nebula has been much better. Usually I end up in the coaching position where I'm able to just shout around at the team, trying to give them information and help them with plays. So that's usually been my main role.
One down from Team RPI. I heard a whistle. That is for the flag. That is a run.
That was a rather quick one.
Run for the red. That was a quick one. Once again, we've seen RPI has been so good at staying very defensive. They maintain that contact really early, and they just sort of ride it out until they finally break a flank, and then they just rush up the side. And even if they don't get the flag push, they end up points at the end of the match anyway.
Oh, absolutely. Because you have to hop out of cover in order to try and go after whoever's running the flag, you're more likely to get eliminated trying to defend against the flag, even though that's the more important thing to do. But when you run that flag and you have someone backing you up with it, it's a very strong strategy if there's a decent enough hole along the back line.
Definitely. I mean, we've seen lots of plays today that have involved people running for the flag, other people popping their head out, and then luckily they have teammates to just drop them. You know, even if you get an elimination, 5 eliminations and a flag touch is 7 points, which is a lot of points when you consider the totality in the round robin.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Is each team given a jersey? No. BPOC has not provided jerseys. All players you see wearing jerseys come with their own jerseys. They're certainly provided from their own pockets.
Absolutely. They might get confused because of all the UNO jerseys.
Definitely. Yeah, UNO jerseys are available for anyone to buy, so they're certainly popular up here in the UNO club. Yeah, who would have thought?
Yep. Even more so at APOC yesterday, there was just mostly a sea of UNO jerseys.
Yeah, a lot of black, white, and orange. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of these players, a lot of these teams play together quite frequently. You know, teams like Smoke, like Vapor, like Nebula. So they have these already established jerseys that they're able to bring, able to provide in order to sort of maintain this cohesive team look.
Absolutely.
Bit of a uniform. So
Absolutely. And it's not only helpful for the players, it's also helpful for the referees and staff
Also
as far as figuring out who is on what team.
Stay with the spectators, right? I mean, it can be hard if everyone's just wearing regular T-shirts to know who's who. Ooh, Adam getting shot right off the break out of the snake.
Off the break there, yeah.
Quite tough. I mean, we've seen that gray cover right at the opening of the snake has been really tough to get inside without using the gray cover a little bit further back to bout in, too.
It's very hard to get to because it holds up. There's a big hole right there between the dark gray and the light gray cover that if you catch it at the wrong time, they will hit you as you're running to it.
I mean, that's 10 feet of easy open sight line.
Oh, yeah.
And if you're not quick enough, you will get shot trying to sneak into the snake. Now finally getting to the middle.
Ooh. It looks like they do have flag touch or flag possession on the middle there.
Yeah, RPI, I believe, has flag touch, I believe. It looks like the flag has actually been knocked over. I got it. Yeah, you see we have Air trying to sustain fire with his Spirit, doing his best to shore around the side.
Ooh, coming around with the cover. Ooh,
coming around, taking a trade.
Yeah, trade there on the
taking a trade in the snake. We have
Getting
one.
him out of that position was
We have
very
one more in the
key,
snake.
though.
You see slowly pushing up with what looks like a seagull. You making sure that the players are going to their kill boxes, moving efficiently, so that we have all the scores up to date. Making sure that there are no mistakes in our scoring.
That was a failed flag run. It looks to be a one-on-one right now, I think.
Yeah, RPI goes for the flag run. He's making the
counter run.
He drops a magazine out of his pocket. I think it's a magazine from his blaster. And he makes it without taking a tag, it looks like.
That was hard. It looked like he was trying to change mags while running after the flag.
That's really tough. Having to both run and gun as well as reload all at the same time makes things really, really difficult.
That was a very insane match to watch between the almost flag run from RPI and then the counter flag run.
Yeah, to get it less than 10 feet from the end zone, only to have it completely reverse across the entire length of the field is super impressive to show that the way that UNO was able to fix their game plan, sort of give up on the things that they had established that weren't working, and adapt.
And also communicating with their team to let them know, hey, there's only one person on the other side. You just run down that lane, you should be able to make it before that other team can get to you and tag you out.
I know you all probably heard a good bit about people needing to return to their player boxes, but there's also an incentive to return to your player box. The moment you get back to your box, you can scream your head off back to your teammates. You can continue to give them information.
Oh, yes, indeed. Nebula's been playing most of today without a coach, and as opposed to this past round where one of our players was finally able to join us, I was able to step into the coaching box. Just being able to have the information being screamed at you from the sidelines and not have to kind of do your own reconnaissance is so valuable because you don't have to put yourself in danger in order to get that information when you have a coach.
Yeah, the coach also has the luxury of not stressing about darts flying past their head or how many darts are in their magazine or where they need to move on the field. You know, they can just be the eyes, they can just be the ears.
Yep, and as long as they don't lose their voice, all is well.
Yeah, right?
So up next, it looks like we've got Magic Smoke again.
Yeah, I believe we have.
Who we've got on the other side right now?
I believe we have Magic Smoke against Adobo, I believe.
Adobo.
Adobo's been relatively impressive. We've seen they've definitely sort of come out through the stress and as underdogs, taking a few matches off teams that going into this people certainly weren't expecting.
There's a lot of individual players on Adobo that are very decent players. Several of our locals, whether it be Dennis there with the BK or Phil out there with the Griffin, they show themselves constantly on the field. So it just goes to show.
Ooh, Nathani dies.
As a team.
Nathani gets hit right as they go for the flag.
Ooh, didn't make
sliding
the flag.
into cover. Junior grabs the flag.
Yeah, so Junior's got the flag now, giving Magic Smoke first touch.
Yeah, looking, you see Phil is tucked very tightly in there, trying to watch the snake. Trying to watch the snake, make sure that he is not letting anyone push that flag any further than it needs to be.
Yeah.
You see
Snake
Junior
denial
still
is
sitting in
very
there.
important.
Yeah, once again, Snake has been such a volatile position. We see Sarah in the back.
They're
Sarah,
trying to keep her pit back there very well. Because
Yeah.
as soon as Sarah can get to that snake, it's over very quickly.
yeah, Sarah's pretty much a dedicated flywheel player as well, so you
Oh,
know
we got
she
a
has
flag
plenty of
push on the
rounds
far
ready to
right.
swing down stage.
Pushing far right. Is he going to make it?
Junior does make it with a flag push.
Ooh, that was a good rush. Getting across field.
I believe that is 8 points, 2 elims left untouched for what they, or 1 elim, I guess, 9 points left untouched where they could have scored for a max of 10. But 9 out of 10, certainly not a bad score, right?
It's a very much a gamble of whether or not you want to go for those extra elimination points or just go for the big points of the flag run.
I really think that the round robin format, obviously the format that flag push was designed for, incentivizes the pushing of the flag, right?
Indeed.
Because the idea is that you want to score points, even if you give up a body or two along the way. Provided
Exactly.
you're not giving it to the team who's directly against you in regards to ranking, you're probably going up in ranking.
Absolutely, absolutely. That was one of the key things when the flag touch was introduced. Giving those points, keeping those points on the table for teams to go for, and incentivizing them to make those rushes was very much a game changer. Round 2, here we go.
Okay, we are back at it with another round. Oh, right off break, we see Phil.
Junior going for that flag touch again, and he gets it.
Yeah, definitely. It's interesting to see how they sort of adapted. We saw Tara on Magic Smoke earlier today, was just getting flag touch after flag touch after flag touch, and now they seem to take a little bit more of a passing role. Anyway, we see Chara pushing up into the snake.
Oh, another flag
Oh,
score.
another flag push from Junior. Between Junior and Chara and Sarah, it seems really hard to keep Magic Smoke out of the end zone.
Yeah, Magic Smoke has a lot of flag runners on their team, which makes them very difficult to deal with, as opposed to with other teams where you know who to fire at to keep them suppressed from getting to the flag and then getting into the end zone.
To answer your question, Ari, BPOC does happen every Sunday after the Saturday of APOC. APOC always being the first weekend of August. It's always here at SDA. Certainly not a better field nearby for it. This place is just perfect for us to fling some foam.
This is the second annual.
Yes, in case you weren't able to hear Dart Sweep a little further from the mic, this is our second annual BPOC. Hoping to keep to the tradition, keep upping the production value, upping the ante for this awesome casual tournament.
And as you can see, just compare the field this year compared to the field last year. This is an insane field to play on, and I'm thoroughly enjoying watching teams deal with this field. I do find it's a bit of you get a little bit more blinded as a coach because it's hard to see past some of this cover, but that just adds extra intensity into the game of being able to sneak around.
Yeah, once again, we're getting ready for our next team. It seems like A-Team is on deck on the red side. A-Team, once again, just a team that's been consistently coming out to events, coming since 2021, 2022, coming to the FPTs, coming to the MFTs, coming, even going all the way to Florida from Canada to compete. Certainly a group of dedicated individuals.
They are a staple in the competitive hobby, I would say.
I don't remember the last event I went to that did not have an A-Team member at it. At least in terms of large-scale competitive events.
Yeah.
Sorry.
They were sorely missed at Ragnar Oktoberfest, but I know that's a much farther drive for them.
Yeah, Canada to California is quite a hike.
Depending on where you are in California, or Canada. All right. So it looks like
Yeah, looking, we have
still
Friendly
playing
Fire. It
pretty
looks like
defensively.
Dart Sweep's actually filling in for Friendly Fire. Him running onto the field, getting first touch. Friendly Fire's actually been doing really, really well today. They were earlier.
Oh, Blue with the double elimination there, rushing that X.
Currently, just hearing from our resident scorekeepers, Nebula and Magic Smoke are currently tied for the lead.
Oh.
Both teams have that have taken huge names, taken big wins over the last few events. specifically at CFT, Nebula getting a huge recent victory to add to their wall.
Oh,
so it'll be interesting to see how the final brackets sort of shake out. Definitely both names that everyone was going into expecting the best from.
And us being in separate brackets, we haven't even had a chance to play each other yet, so it'll be exciting once we get to the elimination bracket.
Yeah, you see, we have 2 players sitting in the snake. And we were talking earlier about how much people are sitting in the snake and not engaging with the people 20 feet from them because the cross-shot offensive pressure is just so much more powerful than trying to flush the other person out of those really tough, great covers.
Because of the amount of cover you get from those flat pieces there, it's very easy to be safe in the snake. However, that also is a huge blind spot if somebody were to try and flank around you from that snake position. As you can see them trying to shoot around the flats there, they're having a much harder time trying to hit each other because of how much cover they can get from those flats.
Yeah, I mean, and I think compared to the scrimmage that we had 2 weeks ago, where the coaches sat on the snake side and were sort of an extra set of eyes and ears for the snake, the fact that the coaches on the ladder side makes it a lot harder to make sure that your snake, the back is covered, right?
Oh, absolutely.
We've seen plenty of people push all the way around to the behind people in the snake.
Absolutely.
That seems like an elim.
The lane for flag runs, having the coaches on there, has, I feel like, made it easier to score those flags because the coaches are right there usually by the player.
I mean, almost all of our flag runs have been on the far side, have been on our ladder side.
Much like with MFT, where there was kind of a lane along the sideline there, it's very similar here, but now the coaches are on that side and can encourage players to make those flag runs.
Yeah, right. Sometimes as a player, like you feel like you're ready to go, but you're just afraid that there might be 1 or 2 players that you just do not know where they are.
Absolutely.
Just slightly hidden, you can't take stock of them. And the coach is just an awesome set of extra eyes and ears to tell you when you are safe and when you're not, right?
Oh, absolutely. You just need someone to stand next to you and go, 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 go. And then you just clear your mind and go, all right, all I'm doing now is going.
Yeah, it's no longer my job to run. It's not my job to be in cover. It's my job to be as fast as possible.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, that was a pretty quick one, but we're going to go ahead and flip it around. Ready for round 2 of that match. Once again,
that was a decent back and forth in the last round, too, so we'll see how this shapes out for this round.
Friendly Fire was doing really well earlier today. It seems like they are starting to slip a little bit in the leaderboard, but for a pickup team that hasn't played together as a unit yet until today, they're still doing really well, really fantastic. Adriel sliding into cover. Absolutely.
Oh, denied
speedy.
That first touch there.
No first touch. No one has touched the flag until Blue gets all the way up there grabbing the flag. Oh, grabbing the flag. There we go.
First touch for A-Team. So now it's a matter of Adriel can usually take out that center point, but we'll see if he can do
Adriel
it.
barely ducking his head, ensuring that Drew does not give him a haircut. Whoa. Adrian stops Adrian.
Oh, there's a tag. He's tagged.
He's tagged, yeah. Blue got him, but at least he takes the trade,
Oh, absolutely. Adriel was taking on 3 different players there. That was a very difficult position for him to be in.
Blue runs. Does Blue even have the flag in hand? It doesn't look like it. It looks like an elim, but we were waiting for the refs to make the final adjudication, final call. We still have players on the field playing, and until you hear Blue does have the flag in his hand, it was super balled up.
Okay.
Okay, that makes more sense. That does look like a flag push then. Oh, I see. Yeah, we have our SBL2 player, Friendly Fire player. Looks like they think they hit the A-Team player Blue, wearing the Blue FDL who got the flag run, but I don't believe that's the case. At least it doesn't seem to be from our perspective. The refs are still making a final call now. We're going to wait on their ruling.
And as a reminder, the refs today are just other players from the teams that are here today, all volunteers, so none of them professionally trained, so it does make things even more difficult when you're not even reffing full-time here.
Yeah, our only 2 full-time refs for the day are our two handsome gentlemen dressed in the black and white in the form of Josh and Kevin.
Absolutely.
And they've been doing a great job, but obviously they can't be everywhere. So volunteers have definitely been imperative for picking up the slack.
And absolutely, and for a casual competition like this, it is probably the best way to handle referees for what we call a casual competition.
Yeah, definitely. Once again, the only stakes on the line are 1 trillion kisses delivered by, who can say,
Who can say?
If they're by Jed, I'm putting the mic down and picking up a blaster because I'm willing to win. Puppy kisses, apparently. Yeah,
kisses keep evolving.
Seeing some comments about the second flag runner having success, I think that's a pretty good observation. A lot of the people that we've seen be really efficient with running the flag, particularly teams like Mystic Vapor, Less so Magic Smoke because they tend to not even need a second person stacking. Draw 5 has been doing it a lot, where they'll double stack the flag.
Yeah.
The first person will rush, flush out a few people to pop up and shoot them, and then the people who pop up to shoot them get shot, so that the second person on that stack is able to run it in for free.
Oh, absolutely. By just adding another target for them to shoot at, it really makes it easier for the flag runner to be able to make that score, because people are in a desperation to stop the flag runner. They're not paying attention to who has the flag. They're just looking at bodies running.
We've also seen a number of people who sort of play that goalkeeper role a little bit back, are using springers due to the precise nature of them.
Absolutely.
But springers, when it comes to the closer range of people being in your end zone, is probably not what you want to have, right? You want to have plenty of darts to be able to spray someone down instead of trying to make precise shots at a moving target.
And that has been like the big thing for me today with the amount of darts that we're able to take onto the field. I have very much been taking a accuracy by volume, and that works well enough for me. Obviously, still don't do as well in some cases as others, but because of the amount of ammo that you can bring onto the field, it does give you the benefit of being able to just fill the air with darts if you need to.
I mean, we've seen a few players run out of ammo, but the only time that I've seen it really affect the game is when we had Jed on the Snake with his momentum, and he dropped. I mean, he went through 4 or 5 kodas, and he ended up getting 3 tags in that particular round, which comes to show that accuracy by volume is accuracy nonetheless, right?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. But in the end, not having the darts when it mattered to stop that flag rush did end up mattering in that last round there,
right? Obviously,
know.
those eliminations sort of help stop the bleeding, but you're still net 1 point down because the flag rush is 4.
Exactly.
Which makes things really tough.
Exactly.
Yeah, once again, each elimination is 1 point. The flag rush is 4, and the flag touch, the first touch in the middle, is worth 2 for a perfect score of 10.
Yeah.
The game ends with all 5 players are eliminated, removing the opportunity for a flag push. Okay. Yes. The snake that I'm referring to is the thing that you see in front of you, this slightly lower bit of cover. You see, we refer to this as the snake because a lot of the players who fall into it do have to do this sort of crawling snake motion. Yeah, you go point to the snake. As you see it, we have our friend in blue pointing, or Adam pointing to the snake.
The snake for us? Yep.
Yeah, that is the snake which we talk about. As you see, the snake has a lot of open space. You can make those cross shots. Those crossfield shots have just been so powerful, particularly with the way that these covers have been angled.
Absolutely. Especially at being able to dig people out of that center X there has been quite a powerful station to be in. If you can get to that snake right there, you can do a lot of field denial from it.
Yeah, even if it's a risky position, we've seen this volatile position where people will either die on break trying to get into it. It looks like Kobe's going for that exact strategy, running, and they get into the stake, right?
Oh, Archer going. Oh, Archer's got the first touch.
Archer has the flag, first touch. Mystic Vapor has yet to lose one. So does Tornado Boys. We're currently at 5-5. No one is yet to be dropped. Tornado Boys once again running a pretty heavy Springer composition, which I think certainly helps with those peaks.
Of Mystic Vapor right now, which is a very heavy flywheel makeup. I don't think there's a single Springer on that team.
Yeah, I think we have 1 NPC and 4 spirits. Or technically, Cobalt's Rocinante is not a spirit. It's on the outside, but the insides are a spirit.
A very pretty spirit.
Yeah. Far less horizontal spirit, so to speak. We see Cobalt wants to push.
But as you can see, it's hard to get out from behind that flat there because you have to expose yourself so much getting around it.
And it's also, it just makes you so blind, so you do not know what's on the other side. Without having a coach on the snake side like it was at the last scrimmage, it just becomes so hard to see what's going on.
Oh, absolutely. And the coach is so far away that even if they could see, being able to communicate to somebody this far away on the field, but there it goes for it. There they go for it.
Yeah,
that
there they
was
go.
Almost my face.
Going for a quick reload. I think that's also almost, even a slight disadvantage of flywheelers, especially these large brushless splashers with these giant wheels like the Spirit, like the Rocinante. They're just so loud that it becomes hard to hear your coach.
That is also very true. And it looks like we've got a pretty decent, is that a limb? That is a limb.
That looks like a limb, yep.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Still players alive.
Hey, you see the players continue to play even though they hear whistles being played. They think that the game is over. Oh, and I'm sorry, not Archer. Anthony, creator of the NPC fly core system, gets the flag run.
Indeed.
His own blaster in hand, which probably feels like a good...
that was definitely a confusing situation for the teams with the thinking of the team being over, but I think the refs didn't see the last player alive on the other side, it seems like.
It looks like that player with
confusing.
I think that player with the pink SBL that was in the back the furthest corner of the snake side.
Yeah.
Wasn't seen for the initial call. Which just comes to show you that you keep playing until you hear the whistle.
Indeed.
Until you are certain that the game is over, you need to keep running it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean...
There was confusion over whether or not it was a player elimination or the game being called, which did cause some confusion, but that's why you hear the whistle, you keep playing until you hear the word that the game is over.
Yeah, definitely. And the last thing you want to do is let your guard down and get hit in the middle of the chest because you stood up to celebrate.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. We're coming to a close with the round robin. Only 2 or 3 matches left, I do believe. Following that, we do have an elimination bracket inbound, which should be a lot of fun. It should be interesting to see how these teams sort of amend their strategies for elimination over round robin. Tell me, I obviously can't spill too many trade secrets for Team Nebula, but as you go into this elimination bracket, especially as the top seed tied with Magic Smoke, how do you look at changing your gameplay, changing the way you want to approach the game for elimination?
Well, it's obviously a tricky situation where you want to change up your play style a little bit so that way you don't end up doing exactly what the opposing team thinks you're going to do, but at the same time, if what you've been doing has been working, do you really want to change that up? So that's really kind of the key balance there of whether or not you change things up or keep going, because as you can see, each team kind of has a system that they kind of go with pretty much every time. They might move a player back and forth, but the actual plays themselves are very similar from what it seems like.
Yeah, definitely. I also think it's important to see, like, we've seen some teams like Mystic Vapor, like Dark Royalty, in some matches they scored a lot, but they've given up a lot of bodies. Exactly. And that is not something you can afford to do during elimination.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Once the game becomes elimination and it's the difference between whether or not your team goes forward as opposed to just trying to get points, it really changes things up.
Yeah, with a round robin, you're always guaranteed to play more, and that is not the case for our brackets.
Absolutely.
We see, once again, Archer's first in the middle. She uses this little speed demon that it is so hard to stop her from getting in there, establishing that control. You know, it also helps that she has such high rate of fire support from so many of her teammates, you know? She wouldn't be able to get there if their heads weren't tucked because there's 3 spirits firing at them.
I've been taking a very similar method of
we see Mitch down with the Nexus Pro X.
Ooh.
Losing 1 for Tornado Boys.
Yep. Just having players in the back line, giving suppressive fire, keeping them in their places while players move around. Kobe going for that snake again.
So far, I believe it is 4-4. I believe it is even. Jade pushing all the way around.
Jade's going for that swing around.
I believe taking a trade with Dean, a little bit hard to see.
Flags.
Oh, we see Archer pushing right up, having the flag. Oh, dropping it, not quite dropping low enough.
Seeing that
taking a shot to the shoulder.
X. That's rough.
Yeah, that X is just so. It's just such good obscurement. You know.
There are darts flying from where you don't expect.
Flag is now sitting in the snake, as you can see on the ground. So hard to get to. I think at this point
it's 1-1 right now, or is there
I believe it is a 1v1. I would argue the flag is a non-factor. Oh, that's not true. It's a 2v1. You see, we have 2 on Vapor, 1 on Tornado Boys.
Oh, just hanging out in that X, trying to. Oh, they're gonna go for it. Oh.
I think that looks like a flag push to me.
That was almost an elimination via trucking.
Yeah.
That was very close to losing that flag run because he was not watching where his feet was going and getting too aggressive.
Yeah. Reminder for our players, stepping out counts as an elimination. Trucking into the cover counts as elimination. Some penalties even award points to the other team. It's important that we follow our rules here, both for safety and for competitive spirit. But definitely a good game from both teams. Tornado Boys, another team that they've had some plays that just have sort of fallen apart and some plays that they've been able to execute really well. And I think the best plays for a lot of these pickup teams are ones where they're able to stick to their game plan. The teams that have played together and have more instinctual awareness, I think, really benefit from the ability to adapt on the fly, which isn't something you necessarily get when playing with people you haven't played with before.
And as a reminder, there are still players out here who are running well below the FPS cap. As we just saw with the player with the dual Venoms, they tagged out, I believe, a couple of different players because they were able to get to that X and kind of just lay in wait for players to try and run for that flag.
Yeah, I mean, had it not been for that player, Archer probably would have sunk it in the goal.
Absolutely.
And they have a pair of what are those two? 130?
Venoms. Yeah, 130 FPS.
I mean, practically an HVZ blaster on the field.
Yeah.
Stopping a very, very dangerous player with a flag in hand. You know,
a flag in one hand, a spirit in the other.
Yeah, you know, a dart is a dart, regardless of how fast it's going.
Oh, absolutely.
If you can find the positioning and you can find the speed and the pacing, the power of the blaster starts to matter a little bit less, I think. We have UNO Reverse. Once again, if you were unable to hear Josh through the megaphone, we have UNO Reverse in our red, Adobo on blue. Adobo, bit of a pickup team, although certainly not a team that has not seen some good play. We've had some really impressive showings from them, stopping teams that they weren't expecting to stop. At the same time, having some plays where they struggle to get their footing a little bit.
Oh, absolutely. And just having players who can play aggressively, you can work together with your team fairly well. While you may make some mistakes, just being able to get yourself out on the field and make those plays can really throw off the other team.
I'm hearing now that if Adobo somehow gets a pair of 10-point rounds, they'll make it into the bracket. Seems like a very, very tall order to fill, but you know, there's always
crazy things.
There's always ante on the field, and crazy things can happen. You know, that's what we're here for.
Absolutely. Yeah, I've seen stranger things on the competitive field.
Definitely. Yeah. Sometimes you were in for some chaos. Certainly
I've
on these
unloaded
fields.
a whole mag on a person in front of me and not hit them at all before.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, whether it's issues with blaster or issues with aim, it's just sort of going back and forth. But I'll be excited to get into this last round of the round robin as well. After this, we will get at it with the bracket. You know, having to make a slight amendment of strategy, certainly. We'll be taking the top 6 teams and running an elimination bracket.
Absolutely.
It is also a single elimination. There is no losers bracket for this particular event. Both time constraints and also ups the ante, ups the stakes.
I would assume
people are after those 1 trillion dog kisses.
Would that be different for figuring out second and third place? I would assume that would be the only exception to the single elimination.
Yes. You'll still have second place, but there would just be 2 third place, or there would be more place teams that have the same placing instead of it being clearly defined.
Absolutely.
Okay, we have UNO Reverse, and we have Adobo once again back at it, ready for the whistle. Reverse takes off with a fast start, taking the cover in the back, doing a little bit less pushing towards the forward.
Defensively. Nate going for that flag again, although he's not taking it.
Yeah, Nathani doesn't touch the flag despite being in the middle cover. I don't know if that's just a... there we go.
There they go.
Yeah. I think they just wanted to make sure that they were keeping heads down before they started going for it.
Then that can be a risky thing, though, because if you're making sure you're safe and just leaving those flag first touch points on the table, you could end up losing in them. I know some teams will just take the hit if they can get that first touch.
I mean, yeah, you're point positive. You get the touch and you get tagged out.
Absolutely.
Touch is worth 1 and the Elim's worth 1, touch is worth 2. You know, Nathani using a variety of blasters. We've seen it at SBF today. We've seen them with the Springer. Now we've seen them with the Momentum.
He's going for that run.
Going for the run, not quite realizing that Axel, I think, is on the other side. Phil doing a great job of pushing the pace.
Yep.
He's been doing this like almost
There they go. Flag score.
That was an awesome flag run from Nathani.
Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely a quick game.
And that is actually the really nice thing about having these round-robin plays where you can make those bigger pushes without the penalty of a single elimination. It does become a lot more exciting to watch for our spectators.
Yeah, and also, worse comes to worse. You lose a few points, you learn your lesson, and you get to go into the next match with that information.
Absolutely.
You know, single elimination bracket in particular, even more so than double elimination, is just so brutal, so unforgiving in terms of making mistakes.
Oh, and you can get in your head so easily of, if I make a mistake and I'm out, that could be the entire game.
Yeah, it certainly can be, but sometimes that pressure is almost doing more than the actual idea of losing your life.
Oh, absolutely. There have been many times where people, it's very, very similar to being scared of the clock when you're in a game, where you're so focused on the fact that there's a clock ticking away that you make more mistakes than you would if there was no clock at all.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think specifically for this format, the clock isn't as much of a factor, but we've seen 4 rounds total out of all of our matches go to time. 2 of which were actually in the same match. That between RCI and Start Royalty.
That was a very interesting one where you have 2 teams playing very defensively and not getting any headway against each other. Here we go again.
Yeah, taking once again a little bit slower. Phil now with the SBF instead of his
I just
Griffin.
noticed that.
Interesting just to make that amendment.
Much faster this time.
And Nathani always just seems to be inside of that X, and you just cannot stop them.
Nope. Phil going for that snake again.
Yeah, Nathani Phil's been doing the, you see, he's not even doing this full speed run. He's doing this thing where he almost does like this high speed tactical stroll where he walks and he maintains pressure and he slowly just encroaches on you while keeping your head down.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And the most dangerous part about Phil is you hand him a better blaster and he just gets better.
Yeah, Phil's been doing this for a very long time. There's a reason we call him Uncle Phil.
That's right. That's right.
I mean, yeah, he's been playing since Mavericks and PVC blasters were the top echelon of performance. And so you hand him something brushless, and he's going to go ham.
The first time I handed him the HPA blaster, the joy on his face as he took to the field.
Yeah. He is someone that we are lucky that he buys casual things that he likes to play around with.
Oh, almost struck in the cover down there. It looks like
Phil
Phil's
gets
gonna
one.
take him out.
Phil gets one
Adam
tag. Adam somehow breezing past him, not getting tagged out by Phil.
Oh, but being taken out from the other side.
Phil making a loop around in order to reload in order to reposition.
Phil's been hit.
Oh, Phil has been hit. Adam has been hit as well. We see Eric is slid into the middle of cover with his X shot.
Back and forth. There was a lot of players at that one piece of cover on the red there.
He uses, what is it, X shot, long shot? Long shot?
Oh, yeah, the X shot, long shot pro, yeah.
It's too much. Yeah.
You see Dennis going for that? Was that a trade?
Yeah, that was like a trade.
It looks like.
Yeah, you see Dennis and Eric traded. Only be cleaned up in the last member of UNO Reverse.
They almost went. They were very close to the 10 points that they needed, though. That was actually rather close.
Yeah, Adobo was close. I mean, in a really good showing, a really good attempt. You always got to strive for the sky, even if you don't quite reach it. Sometimes you just got to take a learning experience and you come back better, stronger next time.
Shoot for the moon, and then if you miss, you'll at least land among the stars.
Yes, certainly. All right, that was our last round of the round robin. And now we are getting ready for our elimination bracket.
And with that, I will have to rejoin my team as we figure out what exactly we're doing for the elimination
there's certainly some
bracket.
strategizing to be happening here.
Thank you for having me, Evan.
Of course. Thank you so much, Boomstick. It's been a pleasure to have you. Adobo only missed the bracket by 6 points, finding themselves in 7th place. Tough spot to be, but you go in, you learn, you live, you learn, and you come back stronger next year for it.
Triple mag. Triple mag, anyone? Over here. No idea what's going on now.
We're going to take a quick break and we'll be back at it like a bad habit in 1 moment. Thanks so much, guys.
You did not. You went out.
Okay, just a real quick recap. So, the top 6 in their groups, the top 3 in each group, this is how it's going to go. So, Group A, the top 3 teams was Nebula, UNO +5, Dart Royalty. Group B, Mystic Vapor, Magic Smoke, and Team Midnight. They will be in the top 6 brackets. Now, UNO +5 and Team Midnight will be the first. Dart Royalty and Magic Smoke will be on deck. So once you're done dart sweeping, start prepping your darts, and we are going to go right into it.
Yo, is this elimination or is this points? So whoever gets more points eliminates the other team. Right? Yeah. Okay.
Jason, you're putting the top 2 teams against each other? Oh, my bad.
UNO draw 5, you will start on red. Midnight, you will start on blue. And then on deck, Royalty, Magic Smoke. Right now, UNO draw 5 on red, Team Midnight on blue. After the dart sweep.
Let's grab the mics and then we'll get out. Like loadout interviews. I'll just carry one.
I mean, you can take it.
No, I'm indoors.
Well, maybe we will just use the one. One for now. All right, here we go.
Team Midnight will be up first. Dark Royalty and Magic Smoke are on deck.
You get 5, so we don't fly. You and our coach, but they're separate practices.
So apparently we had the most points out of anybody.
They have 75, 72, 72.
But it's also like I can't.
No, I gotcha.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate your help on this.
I haven't. I just don't like just wait every 5 seconds. I haven't seen anyone take like this middle cover for them. Yeah. Like you can take if you're fast enough, you can take it right off the bat.
All right. UNO Reverse. These are UNO Reverse. Please get online.
Red.
Okay, try talking into it.
Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Here, do you have your loadout with you? No, you don't. Oh, never mind. The game's about to start. Yeah, you can grab it, and we'll talk in between rounds. Okay, we are back at it, having a few technical difficulties with our microphones, but we are back at it for an awesome round between Midnights and UNO Draw 5. Should be interesting to see the way that Draw 5 continues to adapt that sort of double stack strategy that Midnight has also been doing. You know, we've yet to see a team that is both double stacking, running into each other. And that is off to our races at the first round of our elimination bracket starts, our single elimination bracket. And Rob is out before he even gets to his first cover, a rare sight for a track star like Rob. We've yet to see anyone go for the first touch. We see instantly people are playing more defensively. You know, you only have 2 rounds in this elimination bracket to make it worth your while, to really put your impact onto the game. If you get eliminated, that is it. There is no tries, there's no second do-overs. It's so important that you play careful with what you have, the resources you begin the game with. Ness moving for the flag and getting the flag touch. Luckily, getting 2 eliminations, sort of shoring up, making it even now, an even game, providing that Midnight doesn't keep scoring these. Oh, you see Ben in the Snake is able to take DPI, a very, very talented Ohio player. Yeah, we see Ben now carefully crawling through the Snake. You see, we're about to have quite the intersection of the Snake, and Ben is out. We have what looks like a Talon Claw, delivering those shots downrange, but not quite able to stop Ness with the flag run. You know, Midnight got some early eliminations, but that just shows that even though early eliminations are so important in the mid and late game, as it develops, you have to be so adaptable. You have to be ready to cover up the weaknesses and the flanks that fall. It's still going, never mind, still going. Apparently Ness had been shot right before he stepped into the end zone. It looks like less than a foot away from the cones. We are now at a final 1v1, a Springer 1v1 nonetheless. It's pretty, these are both players that are the only Springer players of their team, interestingly enough.
Go the other way. Go towards Snake.
We have Sanchez and oh, it's a 2v1 actually. It's a 2v1. Ashton is running for the flag. Oh, they almost run over each other. Time. That's time. That is time. That is time before the flag, before the last elim. Sanchez did an awesome job there of sustaining that pressure, making sure that there was no one who was able to get through the end zone before the time elapsed. That's something that's so important about this 2-minute timer, is that they spent the first 45 seconds or a minute sitting, trying to get sort of stock of the situation after they lost the player off break. And that time ended up biting them in the butt. They're fixing, they're deciding some round points and things, resetting sides, and we should be ready for our second round of this match. Pull up the chat.
So they're up by 1. They're up by 1. They're up
Teams on the line.
Midnight has not quite made it to the next round. We're still, well, if you're asking, that would comment be real late, I realize. Yeah, we have these 2 teams, Mystic Vapor and Dart Royalty, finally, Magic Smoke and Nebula. Ooh, Midnight is off to the races once again. Going for an early try to flag touch. Ashton gets it before tagged. Ashton's just been so imperative of scoring these points. Oh, Rob gets him back, though. Rob sneaking around the corner, very, very carefully mitigating whatever damage that can be done. Even though they haven't gotten the first touch, they are so close to the flag, so ready to run it, trying to open up a flank in order to make that adaptive push. We see, once again, Ben is in the Snake. Carefully using that great cover, carefully pushing up relatively quickly, doing his best to get those cross-map shots and sustain that pressure so that Rob is able to pick up the flag and run it. Right now, Draw 5 seems like they're trying to put on the pressure, but honestly, they don't have to. Draw 5 won the last round by a good number of points. If they sustain it and ride it out, that's not true. Actually, there was a little bit more even. Rob does run it, though. Rob gets the final flag push. Draw 5 is the winner of that match. Unfortunately, should what we saw be right, that looks like that is Midnight's last showing at BPOC today. A very, very brilliant showing, I might add. You know, they're one team that, as they continue to evolve, continue to grow, they'll definitely have more eyes on them within this sport. They are a dangerous group of individuals that we should look out for. Yeah, Midnight was able to score both flag touches, regardless of the fact that Rob from UNO Draw 5 was able to finally push it into the end zone at the end of the game. Yeah, we're hearing good reports from the stream, guys. I hope you're enjoying it. This has been a really fun time. Special thank you to Gotham and Jed for letting me host it. You know, I'm gonna talk this much and yap this much sort of regardless. So putting a microphone in my hand is a dangerous game.
This is Zelkos. We're actually going to try to hire him for going forward every time we have a big event. We'll just offer him some pizza and whatever else he wants. That's fine.
Yeah. Pizza, a few beers, a blunt or something. I'm easily persuaded, you know.
Sure, why not?
It is.
Yeah. Hello. It's me, Nathan, again. Nathani, as most people know.
Yeah, I've been referring to you as Nathani all day long.
Yeah, I basically just tack the I on, that's it.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, once again, we have Magic Smoke on blue, Dark Royalty on red. These have been two pretty potent teams. Both teams have been really pushing the ante, being really aggressive. Magic Smoke so far today, regardless of the fact they haven't scored as many points as some of the other teams have, they've just been such a freight train.
Yeah,
they come in with so much gas, and they're hard to put away.
Exactly. Once they start getting the momentum moving, it's very hard to stop them.
Definitely. Yeah, going into this, let's pretend you're a member of Dark Royalty. What are you telling your teammates? What are you telling?
Hide.
Hide. Yeah, I think it's really important to set up a good defensive line, because if you don't have your defenses, Magic Smoke's going to eat one of your flanks alive.
Yeah. The thing you got to try to do is kind of play it back a little. Try not to play too aggressive and wait for the other team to make a mistake, and then you capitalize on that, and then you're able to really roll that into a dominating win.
Yeah, I think it's important that it's really hard. It's really hard to try to beat teams like Mystic Vapor, like Nebula, like Magic Smoke, beat them at their own game early, right? Their goal is to put on so much pressure at the beginning that there is no late game.
Yeah, they really try to be very strong out of the gate.
Oh, and we have first touch for Junior. Right in the middle.
All right, Junior's 7.
We have Steven sitting at the first of the gray of the snakes.
Yep, and then we got Mia on the smaller snake. Sheldon pushing up.
Sheldon pushing the next one.
Oh,
getting a hit on Justice.
Across the field.
Sarah's able to put
away himself.
Yeah. And taking that trade, as long as you make that trade, you're positive. The only issue is that Magic Smoke does have the first touch, so should know. And we could end the game right now, and Magic Smoke would be up.
Yeah, once you get that flag control, it's very hard for the other team to get it back, considering that they have to basically expose themselves completely out of cover in order to grab it.
Yeah, most of the times they're just reaching further than they should be reaching in a logistical sense.
Exactly.
It's really interesting to see, though, the way that Mia has adapted as well. Mia is slightly out of our camera angle.
Yeah.
But she's at the gray cover, not as much as Snake as she has been.
Yeah. And if you listen to the audio from the cameras, you're actually going to be hearing that Magic is constantly communicating. They're all telling each other what's up.
Yeah, I know that Magic Smoke actually has roles for the people who get out in order to be screaming their heads off. The last thing you need is not having enough sets of eyes or sets of ears. You know, you want to have as much awareness as possible, and if your mouth is moving the entire time you're playing, there's more awareness on the field. It's that simple.
Exactly. It's even if you get tagged out, you're not completely out of the fight yet. You actually now have an even greater chance of giving your team the information that they need.
Yeah, this certainly is not a gunfight. Dead men do tell tales in this sport.
Mia.
Yeah, Mia, brilliant slide into the snake, but she doesn't quite utilize it, getting tagged out. Tagged out by Jesse.
Up with that Lynx. Ooh. And
that is time. Yeah, once again, I said if it went to time, then Magic Smoke would be up, and they are. But by the exact amount of points, hard to say, although I know that if they decide to play defensive, definitely be counterintuitive for the typical strategy.
Yeah, and sometimes that's what you need to do to throw the other team off, is just to just completely switch up the strategy that you were using the entire time, and then they just don't know how to play against it. And Magic's very able to adapt to that sort of thing. Comments.
Just talking about how Zelkos has an inertia, sold in by Eli Wu, where he
unobtainium.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's honestly it's crazy to see the development on that platform, just how much is going into it.
Yeah, to answer your question, Jason, asking if AEBs are very popular. Most AEBs that we've seen, aside from the inertia that's being discussed.
You're talking like the BK2, the Sweetheart Storm.
Yeah, things like that. I mean, it started with the Challenger was one of the original ones, right? And if you would be lucky if you pulled the trigger 3 times and a dart comes out once.
Oh yeah. I'm not exactly sure why it was jamming up that much. It could have been the magazines. It could have been just the entire system.
Yeah, it's hard to say. But I mean, as things continue to get more reliable, I think we'll start to see a lot more of them. I know most comp teams, if they pull the trigger 10 times and 10 darts don't come out, they don't feel the blasters, which becomes an issue with a number of AEBs, including the inverted scales. You know, if it's not perfectly reliable, it's just not suitable for a lot of these players. They're just not willing to take that slight risk that their blaster doesn't perform exactly as it should.
Right. A lot of it comes down to risk factor. Sure, something might not happen, but if it does, then it's going to be really bad.
Definitely.
Whereas with a regular Springer, you might be able to unjam it, just try to grab something.
Yeah, we see Cherry makes it to the middle cover, grabbing the flag for the first touch, stopping Magic Smoke from getting it, which is typically their strategy. Once again, it seems like they're shoring up their defenses a little bit, just playing a little bit slower. You know, Junior's normally in the center by now, and he's not. You know, he's taking it slow.
Yeah, it could be because he got beaten there by
Cherry.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's also certainly a factor. You know, Cherry's super fast, so if you do not pick your shots and pick your moments very carefully, you're going to get outsped.
Yeah. Seems like we've got 2 on cross now. Getting tucked in.
Yeah.
Trying to get some support from
currently it's 5-4. 5 for Magic Smoke. 4. Up 3. Oh, dropping 2 more.
3 for Dart Royalty. Jesse pushing up.
It is 5-2. It is 5-2 for Magic Smoke.
5-2, and they're all rushing up.
And Sarah all pushing.
God.
Junior pushing. Getting a full elimination.
Rushed Dart Royalty at the end there.
Magic Smoke saw that there wasn't a way they were going to shoot all of them. They were ready to take the elims, and boy, did they.
Yeah, that was definitely an interesting strategy there. Normally, you try to see teams go for the flag, but maybe they didn't have enough time.
To answer your question, A-Team didn't quite make it into top 6, although they did have some awesome performances for today.
I got to go coach Nebula now. This is Nathani signing off.
Thank you, Nathani.
So much for having me.
Yeah, thank you.
Mic, not my hand. Let me get my max before I forget again.
Alrighty.
There's our first. They're going to play different.
Bit of a Maryland Civil War on deck, but first, we have Uno Draw 5 and Nebula. As we get into these semifinals, this top 4, we are in for some extraordinarily exciting rounds. All of these players have worked hard. They've been working out. They've been training, working on their marksmanship. They've been doing so much in order to make sure they are at the top of their game for today, and it has shown.
Stand over there. There are orange cones with colored cones in front of them. That's the limit of how far you can go. Inward. Got it. You can go to the corner if you want. You can go to the corner.
If you saw Nathani jump over the cover, don't do that as a player. Yeah, we see Gotham walking in front of the camera. Woo, go Goot! Yeah, days like this certainly wouldn't be possible without people like him. Hello, Isabella.
I thought you were going to record behind you. That way, so when you get flanked, you get the shot.
All right, but right now, blue side, are you ready? Red side, are you ready?
Midnight and Draw 5 ready at the whistle. And here we go. We see Midnight once again. Jed pushing up so fast. He is in the snake. He's in the snake before trouble. I don't think he was. Yeah, a little bit of confusion if Jed is hit, so not putting on the same offensive pressure. Getting Rob out after the first touch. Draw 5 gets the first touch. Even if they go even with the limbs, it'll be in Draw 5's favor. They need to grab the flag, and they need to push it. Tahova trying to move up to cover, trying to take those shots, trying to drop Sanchez. Sanchez is hit. Yeah, a number of players falling immediately off rip. Midnight, sorry, not Midnight. Nebula absolutely ripping it. Yeah, I mean, right now we're getting through our semifinals. It'll be interesting to see. Last round, Nebula got the elim, but Draw 5 got first touch, so it's super, super close.
Andrew Sardi.
Midnight is on blue this time after they switch sides. It'll be interesting to see how they ensure that the first touch is not captured. The first touch is so important, being worth 2 eliminations. So even if you throw your body at it and you go 1 for 2, it's still a positive trade in the end of the day. You see, Ben has already dropped a magazine by the time he gets to his first cover. Extraordinarily high rate of fire, dropping those rounds. And Rob gets the first touch, trucking into cover, and he's out. That was almost a trucking violation. Isn't called out by the ref. Ness also. Ooh. It looks like Uno is starting to bleed a little bit. They have 2 players left against the powerful oppositional forces of Nebula.
Neil?
Dawn is hit. Dawn is not quite hit by Ben from the snake. Taking a lot of fire, doing his best to tuck himself into that blue square. Finally a flag touch is accomplished by Sanchez. That is huge for Uno. Ooh, and Sanchez is going for the run. This might be... And Sanchez gets the run. That might be enough to do it and put it in Uno's favor. Extraordinarily close. We are having some extraordinarily tight nail biters. That was our first match of the semifinals. I'm interested to hear your all's predictions on how these next rounds are going to go. Next we have Magic Smoke versus Mystic Vapor. And then the final round will be whoever won this. I think Uno, based on the points, although it's certainly close, versus the winner of Magic Smoke and Mystic Vapor. A little bit of a Maryland Civil War, if you will. It sounds like Nebula's talking about losing. I think Uno Draw 5 got it just barely.
I think we lost.
Uno did get it. Uno Draw 5 just barely got it. Such a close match.
Oh, man. That's exhilarating.
Talk about a close games.
Screaming.
We are getting ready for our last match of the semifinals before our grand finals for today at BPOC at SCA in New Jersey. Yes. Hello, Tahova.
Ayo.
Yeah, so certainly a close game there. I mean, they got the first touch, but you all got the elim, barely getting a flag capture to the other team. How are you feeling about it? How are you feeling about your performance altogether?
Let's see. Couple of limbs, 1 near flag touch, 1 flag push, and then 1 near flag push. I think I did okay. I did my job, which was to deny anyone coming down my lane and let everyone else do all the hard work.
Yeah, right. I think that's the nature of sort of the Springer style you play, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you certainly towards some of those matches, you were totally willing to push.
Oh,
For a
yeah.
lot of them, you were just like this awesome control point. You know, you're this turret that just made sure people were not getting through to lanes they shouldn't be at.
Nope. And it's really funny because no matter how people try, people know my gameplay. That's okay. And they try to defend against it, and most of the times they will fail. And you know what? That's all I can ask for.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, once again, a super close showing.
What was the point difference? It was like what? By 2 or by 1?
I think it was either 2 or 3 points.
Okay, that's it's. Oh yeah. Oh, that's right. The flag dash. That's right.
Yeah, the flag dash was worth a lot of points.
Yeah,
but
threw
it
me
didn't
off.
deserve
I was
that
like,
many.
yeah. Oh yeah.
I
Ton
see.
and Neil both had blaster malfunction at the very end. So
That
there's
certainly
only so
happened.
much you could do.
But we are off to the races with a Maryland Civil War. Vapor versus Magic Smoke. This is a match that we've seen a number of times, and typically Magic Smoke does take it. So Vapor is slightly the underdogs, although calling them underdogs feels unfair to them with how naturally skilled they are.
Notice Taun's SPL1 malfunction. Mine did not all day. I'm just saying the SPL2 is superior.
SPL2 is a magical blaster, certainly. But yeah.
SPL2 is superior. Fight me.
Yeah, getting into it. Ooh, we see Junior has the first touch. Magic Smoke is up point-wise. If it were to go
Yeah. At 6, how much time we got?
about an hour.
About an hour? I can pack up in 30 minutes. Yeah.
You see Magic Smoke is still... Ooh, Justice does take a hit from Anthony. Ooh, double shot from a pair of flywheelers. Sarah and Chara absolutely running it through. Junior running... Oh, for the elim, not quite getting the flag dash. Junior has been running. Absolutely putting in the work. I believe that was an elim, not quite getting the flag dash, although they did get the first touch for a total of 7 points. That is quite the mountain for Mystic Vapor to climb, but stranger things have happened. So we are still sitting here, biting our nails, ready for another game. Yes, definitely. Talking about the upset between Draw 5 and Nebula. Nebula was certainly one of the names to beat. They recently won a CTF with a slightly different roster out in California, but Draw 5 was able to put it together. They were able to get that flag run, which was just enough to put them over, winning by about 5 or 6 points.
Blue 7, red 1.
I mean, you were asking me about my gear before.
We were going to do that, but...
Yeah, that comes first.
Outside, on your
That shattered.
Right side, on your
Yeah, it's, honestly, if you take the warp Saya magazine holder and just add the spindle connector to it, I feel like that you got like a perfect match right there.
And we are back at it.
We got
Anthony
Magic with 1 down.
Yeah, 1 down.
Who's this? Mystic. Yeah, the
Ooh.
sister team, Cobalt, with the trademark first touch.
Yeah, first touch, taking an absolute nail biter here. Coaches are yelling at Cobalt to move in the middle. Ooh, we have 1 more from Vaporfall.
We got Kirby pushing up on Snake,
Kirby crawling
playing
up
a
the
little
side.
sneaky, but not realizing that the entire enemy team is playing up. Oh, and then Sarah. Ooh. Kirby looks a little
Junior's out,
dejected by
Cobalt is
that.
out. Yeah, people are dropping fast.
Yep,
I don't think that
flies.
is quite the game. I think there's still a player alive. I haven't heard a final game whistle be called, although I do not know who. Maybe
that
that's
might
the
be
final
it.
whistle. Kind of a limp blow for it, but we'll have to wait and see. Yeah, I mean, Mystic Vapor had a bit of a hill to climb with the first touch, but they got the first touch back. So now it really just comes down to eliminations. An extraordinarily close matchup, as it always tends to be. Once again, historically, Magic Smoke has won this matchup, but rosters change, people change, training changes. So it'll be interesting to see
a lot
the
of
final
time,
results.
A lot of the time, the Mystic players will shift over to Magic for a bit, and the Magic players will shift back over to Mystic.
Yeah, I mean, the roster change every time. Pretty much every one of these players, aside from Justice and Jesse, have played on both at competitive events, which makes things really interesting. It's a 10-person team that gets split in half which makes playing against each other so tough because they just know each other so well.
Yeah, it's literally they're reading from the same exact playbook.
Yeah, they even have the same call-outs.
Yeah, which probably makes things very confusing for each team.
Yeah, very.
Yeah, I mean, when we had Jesse on for the Dark Jam podcast, he was basically saying that it's not an A team and a B team. It's basically that they're both equal teams of equal skill, and they'll switch around.
Yeah, they switch around based on what they're feeling, what people want to run, and just how the competitions are sort of starting to look, which is really interesting. You know, there's no junior varsity between the two.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if you go against Mystic Vapor, the one people might assume is a little weaker, and you treat them like a junior varsity team, I promise it will not go well for you.
Yeah, Mystic is still a very, very competitive team.
Yeah, and I think the fact that they play together and they practice together so much is really just a testament to the fact that they do always push each other to improve. You know, if you start slacking in training,
you're gonna go soft. Yeah, it was like when I showed up to the first round today, I was kind of like shaking off cobwebs here. It's been a while since I did comp.
Definitely, trying to shake off a little bit of rust.
Yeah, but like the more you do it, the easier it is to get back into the groove, even if you're not playing every week like these guys do.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these players are playing 2, 3, 4 times a week, whether it's in New Jersey, whether it's in Maryland, whether it's in Fredericksburg. You know, Fredericksburg's been playing a lot recently.
Yeah.
So.
Honestly, shout out to TNT events. How much, just the sheer amount of like games they've been putting on lately.
Yeah, as well as
they took a break for May, but it's just been full throttle ever since.
Yeah, definitely, without a doubt. You know, seeing hugs exchanged from both sides, hard to determine a winner.
Honestly, at BPOC, everyone's a winner. We're tallying it up. We're tallying up the points right now.
About to hear the winners. Whoa. Close game, but Magic Smoke does take it.
Yeah, that's
I know both sides.
Big thing with these competitive events is that the higher your team is, the better your stamina needs to be, because you're just going to be playing game after game, and if you're not in peak physical condition, you're going to get winded very quickly.
Yeah, so getting ready, we are about to do our finals of Magic Smoke versus UNO Draw 5. But before that, hello, Jed. Member of Nebula and an awesome host here helping us out at TNT events for the day. Real quick, I'll go ahead and bring on a caster you just heard, a dear friend, Nathani. It's okay. Go ahead and step in front of the camera here on the side, please. Yeah, so this is just sort of a smattering of a lot of competitive lashers you're seeing on the field. Both things that he has used and things that have just been really, really effective throughout the day.
Yeah, so right here you have got...
What's a third place?
I can hold things too if you need.
Yeah, so right here I've got my momentum.
We don't have a third place.
I threw a B-car on, which I'm still working on, still in the R&D phase, just trying to make it a little bit more accurate. And that's mainly what I've been using all day. Just because like how compact it is.
Yeah, definitely. We've seen on the snake side over here, the momentum has been so efficient in the hands of like Ben and in the hands of Jed, just slinking down under that snake and delivering those cross field shots.
Yeah, it's basically like you have the smaller players who are able to tuck in and just absolutely like take advantage of that like long but low cover.
I think most of the rounds that we've seen you get the first touch has been with the momentum in your hands. You know, it's the lightest thing.
Yeah.
It's going to let you move the fastest.
High speed, low drag. It's, you know, subtract weight and add lightness. That's pretty much what it is.
And then that, it looks like an SBL2?
An SBL2. This is Miku. I'm still tuning. I just actually picked up a Robo Barrel today. I'm forgetting their name now, but someone just like volunteered to go further back in the line so I could get mine today, and I feel bad that I wasn't able to use it.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, beautiful blaster. It looks like we are getting ready for our final match of the day. Once again, in for a good one. This should be quite the match between two very, very talented teams with some very talented players. Okay, we are moving back to the caster booth. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. People are getting ready for their final match. Magic Smoke, having just played, is a little bit out of breath, coming off their last match hot. Junior is goated, Jay. Fully agree. The last match, taking a little bit of extra time to make sure people are ready to go. Making sure they're breathing, make sure their mags are loaded, the battery's charged, blasters on, ready to fling some foam. Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. And here we go. We have Magic Smoke on the blue team. We have Uno Draw 5 on the red, ready to go at it. These are teams that have played together plenty of times before, so this is no stranger. This is no stranger to the matchup. Magic Smoke always makes sure to be at every TNT event, which Uno Draw 5 is always here for. So this is a very familiar match between two very familiar teams.
It seems like a lot of teams are going to be having an aggressive output.
Yeah, Junior sliding into the back center cover. Neither team having going for the first touch. Ben almost instantly getting out, delivering some firepower, but not quite getting there. I think tagged out by Justice with his links. You see Justice going ham with the links, doing his best to deny shots. Sarah and Junior double stacking in the middle. We've seen double stacking be so effective today at maintaining pressure and making sure you have a fail safe for when your first runner fails. You see one Magic Smoke player out, one more Draw 5 player out, and Sarah is going for the run.
Magic Smoke getting that.
Oh, that is an elim instead of the run. Not quite getting the run, but with players so dangerous as the Draw 5 players, sometimes you just have to eliminate them. You cannot risk giving away more points, especially in an elimination-style bracket.
I think one of the highlights is when Magic Smoke actually came out and had double players reaching towards the center of the flag to get that center domination.
I mean, yeah, we've seen that double stack be really effective today. Once again, going between the flags, Uno Draw 5 has been doing it a lot too. We see Ben and Rob, who are wearing matching jerseys today, have been doing a lot of double stacking on that middle cover. They get the flag and they both begin to run. One serves as a failsafe and someone who's able to deliver additional offense. Magic Smoke right now is at 7 points. Uno is only at 1. They will need something substantial in order to be back in this game, in order to win the game. A flag push is the first that comes to mind. Some sort of game with a lot of points denying Magic Smoke eliminations. So far, that has been a tall order to ask. Magic Smoke has yet to lose a round for the day.
Seems like both teams are going to be having to play in aggressively throughout and spreading all about.
Yeah. Regardless of how the games look, even if it looks a little bit one-sided, I promise you both of these players both these teams extraordinarily proficient in what they are here to do today. You see, taking it a little bit slower with Uno Draw 5, they lost a few bodies early on, and they are trying not to make that same mistake again. You see, as they switch sides, they just try to pull back a little bit, make sure they can keep their wits about them, make sure they keep behind cover, and stop the bleeding of the earlier matches.
Magic Smoke doubling down with two players from the right-hand side, and they got a center stage. Magic Smoke taking the left. Now they got Magic Smoke getting that one elimination.
You see, both teams have lost 2 players each, 3 players now for Uno Draw 5. Jesse pushing far up the right side. Sanchez drops him. Sanchez winning the gunfight.
That dangerous move.
This is a close game. It's currently a 2v1. Justice and Junior being the remaining members. And
taking
Junior gets
that initiative right there for the flag
Junior
push
gets the
right
first
there in
touch.
the center.
Oh. Some very competitive games today, all day long at APOC, but Magic Smoke does take it. Magic Smoke winning the grand finals of APOC 2024. Still reigning champions after winning BPOC 2023. They continue to show up, they continue to perform, they continue to innovate. They are the ones you need to keep your eyes on.
Time and time again, they've always made top brackets every single time. When it came to Maryland Mayhem, or it came into all the other tournaments as well too. They are completely dominating. With a lot of these teams, they seem to have a lot of Battle Blade systems that you actually see with other veterans of the tournament.
I think it's really interesting because Magic Smoke does a little bit less of the battle buddy thing. You know, they push in, they choose their sides, they choose their flanks, and if they see a need, they fill it. You know, that's something that's so important about having good team members, is that you do not have to rely on your own backs to carry all of the weight of the work.
Definitely going to have the right team members to actually practice throughout, and it seems like they have the right team cohesion to keep making top brackets every single time.
Definitely, yeah. They're reigning champions at BPOC, they're reigning champions at MFT, both events that have been hosted, they've won all of which.
I also see their equipment as well that is really blended all together. They're not being blended by mostly flywheelers or mostly springers, because the equipment doesn't really matter to them.
Yeah, we're gonna do. Hi, this is Zelkos. We're gonna do a quick winners interview, and go ahead and do that real quick.
Report to the stream booth. Magic Smoke, come over to us quick. We're going to do a quick winners interview.
Guys, actually, you have a
Long enough.
Guys.
Yeah.
Oh.
There we go. All right. I am here with Magic Smoke, winners of BPOC 2024, still reigning champions of both BPOCs that have been hosted. Doing a great job, obviously winded, obviously tired, earning the prize of 1 trillion kisses.
And they're all pointing to Jed to get 1 million kisses. We don't have any dry erase markers today. It was written before at the start of the day.
Shame,
we ran out.
No amendments to the prizes after it's been won, but yeah.
So Jesse, how do you feel about today?
It was a whole lot of fun. I'd say our most intense match was against Mystic Vapor, which was a blast. Honestly, felt like they were close to knocking us out. So it was, a lot of good matches today. I think we enjoyed the cover layout too. There was just multiple solves, a lot of angles you wouldn't necessarily expect. So nice to have like the round robin to kind of get used to that.
Hank, you were coaching most of the day. How do you feel about that?
Honestly, pretty good. My throat is sore as all heck. I'm going to need like a cough drop or two. But, pretty good. Pretty good.
Sarah, I'd like to hear a little bit about some of the adaptation. We saw, as you all started to get sort of situated with the field, situated with the layout, plans changed, and plans especially changed when you go to single elimination bracket. Can you talk a little bit about how your all strategy sort of changed?
I think a lot of where strategy changes when you move from round robin into single elim is round robin's just all about the points. And then you get into single elim, it's about opportunistic points. So moments where you can steal a flag touch without getting shot, get some good picks. Like our first match against Start Royalty, we ended up just this 2v2 draw of just stalling it out because we had first touch. So keeping the points up to basically keep going into the next game ahead on points, so you can just keep capitalizing more.
Awesome. So, how do you feel about BPOC?
Can I get a year?
All right. So thank you for coming today. I'm glad you got your 1 trillion kisses.
1 trillion kisses.
1 trillion kisses from the memo of East Coast. We are going to do a quick outro, but thank you for coming today, guys.
Yeah. Once again, great job. Still reigning champions of BPOC 2024, but next year, everyone's going to be bringing their best competition, trying to take them from the throne. Shout out to TNT events. Shout out to all. Yeah, these things would not be possible without our awesome organizers. They come here, they spend their time, they spend their money, they spend all of the energy that they can.
Got them. Josh, come here.
Give me a stay or hand it off. Give me a stay or hand it off.
Let's go over here.
I don't know how much in the camera this is, but yeah, but we should be good. So everyone who watched the stream today, I know it was a long time watching it, but thank you for coming. We had Evan, you're still here. You're part of this.
Evan, get over here, bro.
Evan,
awkward.
Friggin' props to you, man. Talking for that, I was saying that it must have been your dream come true today.
Yeah, I mean, like I was saying earlier, if you give me a microphone, it's a dangerous game because, like, I talk like this 24/7, mic or not, stream or not.
Still talking.
I'm still talking. You still have to listen to me just a little bit longer. But yeah, I've had a blast. It's been awesome commentating this. I've been really enjoying the sport for a long time.
Take it away from me.
Take it away.
Tahova, how did you from the West Coast? How'd you feel about today?
Fun.
Go ahead, Jed.
strong
All right.
cover.
I want to. You may have seen a lot of our faces, but I want to highlight the man behind the camera. Goot, over here. Get over here, you motherfucker. Yeah! Slight curse there. Sorry, excuse me. Or one F-bomb. But yes, he's the one. He's the reason why we have the stream going. So, and the reason why you're here at home. You're there at home looking at us. But yes, good job.
Yeah, you haven't seen me on this stream. Like I would have loved to commentate, but Evan, I know he killed it. Did way better than I could ever do. So that gave me the freedom. You might have seen me running around with the camera, so I'm looking forward to posting some high-quality clips of everybody playing later on. But I hope... Exactly. High-quality footage of low-quality gameplay. No, I'm just kidding. Everybody played great today. I had so much fun watching everyone play, and I'm sure a lot of you guys are... a lot of the players are looking forward to watching back their plays too. It's been a really fun day, and I'm excited to keep going.
I just want to say a quick thank you to everybody that helped out. There were some things that were obviously, when you put them into practicality, they go wrong, and people were stepping in all day. So the people that attended, thank you for attending, and the people that were helping out and attended, thank you very much. We really appreciate it. Everybody was great. All the refs that jumped in, we got it done, and this truly takes a village, and I'm glad that we have a hobby that's very supportive. So we really appreciate it. And
one more quick shout out to Maryland Nerf Herders and Boomstick for bringing their inflatables to fill out our field, as well as Maryland Foam Alliance, as well as Shelton of I don't know.
Yeah, Shelton of Dark Royalty.
Shelton.
And Josh, how'd you feel about today, real quick?
I thought it was a very good game. I thought it improved over last year. All the refs, thank you so much for helping out, especially Cordell and Kevin. You are my permanent refs. I love you. Thank you so much. I thought it was a pretty clean game. There was a few testy moments, but we all went through it well. And so I look forward to next year.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you for watching, everyone. See you next year.
Peace.
We'll have fun.
Yeah! Gang, gang. Peace.
Back it up. Hey.